Alaming was on his way to get a divorce. I accidentally discovered that I have the ability to predict the future. However, the turmoil and business opportunities in the future world kept emerging in my mind. At this time, I begged my wife Chunjia not to divorce me, and I regretted it. But the wife was firm in holding the divorce agreement. I just realized that I had been such an asshole in my life. There were many scars on her body, which were all caused by me when I was drunk. I suddenly slapped myself. Asshole, how could I treat Chunjia like this before? The driver glanced at me and said hesitantly, Young man, family matters are trivial. As a man, you can't use violence. Her words hit the pain point directly, as if hitting the nail on the head. I was in a state of confusion. I will never forget the look in her eyes that was full of expectation for me. Even on ordinary days, Chunjia never complains, but I slapped myself in pain, unable to stop blaming myself. All right, Lin Ming, she interrupted me coldly. I've seen these scenes countless times. Forgiving you will only result in more severe violence in the end. Her tone was calm, but every word hit me like a stone. Her disappointment made me feel like sitting on pins and needles. 10 minutes later, the car stopped and the Civil Affairs Bureau building appeared in front of us. I searched my pockets and realized that I didn't bring any cash, and there was only $1.50 left in my WeChat change. Everything has been gambled away. Chunjia took out 10 yuan, paid the fare without hesitation, and walked straight to the building. I followed him out of the car, but suddenly I heard the driver's voice. Young man, such a good woman, you must cherish her. I was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Master, turn left at the next intersection. He was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to get off the bus? No matter what, you must turn left and not go straight. If you don't listen, get out of the car after the collision, otherwise the car will catch fire. After I finished speaking, I got out of the car and left. The driver was puzzled, but continued driving. A few hundred meters away, a dump truck suddenly rushed out from the right. Bang! The car crashed violently, and the driver panicked. Suddenly, he remembered what I said and got out of the car in a hurry. A few seconds later, the car caught fire, and huge flames engulfed the entire car. The driver stood there in disbelief, muttering, God? In the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chunjia looked at me with a frown on her face. Are you okay? Yeah, it's okay. Not only was I fine, but because of this collision, I suddenly realized that I could foresee the future. Chunjia breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Our total debt is 820,000, half each. Although it is owed by you, since we are husband and wife, this is also our joint responsibility. She paused, took a deep breath, and looked heavy. Xianxian is only 4 years old. Let her come with me. Okay. My heart was shocked. Xianxian turned out to be my and Chunjia's biological daughter. In the past, Chunjia, the proud and unyielding woman, actually endured everything in order to keep Xianxian. What on earth did I do? They say husband and wife are birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. We are flying away separately now, right? She held back her tears, her eyes turned red, and she could no longer hold back the tears. Lin Ming, I remember you said that you would treat me well, love me forever, and make me the happiest woman in the world. I don't dare to ask for too much. I just hope to live a simple life with you. But this is a simple thing for others. But why is it so difficult for me? I looked at her, and my heart ached. I am not afraid of hardship, nor am I afraid of people's ridicule. I just hope you can treat me well and give Xianxian a home. Chunjia cried so helplessly that my heart was broken into thousands of pieces. I wanted to reach out and hug her, but she instinctively took a few steps back, her eyes full of fear. I'm sorry. These 3 words carry my deep self-blame. Apart from these 3 words, I am speechless. Forget it. The word sorry is no longer worth mentioning. She wiped her tears, and suddenly, the registration number was called. Let's go. She walked forward with a complicated expression on her face. I was suddenly startled, and those memories flooded into my mind. Chunjia, until now, she still loves me. Am I really a bastard? Chunjia. I rushed over and grabbed her arm tightly. Give me one last chance. I swear if I do it again, I will be struck by lightning and die without a burial place. She shuddered, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. All the past came flooding back like the tide, and the opportunities she once gave me had long gone with the time. You'll never change. I don't believe in you anymore. Her tone was calm, yet filled with deep disappointment. Chunjia, I swear from now on, I will treat you well and work hard. Before she finished her words, she had already walked to the registration desk and looked back at me. Do you have to let me die to be happy? This sentence hit me like a bolt from the blue. The staff around me couldn't help but frown, and their cold eyes made me unable to move. I walked silently to the registration office and took out all the documents, feeling powerless. Chunjia was determined to leave, and there was no way for me to change her decision. Since it cannot be undone, let's start over. I clenched my fists and swore in my heart. I will let her see a brand new me and make up for all the pain she has suffered over the years. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chunjia looked down at the divorce certificate in her hand. Her face was pale, without any sign of relief, as if she had lost the most important thing. She tried hard not to fall down and whispered, I hope you can change your ways and be an upright man. And my parents, they are old and shouldn't bear any more blows. If you don't want them to know, I can keep a secret for you. Thanks. She considered me. Chunjia has left, but I still can't forgive myself. Just then, Chunjia's younger brother Chun Sheng ran over. We had a fight yesterday, and Chun Sheng's face was still injured. The red and swollen left side of his face made me feel guilty. Divorce. Chun Sheng grabbed the divorce certificate and smiled happily. Finally divorced, finally free from this bastard. Before he could finish his words, he kicked me in the stomach, and I staggered a few steps and almost fell. Hey, you're not hiding. Chun Sheng sneered. You should have been beaten to death long ago. If I had known you were a loser, I would have died before my sister would have married you. I bowed my head and said nothing, knowing full well that I was not wrong. Chun Sheng's kicks left me with no strength to resist, and I even hoped he would kick me a few more times. Mr. Lin, from now on, you have nothing to do with my sister. Stop harassing her, or I'll kill you. After Chun Sheng finished speaking, he took Chunjia away and gradually disappeared in the taxi. I looked at their backs and stood up. Jia, wait for me. This time, I will definitely not let you down. All happiness and beauty are based on material things. And material, to put it bluntly, is money. No matter how painful it is to divorce Chunjia, I have to consider the future. If I want her to change her mind, I must first let her see my changes. Now, I have nothing and am deeply in debt. How can I be happy? Must make money. As I was processing all this in my mind, I noticed a car accident in the distance. The driver was not at the scene. After asking around, I was relieved to find out that no one was injured. He must have remembered what I said, which saved his life. This also proves that my ability is real. I don't care about how to have this ability to predict the future. I just want to use it to make money as quickly as possible and pay off my debts to prevent Chunjia from being implicated. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, my cell phone rang. The screen showed Han Yuan Financial Management, the creditor of my high-value loan of 820,000 yuan. Lin Ming, 3 days. Is the money ready? Li Hongyuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Li, I'm preparing. Please give me a few more days. I responded hurriedly. I just earned some hard-earned money, so I didn't charge you high interest. But you've been dragging it out for too long, so don't ask me to advance the money for you. Give me another week, Mr. Li, and I will definitely pay you back. I clenched my fist, suppressing my anger. Li Hongyuan sighed. Okay, I'll give you another week. I heard that you lost money again, and the divorce is going on quite a bit. But this is your business. If you don't pay me back in a week, I'll have to come to your house to ask for it. Although it is a private loan company, Li Hongyuan was more tolerant than I thought. He did not force me to pay back the money at the beginning, which made me feel grateful. Li Hongyuan on the other end of the phone was about to hang up, but suddenly I stopped and said, Mr. Li, wait a moment. Anything else? In 5 minutes, someone will come to you to borrow 5 million to fill the company's funding gap. You'd better not lend it to him, otherwise you will lose a lot of money. I said lightly, are you setting a trap for me on purpose? Li Hongyuan didn't believe it. I said impatiently, it depends on whether you believe it or not. If you believe it, don't lend it to me. If you don't believe it, just ignore what I said. Young people are quite temperamental. How about a gamble? If your prediction is right, I'll reduce your loan by 100,000. If it's wrong, I'll lend you an extra 100,000. I didn't hesitate. Okay. Do you really dare to gamble? 100,000 yuan is not a small amount of money for you. He joked. It's almost time. Do you want to bet? I said coldly. Bet. Xianwei Building, an office floor. Li Hongyuan sat in the boss chair with a hint of anticipation on his face. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, he shouted. The receptionist and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. Mr. Li, this is Zhang Chongwei from Haining Network. He wants to discuss a loan, said the receptionist. Li Hongyuan was slightly stunned. You're here so soon? He had heard of Haining Network, and it had a good future. Zhang Chongwei was no ordinary person. I couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Is it really as Lin Ming said? Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Li. The two men shook hands and greeted each other. Sit down. Li Hongyuan pointed to the chair. Zhang Chongwei got straight to the point. Our company has a big move recently and is in urgent need of funds, so we plan to borrow money. How much? Li Hongyuan asked. 5 million. As soon as Zhang Chongwei opened his mouth, Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched violently. This is exactly what Lin Ming said. Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. How could this be a coincidence? 5 million, 3 months, including principal and interest, 6 million. Zhang Chongwei directly quoted the interest. Although Li Hongyuan was tempted, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. For such a large loan, I have to discuss it with the top management. Mr. Li, if it's difficult, it's okay. We won't force you. Zhang Chongwei stood up and was about to leave. Liu Miwan sudan lipanika. Zhang Chongwei is such a big client, and he can't miss it. Wait a minute. Li Hongyuan suddenly called him. But at this moment, Lin Ming's reminder echoed in his mind. You have to think carefully. The amount of 5 million cannot be ignored. Li Hongyuan decided not to take out a loan for the time being, but he began to doubt Lin Ming's words. After Zhang Chongwei left, Li Hongyuan made a phone call. You're right, little bastard. On the other end of the phone, Lin Ming sneered. It seems that Mr. Li made the right choice. I hope you are not lying to me. This is not a small amount of money. Li Hongyuan gritted his teeth. After hanging up the phone, Li Hongyuan looked serious. From now on, always pay attention to the Haining Network. Tell me immediately if there is any movement. In the evening, I sat alone on the steps of the square, feeling the night breeze. Chunjia and I have never had our own house or car, and all our savings have long been squandered by me. Once upon a time, our family of 3 lived in a rented house. Now, after my divorce, I don't even have the courage to go back. Looking back, I can hardly believe that I ever got to this point. My phone suddenly rang, and the number displayed was Chunjia. My heart started beating faster, and I quickly answered it. Dad, where are you? Xuanchuan's voice was so soft and pure that it instantly made my eyes wet. Xian, I murmured. Dad, do you have a place to stay tonight? She continued to ask. My heart tightened. This little girl, whom I had treated roughly so many times, actually cared about whether I had a place to live. I know that she called me at Chunjia's instruction. Don't worry, Daddy has a place to live. Xian, be good and listen to Mommy. Daddy will make a lot of money soon and buy you lots of toys and snacks, and also a big house. I whispered the promise, longing to hold her tight in my arms. But for me, this was a distant dream for the time being. Come on, Dad. After the phone call was hung up, Xuanchuan's voice still echoed in my ears. I took a deep breath, looked at the people rushing around me, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. I am penniless and will have to sleep on the street tonight, but it doesn't matter. Everything will be fine tomorrow. I spent the whole night thinking about the ability to predict the future and hardly slept. After some in-depth research, I was shocked to find that this ability is simply amazing. Whether it is people, time, industry changes, urban planning, international situation, etc., the entire future can be predicted clearly. The only limitation is whether I am willing to predict. I try to predict the future of Chanjia, Xian, and even my parents, but failed. Every time I tried, I got a pounding headache and nearly passed out. So, I gave up predicting their future and decided to change their destiny through action. The night in the big city is still bustling, and the dawn is slowly emerging. I sat on the steps like this all night, feeling lonely and desolate. People started to get busy one after another, and I began to feel the breath of life. In the past, I was addicted to gambling and ignored all of this. No one knew that throughout the night, I had made plans for the next 6 months. In the future, I will face an unprecedented counterattack. Ding-ling-ling. The silence was suddenly broken by the ringing of my cell phone. I glanced at the screen and saw that the battery was only 9%. The charger is still in the rental house. What bad luck. The call was from Li Hongyuan. When I saw the words, Hongyuan Financial Management, I couldn't help but smile. Mr. Li, didn't you sleep last night? I teased. I just woke up, but from your tone, it seems that you didn't sleep a full night. Li Hongyuan said with a smile. I nodded. Any results? Li Hongyuan's tone became complicated. Where did you learn these words from? Have you really secretly studied the Haining Network? And Zhang Chongwei. At 9 o'clock last night, a scandal broke out on Haining Internet. It was related to the live broadcaster under Zhang Chongwei, and the product caused a fatal accident. My expression remained unchanged, as I had anticipated all this. If it weren't for my warning, Li Hongyuan might have fallen into the trap. Li Hongyuan continued. This morning, the Quality Supervision Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Goods Management Bureau began to close down the Haining network. Zhang Chongwei, this person is basically finished. He will go to prison for at least several years. There was deep gratitude in Li Hongyuan's tone. Zhang Chonghui's 1 million interest for 3 months almost tempted Li Hongyuan. If it weren't for my reminder, I'm afraid he would have been in trouble long ago. Lin Ming. Li Hongyuan took a deep breath. I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have no place to cry now. I just gave Mr. Li a suggestion. The final decision still lies with Mr. Li. I said lightly. Li Hongyuan seemed relieved. Don't call me Mr. Li anymore. I owe you a favor. From today on, you, Lin Ming, are my brother. Li Hongyuan on the other end of the phone seemed relieved. He added, send me your bank account number and I will transfer it to you right away. I was slightly relieved. Li Hongyuan has a good reputation and he always does what he says. After I hung up the phone, I quickly received a deposit notification from the bank. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. With this startup capital, I finally had the confidence. The first thing I did was buy a charger, and then I spent 2,500 yuan to rent a small apartment of 30 square meters. Everything was arranged. I looked at the time, and it was almost 8 o'clock. Without time to rest, I took a taxi to the stadium. On Saturday night, top singer Lin Jiehua will hold a concert here. The organizer only started selling tickets 2 days before the concert, and online channels were the main ticket sales channel. Lin Jiehua is so popular that no one worries about not being able to sell tickets. But no one expected that 5 minutes later, Lin Jiehua would be caught up in an unprecedented scandal and become the target of paparazzi exposure. Lin Jiehua's concert cannot be held as scheduled. This prediction came true. The exposure of the scandal instantly ruined his image, and both offline and online ticket sales suffered a serious impact. The tickets for the concert, which was originally in full swing, were almost unsold. No one knows whether the concert can be held as scheduled. The only thing that can be seen is an emergency public relations. Even the most loyal fans dare not buy tickets rashly. In just 1 hour, the ticket price dropped all the way, and the original price of a medium-sized seat of 1,000 yuan dropped to 100 yuan. This is not a coincidence. Obviously, someone is targeting Lin Jiehua. I stood at the far end of the stadium, looking at the full team, who didn't know what was going to happen next. I sneered in my heart, thinking that all this was something I had predicted long ago. The lowest price for a middle-class seat is $100. I have less than $100,000 on hand, so I can only buy 970 tickets. I calculated silently in my mind. Although the number of tickets is not large, the turnover of these few hundred tickets is enough to make a profit. How about taking this opportunity to bring Li Hongyuan along? I thought and called him. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Li Hongyuan's leisurely voice came from the other end of the phone, as if nothing mattered. Brotherly, do you want to make money? I asked with a chuckle. Any business? His voice suddenly became tense. Bring money and come to the first stadium. I said briefly and hung up the phone. The ticket office in the distance was already packed with people, and the line was so long that you couldn't see the end. As expected of a top star, his offline appeal is so strong. I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Vanity is something everyone has. Although I no longer have the dream of becoming a star, the dream I once had has never completely disappeared. I opened Zinlane's Weibo, and the second most searched topic was 井号林家华第一哪些单演唱会井号. Soon after, another post by Lin Jiehua became a hot search topic. Hashtag Lin Jiehua's shocking scandal hashtag. Hashtag Lin Jiehua molested a girl hashtag. Hashtag Lin Jiehua smokes in public hashtag. Hashtag Lin Jiehua lip syncing hashtag. In just 20 minutes, Lin Jiehua's scandals occupied 8 of the top 20 hot searches on Weibo, a lot of scandals. I felt relieved, and the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I really didn't disappoint you. However, strangely, the people in the team didn't seem to notice the news. It wasn't until 9:25 that a young man suddenly broke the silence. Fuck. His voice was so loud that people around him turned around. Lin Jiehua lip-syncing? Molesting a girl? This is impossible. He could hardly believe it, and people around him began to whisper. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to slander my idol, I will beat you up, believe it or not. How is that possible? Lin Jiehua is the most upright star. Hurry and check Weibo. The word spread like a tide, and eventually, everyone opened Xian Lang's Weibo, where the scandals were revealed one by one, including even intimate photos of Lin Jiahua and a young girl. This grandson turns out to be this kind of person. How blind you are to regard him as an idol. He actually lip-synced. I will never buy this kind of ticket again. The team scattered in an instant like a kite with a broken string, and even people who were not fans of the show were curious about what happened. I looked at the chaos and felt happy. The originally bustling ticket hall suddenly became deserted, and the proud and complacent ticket seller also looked confused. At the same time, another Weibo post quietly became a hot search. Hashtag Lin Jiahua's concert may not be held as scheduled hashtag. I stood up with a smile, patted my butt, and prepared to welcome Li Hongyuan's arrival. Brother, why did you suddenly think of looking for me? He had a bright look on his face, as if he had survived a disaster. Look over there. I pointed to the ticket office, tickets for Lin Jiahua's concert. The smile on Li Hongyuan's face froze instantly, and he almost tripped. Are you kidding me? While I got here, I heard that Lin Jiahua had a scandal and the concert might not even be open. Why did you buy a ticket? Not only do I want to buy it, I'll also drag you to buy it with me. I responded with a smile. Li Hongyuan turned around and wanted to leave. Are you going to be a ticket scalper? This opportunity is rare. If you miss it, you will never get it again. I shouted to Li Hongyuan's back. My heart beat faster for some reason, and Li Hongyuan stopped walking, looking at me with a complicated and tangled expression. Obviously, he still couldn't fully believe that I could do this well. Brother, I thank you for saving my life before, but you can't push me to the edge of the cliff again. Li Hongyuan said in a heavy voice, with an unspeakable struggle in his tone. Lin Jiahua's concert can really be held. Can you really make money with just these few tickets? I smiled calmly. I can calculate it. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened. What? Fortune-telling. Yes, fortune-telling. I shrugged, calm and composed. Li Hongyuan was stunned. He obviously didn't expect me to come up with such an excuse. How could such an unreliable thing happen? Speaking of it, even I find a little absurd. Are you really good at fortune-telling? Li Hongyuan seemed to be looking at me like a madman. Yes, I nodded. But, Mr. Li, if you believe me, we can make a bet together. If you don't, that's fine too. Li Hongyuan frowned slightly, and he seemed a little shaken when he saw the sincerity in my eyes. At this time, he whispered, Since you said so, I will play with you once. He was obviously concerned that I had helped him before, and he was afraid that refusing would make me too embarrassed. Play. I sneered. You won't think so soon. Li Hongyuan shook his head without commenting. It was obvious that he was not optimistic about the so-called ticket scalping at all. We went to the ticket hall and stood in front of the ticket window. The ticket seller was bored and browsing Weibo. Seeing that the tickets could not be sold at all, his face was full of helplessness. What's the matter? The ticket seller's tone was cold, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Buy tickets. I replied coldly. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Whose ticket? What do you think? Are there other tickets for sale here? I asked casually, with a smile on my face. Lin Jiahua, this is a top male singer. How come no one wants to buy tickets? Is online ticket grabbing so powerful? The ticket seller understood our intentions instantly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Out of professionalism, he did not ask any more questions, but smiled and said, Today is Wednesday, and everyone may not have time to come. The trend is really frustrating. Never mind. How many tickets do we want? I asked impatiently. How much do you need? The ticket seller looked at us with disdain in his eyes, but still maintained a professional smile. I want a medium seat, number 970. I said in a flat tone. The conductor's expression changed immediately. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened several times larger than usual. What, 970? He asked in shock, obviously in disbelief. Li Hongyuan also frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect me to be so generous. You too. The ticket seller swallowed. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. It seemed that the two people in front of him not only wanted to watch the concert, but also planned to make a fortune. Is there a problem? Li Hongyuan asked, his eyes somewhat anxious, obviously wanting to end this matter as soon as possible. No, no problem. The ticket seller forced a smile, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then issue the tickets quickly. Liumiwa Nurja. The ticket seller did not dare to neglect and quickly started issuing tickets. Li Hongyuan and I got a bunch of tickets, and the price of each ticket had dropped very low, almost to 1/10 of the original price. After leaving the ticket hall, Li Hongyuan opened the car door and got in. He asked me with a look of reluctance. Tell me the truth. How much did you prepare this time? 2 million. Li Honyuan hesitated, his tone somewhat uncertain. I patted his shoulder and said, what a shame. Li Honyuan lowered his head, looking embarrassed. Obviously, he was a little regretful now, knowing that he did not really seize this opportunity. Even if he invested 2 million, this deal could bring a considerable return. But he chose to do something small. Do you still think I bought too few tickets? Li Honyuan couldn't help but ask. Go home and wait for the news tomorrow. I said nothing more, waved my hand, turned and left. 100,000 yuan was spent in the blink of an eye. The rent was 2,500, the Warwick charger was 150, the concert tickets were 97,000, and the phone bill was another 150. The 200 yuan in my hand forced me to suppress the urge to go see Xian immediately. Whenever I think of that little girl, my heart is filled with guilt and heartache. They say that boys are raised in poverty and girls are raised in wealth. Am I not even worthy of the word raise? The year Xian was born, I failed in my business and fell into depravity. It's all thanks to Chunjia that she has grown up. If Xian were in my hands, she would have starved to death or been beaten to death long ago. She's just that little. How can I bear to hit her? Lin Ming, you are really a bastard. A beast. Worse than pigs and dogs. Under the dim light, I lay on the bed, thinking back to all the absurdity and helplessness of the past few years. My eyes started to turn red, my eyelids became heavy, and before I knew it, I fell asleep. The sudden and piercing ring of the telephone woke me up from my slumber. I looked at the time, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Mr. Lee, you are calling me so late. Are you going to treat me to dinner? I asked with a smile. Dad, you really are my dad. Li Hongyuan's voice was about to break with excitement. Don't even mention eating, anything is fine. I couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lee, you are so steady. How come you changed overnight? Don't call me Mr. Lee all the time. Call me Brother Lee, he said in a serious tone, and then his tone turned to regret. Brother, I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Have you watched the news? There's nothing but news about Lin Jiahua right now. If I had known this would happen, I should have listened to you last night. I regret it so much. I smiled, didn't hang up the phone, and went straight to Xin Lang's Weibo. Sure enough, just as I expected, the hot searches were full of news about Lin Jiahua. Hashtag Lin Jiahua came out to clarify hashtag the girl's true identity, hashtag refreshing electronic cigarette hashtag. All the hot searches are focused on Lin Jiahua's affairs. Today's news is a completely positive reversal. Lin Jiahua clarified the misunderstanding about the girl. It turned out that she was his biological sister. He explained that they were filming a commercial at the time, and his sister was sleeping in the hotel due to excessive fatigue, and he did not expect it to cause such a big stir. As for smoking, it is just a simulated electronic cigarette. E-cigarettes are not real cigarettes. No one can say anything about it. Lin Jiahua's image completely turned around, from negative to noble, and all the troubles disappeared overnight. Lin Jiahua's PR team is awesome. I muttered to myself, scanning the most eye-catching trending search on Weibo. Hashtag Lin Jiahua's first solo concert will be held as scheduled hashtag. The comments section was filled with wailing, some regretting missing the tickets, some apologizing. The situation was extremely lively. I chuckled. It seems that Lin Jiahua's concert tickets are selling like crazy. Li Honyuan heard my teasing, but he could not say anything except a bitter smile and regret. Brother, I sent you a photo. Take a look. Li Honyuan said bitterly. I opened WeChat and saw a photo of a stadium ticket office. There were huge crowds of people, several times more popular than the long queue yesterday. Have the ticket prices been restored? I asked. Yes, the original price has been restored. Fortunately, no one took advantage of the situation, so the price did not go up. Liu Miwan Siya. He was obviously regretting his decision terribly. If he had listened to me last night and taken 2 million to buy tickets, he would have made at least a 10-fold return. I smiled and didn't expose him. Since you've already bought so much, there's no need to regret it. 5,000 tickets are enough for you to make a fortune. But I don't understand. Since you knew this would happen, why didn't you buy more yesterday? I can lend you money. Li Honyuan asked puzzledly. Borrowing money means you owe someone a favor, doesn't it? I smiled. Favors? How much are favors worth? Li Honyuan was speechless. I shook my head. The higher you get, the more you'll understand that debts of favor are the hardest to repay. At 7 o'clock tonight, bring a few people and we'll go to the stadium to sell tickets. I arranged. After discussing with Li Honyuan, I hung up the phone. In the afternoon, I arranged my next plans. When it was 6 o'clock, I went out and took a taxi to the stadium. Li Honyuan had been waiting there for a long time, bringing 7 people with him. When he saw me, he immediately came over to me. "Brother, how much is a reasonable price?" he asked in a low voice. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "We are selling tickets openly. Why are you sneaking around?" I'm just too excited. I can't be a ticket scalper at the door of the ticket office, right?" Liumiwan smilat ambarasadli. 2,000 per piece. Any less would be boring, and any more would be inappropriate. I set the price decisively. 2,000. Li Hongyuan's eyes lit up instantly. "Is it missing?" "No, no, no. Totally. This is absolutely amazing." Buying for 100 yuan and selling for 2,000 yuan. The price difference is 20 times. 5,000 tickets, sold for 10 million yuan. Li Honyuan was so excited that he almost jumped up and repeatedly lamented the money-making ability of celebrities. Just then, there was a commotion coming from the ticket office. "Let's start." I winked at Li Honyuan and then shouted loudly amidst all the suspicious looks. Admission to the top singer's concerts is on a first-come, first-served basis. Lu Wenchuan is the offline ticket seller for this concert. Yesterday, the 2 big losers bought nearly 6,000 tickets in total. Although the ticket price dropped to 100 yuan per ticket, Lu Wenchuan still made a lot of commission. He had originally planned to run away after completing this job, for fear that those 2 bastards would cause trouble. Unexpectedly, early this morning, positive news about Lin Jiahua swept the entire internet. Lu Wenchuan was so angry that he almost smashed his house. As soon as the ticket price was restored, he realized that he was the one who was wronged. Lu Wenchuan is in a bad mood now, because all his tickets have been sold out. Just then, my voice suddenly rang out. Lu Wenchuan looked up and was stunned. "Security! Security!" he screamed, pointing at me and Li Honyuan. "It's you indeed." Lu Wenchuan gritted his teeth in hatred, having already cursed me in his heart. Unfortunately, he knew that I was standing on the opposite side and couldn't change anything. Lin Jiahua's appeal cannot be underestimated, especially after yesterday's incident. More people bought tickets offline than expected. Many people came here from other places specifically because they failed to get tickets online and wanted to try their luck offline. Li Honyuan and I were soon surrounded by people. Even though the ticket price had risen to 2,000 yuan per ticket, people were still scrambling to buy it. Li Honyuan was worried at first that it wouldn't be sold, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. By the time security came to kick us out, nearly 6,000 tickets had been sold out. Even though some people kept asking, the ticket seller Lu Wenchuan was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. After leaving the stadium, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out my cell phone to check the balance. 1.94 million. Looking at this number, I couldn't believe it and my heart was filled with excitement. From the time I was born to now, I have never seen so much money in the past 30 years, especially money earned easily. Once when I wanted to start a business, I couldn't even get together 160,000 yuan. I didn't expect that I could easily earn more than 1.9 million yuan today. This money came so easily that I even had an urge to shout out loud. If a normal person becomes rich overnight, he or she will definitely want to buy a lot of famous brands. Clothes, watches, bags, cars. Me too. But when I thought about the foreign debts and the expensive brand names, I managed to suppress my excitement. A watch costs hundreds of thousands, a car costs millions, and the housing prices in Landau City are easily tens of thousands per square meter. With the little money I have, I'd be lucky if I could buy a small apartment of a few dozen square meters. This little money is still not enough. If I want to give Chen Jia and Xian a better life, I have to keep working hard. There were footsteps behind him, and Li Honyuan ran over panting. "Have those people left?" I asked with a smile. "They've all left." Li Honyuan panted and handed me a bottle of mineral water, unable to hide his excited smile. "Didn't you send out the red envelope?" I teased him. "Yes, 88 each." How stingy. He made tens of millions, but couldn't even round it up to a whole number. Li Honyuan waved his hand with a hint of pride on his face. This is not a question of whether it is rounded up or not. The key is that the meaning is good. I smiled and looked at Li Honyuan. "Look, what if they borrow my luck and encounter an opportunity like mine?" Li Honyuan immediately patted his chest and said, "Brother Lin, you are awesome. I really want to kneel down to you." I shook my head and smiled. "If you had listened to me, you would not have earned 10 million today, but 40 million. Stop talking nonsense. There are only 10,000 tickets available offline at most. Even if you buy all of them, you can't make 40 million. The maximum you can make is 20 million, I replied. Okay, that's not bad. Li Hanyuan sighed. Give me your card number, and I'll pay you back the money I owe you with interest, and we'll be even from now on. As soon as Li Hanyuan finished speaking, I asked back, what the hell? Are you looking down on me? He immediately jumped up. Lin Ming, you look down on me, Li Hanyuan, don't you? To be honest, I feel guilty for helping me make money. If you really want me to kneel down, I will kneel for you. Okay, I get it. I smiled helplessly. It's only natural to pay back a debt, one thing at a time. I'm working with you because you helped me before. Li Hanyuan interrupted me. Stop talking. If you insist on clearing the score, then return the 820,000 to me, and I will return the money I earned to you, and we will go our separate ways from now on. I raised an eyebrow. Are you willing to give it up? Li Hongyuan's eyes widened. What if I'm reluctant? I'm not the kind of ungrateful person. His words revealed a complex emotion. In the past, I was a low-class person whom he looked down upon. But now, my change has shocked him. He knew very well that if he followed me, he would have greater opportunities in the future. Brother, let me say the same thing again. From today on, you are my brother, Li Honyuan. I don't want you to pay me back, nor do I want you to owe me a favor, but Li Honyuan paused and smiled. I hope you can continue to help me make money in the future. Okay, thanks. I know in my heart that what Li Honyuan wants is actually very simple, to get rich together. I stopped refusing and accepted the identity of brother. After all, compared to the money he earned, the more than 800,000 yuan was nothing. Li Honyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, he knew that I was willing to continue taking him playing. By the way, Chunjia and I are divorced. She might go to you to pay back the money. Do you know what to do? Divorce? Li Honyuan was stunned, his eyes widened. Brother, as a person who has been through this, I have to remind you that I have investigated your sister-in-law, and she is really hard to find. You can't let her down. I smiled faintly. Divorce is the end, and remarriage is the beginning. This time, I will give her the best life. After saying that, I looked into the distance as if I was talking to Li Honyuan, or as if I was talking to myself. After chatting for a while, I returned to the apartment. Tomorrow is Saturday, the end of August, and Chunjia should have a rest. I haven't seen Xian these few days, and it feels like a long time. 8 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of the building, a woman appeared here. Although she was dressed simply and without any sense of luxury, her presence still attracted the attention of the men around her. However, the faintly visible bruise on her face made her beauty appear particularly dazzling, making people feel pity for her. I watched her take a deep breath and suppress the tension in her heart. This is not the first time she has come here. This is the place she must pass by when she gets her salary. Da-da-da. She walked into the floor where Honyuan Financial Management was located, wearing the pair of high heels she bought for her wedding. The receptionist already knew her, and when she saw her appearance, a trace of sympathy and anger flashed in her eyes. Sister Chun, you're here? Yeah. Chunjia nodded, trying her best to suppress the embarrassment in her heart. She has always been a very proud woman. Even though her life has become difficult, the sense of responsibility in her heart still keeps her going. Are you here to get your salary this time? The receptionist brought a glass of water, her face full of concern. No, same as always, 3,000. Chunjia took out an envelope containing 3,000 in cash. Sister Chun, is it really necessary for you to help him pay back the money? The voice of the receptionist was filled with hatred. He beats you and scolds you, and you still have to pay off his debts. Can't you see the future for yourself? And Xian. Your daughter is about to go to kindergarten. If you continue like this, you may not even be able to afford the tuition. Her tone became more and more urgent. Let's get a divorce, Sister Chun. With your conditions, what kind of man can't you find? You don't have to put up with this at all. Chunjia shook her head slightly, handed the envelope to the front desk, and raised a forced smile at the corner of her mouth. She has heard this countless times, but is she really that kind of person who is only interested in profit? If she was, then why did she choose Lin Ming instead of those powerful and wealthy kids? There was never an answer in Chunjia's heart. Oh, seeing that she didn't answer, the receptionist sighed. Sister Chun, Mr. Li said he wanted to see you when you came. See me? Chunjia frowned. It is impossible that Mr. Li from Honyuan Financial Management has any good intentions towards her. Mr. Li's family is getting divorced, and he has millions of assets. That's enough. Chunjia interrupted her and said coldly, a woman should understand the most basic courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Not to mention that he is still getting a divorce. Even if he is divorced, it has nothing to do with me. The receptionist was stunned, her face slightly red, and she looked embarrassed and angry. She tried to persuade him with good intentions, but was met with a cold response from Chunjia. However, the front desk clerk still called Li Hongyuan, and soon after, Li Hongyuan ran out of the office. Are you Chunjia? Lin Ming's wife. He walked towards Chunjia with a smile. Looking at his smiling face with a dagger hidden inside, Chunjia felt disgusted. However, Li Hongyuan was her creditor, so she couldn't show too much emotion. Hello, Mr. Li. She forced a smile. Haha, Brother Lin always says you are beautiful. Today, when I see you, it is indeed true. Chunjia's heart moved. Brother Lin? When did Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan become so close? The gap between their statuses shouldn't have meant they were so close. Her heart skipped a beat and a thought popped in her mind. Will Lin Ming sell me out? He was really angry and humiliated, and planned to use Li Hongyuan to force himself to do something? Thinking of Lin Ming's calmness at the beginning, Chunjia's face suddenly turned gloomy. Sister-in-law, why are you? Li Hongyuan saw that her face looked strange and was stunned for a moment, then asked blankly. Don't call me sister-in-law. We are divorced, and I am not his wife anymore. Chunjia said coldly. Tell me, what conspiracy are you guys up to? How much money did he lend you? No matter what you want to do, I won't agree. Misunderstanding. Li Hongyuan's face was covered in cold sweat, but his heart was secretly chilling. If Lin Ming knew that his wife was being humiliated here, his anger would destroy himself. Chunjia, there are too many people here. Why don't we go to my office first? I promise that we have absolutely no conspiracy. Liumiwan Barsuada Ernasli. At this moment, the receptionist was also shocked. She had never seen Li Hongyuan so flustered. I'm not going. Chunjia shook her head and refused. Seeing more and more people gathered around, Li Hongyuan was anxious and said quickly, Auntie, please beg me, okay? I have such a high profile. If I continue to make trouble like this, what if others think I forced you? Chunjia was silent for a moment, looking at Li Hongyuan's expression that didn't seem fake, and then nodded. Okay, we can go to your office to talk, but you can't close the door. Okay, whatever you say is what it is, okay? Li Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then took her into the office. As soon as he entered the door, Li Hongyuan hurriedly asked Chunjia to sit down, and then took out the IOU he had prepared. It was Lin Ming's IOU for 820,000 yuan, written clearly in black and white, with his handprint on it. What do you want to do? Use this to threaten me? Chunjia's face turned cold, and his eyes were fixed on the IOU. Li Hongyuan sneered and tore the IOU in half with a swish. What are you doing? Chunjia was stunned, his eyes filled with surprise, and a chill ran down his spine. From today on, the loan relationship between Hongyuan Financial Management and Brother Lin is over, and you don't have to pay back the money anymore. Li Hongyuan looked at her with a smile. Of course, if you want to come over for tea, you're always welcome. Chunjia stared blankly at the IOU that was torn into pieces. She completely ignored Li Hongyuan's words. Old Town, Unju Community. I stood in front of the security door, carrying large and small bags of things, feeling empty inside. Xian, it's Daddy. Please open the door for him. No, Mom said Xian is not allowed to open the door for anyone. Xuan's childish voice came from the room, with a little doubt. I smiled helplessly. Didn't you call Dad the night before yesterday? Dad knows that you care about him. So I came to see you today and brought you fried chicken, burgers, and toys. Really? There was surprise in her voice, but soon her face fell again. But Mom doesn't let me open the door casually, and Mom asked me to make that call. I don't dare to call you myself, and you're angry and want to hit me again. When I heard these words, my eyes suddenly became red. Dad, why are you silent? There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. I took a deep breath, suppressed my emotions, and whispered, Dad is here. Dad is not gone. Since Mom won't let you open the door, Dad will wait here for Mom to come back. But there's no place to sit outside. Will Dad be very tired? Xian pouted her lips, her tone full of concern. Not tired. I turned my head away so that she wouldn't see my tears. As long as I can see Xian, Daddy won't get tired no matter how long I stand. Just then, the door of the unit opened and out walked Grandma Wang, the old lady in her 70s. She came out to check because she heard Xuan's voice and was worried about the little girl being alone. She was once a friend of our family, and I'm extremely grateful for the care she has taken for Chunjia and Xian in the past. Grandma Wang, I called out, but a feeling of bitterness welled up in my heart. What do you want to do now? Wang Lanmei's tone was full of vigilance. I smiled awkwardly. I came back to see Xian Xian. Jia Jia isn't here, right? Are you trying to trick Xian Xian into opening the door for you again, and then go home and steal the money? Grandma Wang was obviously still angry. She pointed at me and cursed. Lin Ming, Xian Xian is about to go to kindergarten. Can you let them go for once? Jia Jia only earns 4,000 yuan a month and is exhausted every day. She has to support Xian Xian and help you pay off your debts. She is almost starving to death. How can she afford to give you money? Her words pierce my heart like a knife. Look at yourself, and then look at others. Even if they can't be rich, they're at least working hard to give their wives and children a good life. What about you? What have you done all these years? Jia Jia is such a good woman, but you beat her into the hospital. Do you have a conscience? She pointed at me, her voice getting more and more intense. Every time you lose money, you take it out on the child. Xian Xian is just a child. What does she know? Even if you did something wrong, at least you should give the child a good future. Grandma Wang has been a teacher all her life, and her rational words leave me unable to refute them. Her anger made me feel ashamed, and I could only lower my head and stand in front of her. But suddenly, Xuan's voice came from the room. Don't hit my dad. Grandma Wang paused, put down the crutch she had raised, and there was a trace of helplessness and compassion in her eyes. You're such a jerk, but Xian Xian still stands by you. Check your conscience, and ask yourself if you are worthy of them. Her words made my heart sink even more, and I could hardly control my tears. Grandma Wang shook her head and turned to go home. Grandma Wang, I took out 1,000 yuan and some canned food and pure milk from my pocket. This is the 1,000 yuan I owe you. These things are my way of honoring you in Grandpa's song. Please don't despise them. Grandma Wang was stunned when she saw the 1,000 yuan. Over the years, I never took the initiative to pay her back, and she never thought I would do so. She was too lazy to ask more questions and just snorted coldly. Old woman, I have money. You keep the money. Let Jia save it for you. You don't need canned food and milk. Give it to Xian Xian to supplement her nutrition. She has always been thin. Grandma Wang. I suddenly knelt on the ground, which scared Grandma Wang. What are you doing? I'm telling you. I've seen through you over the years. Don't try this again. I won't lend you money anymore. Grandma Wang, I know I was wrong. For several years, I acted like a beast. Thank you and Grandpa Song for taking care of Jia and Xian Xian. I whispered, I swear, I will never be like before. I will treat them well and respect you as my own family. When she heard what I said, Grandma Wang was a little stunned. Her eyes were moist. She helped me up and brushed the dust off my knees. The sea of suffering is endless. Turn back now. You're only 30 years old, and you still have a long future ahead of you. If you can figure out, it's still not too late to change everything. Grandma is happy for you. In the end, Grandma Wang left the 1,000 yuan and the things I brought. I declined her kindness and didn't want to go to her house to wait for Jia, so I decided to spend more time with Xian Xian. More than half an hour passed. I chatted with Xian Xian and made her happy. Her laughter made me feel that everything was worth it. Just then, footsteps sounded in the corridor, and I saw the familiar pair of high heels. Since getting married, Chun Jia seems to have never bought high heels again, even though she used to like this kind of shoes very much. What are you doing here? Her cold voice broke my thoughts. I took a deep breath and smiled at her. Hello, my name is Lin Ming. What are you doing? Chun Jia looked at the hand I extended, frowning. If divorce is the end of my previous life, then getting to know each other again is the beginning of my next life. I was not embarrassed at all, and my heart was filled with guilt and pity for her. We're already divorced. This trick doesn't work. Don't try to deceive me this way again. Chun Jia smiled coldly and walked straight to the door. Get out of the way, I want to go home. I silently stepped aside, feeling heartbroken. The security door opened. When Xian Xian saw me, she took a few steps back with fear in her eyes. Even though I had made her happy, the shadows of the past still haunted her, causing her to drink and become violent after losing money. Xian Xian, I suppressed the pain in my heart and smiled gently. Don't be afraid, Daddy won't go in. These are the snacks and toys Daddy bought for you. There's your favorite Princess Elsa in it. She looked at me with confusion in her eyes, sometimes looking at the things in my hand, sometimes looking at Chun Jia. Where did you get the money? Why did you buy so many things? Did you ask your parents for it again? Chun Jia's tone became even colder. I lowered my head and looked at her disbelieving eyes, feeling a pang of pain in my heart. Your parents have worked hard all their lives. How can I ask them for money? I smiled bitterly. It's my money, really. How can you still make money? Did your parents raise you to this age just to let you squander your money? Every word Chunjia said cut in my heart like a knife. I don't even have enough money to pay for Schwan's kindergarten. Please stop harassing us. I didn't argue. I just stood there quietly and listened to her vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years. I waited until she stopped talking, and then I slowly said, Chunjia, I know I was an asshole in the past, but it's different now. You don't want me to believe you now. Her voice was cold. I can make money now. If you don't believe me, just look at my WeChat. I won't watch. Chunjia waved her hands anxiously. Go away. We are divorced. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Okay, I'm leaving. I lower my head and walk downstairs. I knew that if I continued to pester her today, she would only hate me more, and I couldn't help but feel deep pain in my heart. When I walked downstairs, I heard Chunjia suddenly shout, Wait a minute. Today I went to Hanyuan Financial Management, and Mr. Lee tore up the IOU in front of me and said that your account has been settled. What's going on? I was stunned for a moment, then turned around to explain. I helped him make some money, and he was grateful to me, so he wiped out the account. Chunjia sneered. Do you really think I'm a fool? Who is Li Hanyuan? Who are you, Lin Ming? You help him make money. What a joke. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Chunjia pointed downstairs. Go back and see your parents when you have time, and see what they can give you. She glared at me, looked at the package in my hand, and finally, after hesitating for a moment, put the things into the house. Bang! The security door closed heavily, and I stood outside the door with a smile on my face. Being able to let Xian call me and buy these things for her means that there is still a connection between her and me. Jia, wait for me, I said softly and turned away. However, I'd only taken a few steps when Wang Lanmei came out of her house and knocked on Chunjia's door. What else do you want to do? Chunjia subconsciously wanted to scold, but when she saw it was Wang Lanmei, she swallowed her words back. Grandma Wang. Jia, Grandma wants to tell you something. Wang Lanmei said. Lin Ming just returned 1,000 yuan he lent me and brought canned food and pure milk. He was very polite, completely different from before. He seems to have really changed. Chunjia's face changed, and she said quickly, Grandma Wang, you are a good person. Don't be fooled by Lin Ming's self-torture. He has always used this method to cheat money. He cheated you, and it will be even more difficult to escape next time. Wang Lanmei hesitated for a moment and held Chunjia's hand. Jia, Grandma understands what you have been through, but my intuition tells me that maybe you should give him a chance, at least for Xian. He has had the opportunity to change. Xian cannot live without a father. Otherwise, she will be laughed at by other children. How many chances have I given him? Every time he says he will change, he'll be hanging out with those bad friends again. He'll never change. As Chunjia spoke, tears fell uncontrollably. She never cried easily in front of her parents, but in front of Wang Lanmei, she couldn't help but let down her guard. Okay, kid, let's stop crying. Wang Lanmei hugged Chunjia and sighed. He hurt you too deeply, but you still have a chance. Chunjia took a deep breath, calmed down, said goodbye to Wang Lanmei, and went home. Mom, look, it's money, lots of money. Xian ran over with a fried chicken leg in one hand and a stack of banknotes in the other. Chunjia was stunned, ran over to check, and found that it was a full 100,000 yuan. There was also a note with Lin Ming's handwriting on it. Jia, this money is earned by me honestly. You don't have to worry. The remaining money is for you and Xian to replenish their health. I was an asshole in the past, but I have changed. Give me a chance, and I will treat you well in the future. Chunjia picked up the paper with trembling hands, feeling conflicted. She had the urge to tear it up, but in the end, she carefully folded it and put it in the drawer. Matai doubled, real estate skyrocketed, chilling stock market fell, special cold medicine. I sat on my bed in my apartment, mumbling to myself, planning every step forward. These events will happen in just a few days, and I have prepared for them, especially the special cold medicine, which will be the starting point of my business empire and determine whether I can establish myself as a business tycoon. After a few days of the rise in Matai prices, I gave up my plan to go home to visit my parents. My hometown is in northern Ontario, which is too far away from Blue Island City. It takes 2 days to go back and forth, and time is tight. Mom and Dad, I'll come back to see you after I get through this difficult time. The guilt I feel towards my parents is no different from the guilt I feel towards Chunjia and Xian. Over the years, I have used various methods to ask for money from my parents, almost making them unable to hold their heads up in the village. My younger brother Lin Ku and my younger sister Lin Chu's marriages were also ruined because of this. But no matter what, my parents never complained. They always believed that I would correct myself. I called Li Hanyuan. It's not easy to get something like Feitian Matai. Even if you can find it, you can only get 1 or 2 bottles at most. I don't have any connections, but Li Hanyuan does. The phone rang once, and Li Hanyuan picked it up. Brother Lin, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Is today a day to make a fortune? I smiled and said, Brother Li, do you know any wine merchants? The Feitian Matai type. Oh, you asked the right person. Li Hanyuan turned around and said seriously, I have a few friends who are in the liquor business. They are quite famous in Donglin province. What is the price of Feitian Matai? I continued to ask. It's about 3,000 per bottle. I bought 2 bottles yesterday to celebrate. They really smell good. I nodded. I think the price of Feitian Matai will increase this time. Price increase? How did you know? There was doubt in Li Hongyuan's tone. I smiled and said, I can tell fortunes. Brother Lin, do you really understand metaphysics? He was half believing and half doubting. Obviously, Li Hanyuan did not completely believe in such an illusory thing. No matter what the National Liquor Administration says, the price of Feitian Matai will increase. Do you want to try it? I raised my eyebrows. Li Hanyuan was silent for a while, and finally said, Okay, I believe you. Then we will start a stockpile as much wine as we can. The remaining 1.8 million will be transferred to you immediately. After hanging up the phone, I transferred 1.8 million to Li Hongyuan's account. Li Hongyuan's assets have exceeded 15 million, and he is considering whether to make a full bet. After all, the source of this information is not completely reliable. But thinking about the opportunities he had missed before, he finally decided to give it a try. I'm going to contact the wine merchant. Hurry up. With Li Hongyuan's help, I saved myself a lot of trouble. In the evening, the city streets are still busy and people are rushing around. After I completed the large transfer and walked out of the bank, I saw couples everywhere, and I couldn't help but recall the time when Chun Jia and I first started dating. It's great to be young. After a quick meal, I went to the gym. From today on, I decided to develop my physical fitness. After all, change is not just about wealth. At 8 o'clock in the evening, deafening cheers were heard in the stadium. Lin Jiahua's first solo concert began. I don't care about these things. We all have the last name Lin, but what I like is never Lin Jiahua, but making money. At 9 o'clock, Li Hanyuan called. Brother, the money has been spent. According to your instructions, the wine merchants have already started to act. Oh, I raised my eyebrows. Brotherly, you just made 10 million yesterday, and you spent it all today? Well, since Brother Lin dares to go all in, why shouldn't I follow suit? But it's not 10 million, it's 11 million. Li Hanyuan said with a smile. It seems that your wine merchant friends are indeed very powerful. I sighed inwardly. If we calculate based on 3,000 yuan per bottle, my own 1.8 million is 600 bottles, and Li Hongyuan's is even more, close to 4,000 bottles. They don't have that much on hand. Most of it is transferred from other provinces, but it will definitely arrive within 2 days, Li Hanyuan explained. That's good. You could drink a few more bottles this time. I said with a smile. Haha, it's all thanks to Brother Talin. Li Hanyuan also laughed. I was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Brother Li, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and Li Hanyuan said quickly, Brother, what is our relationship? Just speak frankly. I took a deep breath and said, lending is not the right way. Even if Hanyuan Financial Management does not lend money at high interest rates, it has broken many families apart. Do you understand what I mean? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Finally, Li Hanyuan took a deep breath and said, I am sorry for this matter. I apologize first. I will withdraw my investment, change my name, and completely sever my ties with you. When you eat the meat, don't forget to let me have some soup. I chuckled. Now you eat the meat and I drink the soup, right? Ha ha, you're joking, brother. After we hung up the phone, Li Hanyuan finally realized that I was helping him get out of trouble, and I didn't want to have a dirty friend around me after I became successful. In the next few days, I was either in the gym or looking up information online. I have some foresight about the future, but every detail requires more preparation. Zhang Kuang really crazy. I sat in the internet cafe and stretched. Zhang Kuang, the guy who developed the special cold medicine, has a bad temper and doesn't know how to adapt at all. His proposal was rejected by pharmaceutical companies, and everyone thought he was crazy. There are many types of cold medicines, but none of them can produce immediate results, and investors are reluctant to invest more money in this field. But I know that Zhang Kuang's special medicine will change all this. The pharma giant will find him and launch a special cold medicine, becoming the overlord at the top of the industry in one fell swoop. And Zhang Kuang will also become a legend, receive the Medal of National Hero, and save countless families. What a great guy. I rubbed my eyebrows, paid the bill, and left the internet cafe. It is not the right time to look for Zhang Kuang now, and I don't have enough funds to set up a pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical industry is much more complicated than other industries and requires cumbersome audits and procedures. This made me realize once again the benefits of connections, as one person really cannot handle everything in multiple places. On August 29th, the fourth day after hoarding the wine, at about 6 p.m., I stood at the door of room 301 in Unju community and asked, "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Chen Jia opened the door and saw the old couple in simple clothes, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Even though we have divorced, Chen Jia still called out Mom and Dad in response to the old couple's concern. Jia, did we disturb you?" Chi Yufan was a little reserved, obviously worried about coming uninvited. "Mom, what are you talking about? Come in quickly." Chen Jia helped to carry the things. "Why do you carry so much? You guys are so stupid. Tell me when you come, and I'll pick you up. It's not tiring. I brought some agricultural products to you. I sent them to you in case you need them," Chi Yufan said with a smile. As soon as she entered the house, Xian threw herself into Chi Yufan's arms. "Grandma." "Haha, Grandma missed you so much." Chi Yufan smiled from ear to ear and kissed Xian on the forehead several times. "Grandfather." Xian jumped out of her grandmother's arms and threw herself at Lin Chunghua again, smiling brightly. But when she turned around, my eyes involuntarily swept to the bruises on her arms, and the stinging feeling instantly surged into my heart. My heart tightened, and I turned to look at Chen Jia, with a sense of uneasiness in my heart. "Chen Jia, let me see." Lin Chunhua's voice suddenly broke my thoughts. His eyes were sharp like a knife. Chen Jia lowered her head slightly, as if she didn't dare to look directly at him. Her complexion was not good, and although the redness and swelling had lessened a little, they were still visible. At that moment, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Did he do it?" Lin Chunhua looked at me angrily, shaking with anger. I gritted my teeth and whispered, "It's me." He immediately roared, "You beast! How could I give birth to a beast like you?" He shouted at Chi Yufan, "Call that good son and tell him to get back here right away. Otherwise, I will kill him today." At that moment, I felt a surge of anger and shame. My parents had never been so angry with me before. Although they were always disappointed with my immaturity, today's anger was completely different. Chi Yufan's smile disappeared instantly, and she picked up the phone nervously. "Dad, let me hit you." Chun Jia's voice trembled. She walked over and stopped Chi Yufan. I had just sat down to eat when the phone rang. When I saw it was Chun Jia calling, I stopped instantly and wiped the grease from the corners of my mouth. "Hello." I answered the phone, my voice still calm. "Mom and Dad are here. Come here quickly." Chun Jia's tone was cold, giving me a bad feeling. "Mom and Dad." I was stunned for a moment and vaguely guessed that it might be because of Xian and Chen Jia. She continued, "Dad is angry. You'd better be ready." The call was disconnected, and the air froze for a moment. I stood up, put down my Ruji ammo, and took a taxi to Unju Community. Along the way, I kept thinking back to the reason why Lin Changhua was furious was nothing more than my previous behavior towards Chen Jia and Xian. Apart from this incident, my parents had never been angry with me for anything else. Arriving at Unju Community, I ran upstairs without closing the door. As soon as I entered the house, Lin Changhua kicked me and hit me directly in the abdomen. I doubled over in pain and took a few steps backward before falling to the ground. Chi Yufan stood aside, with her head down and tears in her eyes. Chen Jia looked at me, biting her lower lip, and said nothing. Xian, however, looked anxious and pulled Lin Cheng. "Grandpa, don't hit him." Lin Changhua was furious. "How dare you hit your wife and children? What kind of man are you?" He was so angry that his face turned red, and he continued to yell at me. "Chun Jia married you, which is considered marrying down. Does she like you drinking and gambling? Or does she like you beating her up at every turn? You don't deserve it." He slapped me again. Blood oozed from the corner of my mouth, and the pain almost made me lose consciousness. "Do you know that Xian is only 4 years old? What did she do wrong to treat her like this? She is your daughter. Are you so cruel?" Lin Changhua shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he was going to break through all his rationality. He walked angrily towards the kitchen, obviously to get a kitchen knife. Dad, calm down. Chunjia rushed over and stopped him. I promise. Lin Ming will never hit me or Xin again. Lin Changhua said angrily. Promise? He has promised so many times. What did he say and do? He was so angry that he was shaking. In desperation, Chunjia shouted, Dad, we are divorced. I am no longer his wife. As soon as the words fell, Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan were stunned. They felt as if they were struck by lightning and their whole body suddenly collapsed. Divorce. Lin Changhua repeated the word woodenly, his eyes empty. Chi Yufan was already sobbing and she was shaking and covering her face in great pain. I stood there, watching this scene, feeling bitter. I never thought this day would come. You guys. I opened my mouth and wanted to say something, but my voice choked. I turned to look at Chunjia beside me, feeling guilty. Dad, Mom. My voice was low, filled with self-blame and pain. Divorce is good. Divorce is good. Lin Chenghua's voice was as low as dead ashes, and he turned and walked out the door. I hurriedly asked, Dad, where are you going? Go home. Lin Changhua answered with heavy steps. Chi Yufan followed him, and I knew they couldn't stay here any longer. I watched them leave, feeling extremely empty inside. I wanted to stop them, but my parents at this moment were no longer the parents I once relied on. I am sorry. Chunjia's tears were like a flood that broke through the dam, and she was completely powerless. I'm sorry, I really didn't think about it. Mom, don't cry. Xian is scared. Xian pulled Chunjia's trouser leg and comforted her softly. I was silent, with mixed feelings in my heart. All of this was caused by me, and I don't deserve to stay in this house anymore. I took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. I looked at Xuan's worried eyes, smiled at her, and finally turned and left home. Back at the apartment, I bought a few bottles of Lao Baigon and drank them one after another until I was completely drunk. It was not until 9:30 the next day that the phone rang and pulled me back to reality from my slumber. I glanced at the phone and saw that Li Honyuan had called me 5 or 6 times. Hello. I answered the phone. Brother, what are you doing? I'm so worried. Liu Yuan showed anxiously. What's wrong? I asked. What's wrong? Aren't you a fortune teller? The price of Feiqian Mitai has doubled. Didn't you expect that? There was a hint of excitement in Li Hongyuan's voice. I was stunned, and then my mind cleared up a little. The prices increased. I sat up quickly. It went up like crazy, from 3,000 to 8,000. Li Hongyuan continued excitedly. Did you know? My friends all asked me how I knew that, and it made me laugh to death, haha. I didn't show any expression, and said calmly, sell it when the price goes up. After this surge, the price of Feiqian Mitai will be stable for a while. Stable? Will it rise in the future? Li Honyuan caught my words sharply. That's in the future. I guess by then you won't care about this little money anymore. I smiled, but in my heart, I thought that the price was no longer important, and the real big thing had just begun. Li Honyuan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help sighing. Tens of millions are nothing but small money in my eyes. Brother, I have a friend who is very interested in you and wants to meet you. Li Honyuan suddenly changed the subject. I frowned. You told him about me? I don't want to reveal too much, especially the ability to foresee the future. Once people know about it, I'll be in big trouble. Don't worry, brother. I didn't mean it. Li Hongyuan hurriedly explained. My friend's identity is a bit special. He is the son of the top leader of Landau City. His name is Zhou Chong. Hearing this, my frown immediately relaxed. This is really a network of people coming to my doorstep. I smiled and said, Brother Li actually knows such a person. I am really impressed by him. Li Honyuan breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, we don't have a close relationship. He is the #1 son of Blue Island City. He is not someone I can approach. It doesn't matter. Since he wants to see me, let's meet him. I decided to go with the flow. Okay, I'll let you know the time and place after I get in touch, said Li Honyuan. After hanging up the phone, I took a shower to wash off the alcohol. After lunch, I hesitated for a moment, but still called Chi Yufan. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally connected. Mom, are you home? I asked. Well, I took a long-distance bus last night, and I'm already home. Chi Yufan's voice was filled with fatigue. They were both silent. There were so many things I wanted to say, but I didn't know where to start. If everything is fine, I'll hang up first. I still have work to do in the fields. Chi Yufan said lightly. Mom, I said in a deep voice, I was wrong about what happened in the past. I swear, I will make sure that you, Dad, Lin Ku, Lin Chu, and the others can live a good life. Chi Yufan's voice trembled slightly. Lin Ming, your parents have been farmers all their lives. They never thought about becoming rich. They just hope that you can live a stable and down-to-earth life. How? How come you are with? Jia Jia is divorced. I could feel her disappointment and pain, and finally the call was hung up. I secretly swore in my heart that I would never let Chun Jia leave me. In the afternoon, Li Honyuan called and said that he had already arranged a meeting time with Zhou Chong. It would be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at TUI International. I was stunned. TUI International was exactly the company where Chun Jia worked. This coincidence made me feel a little uneasy. Could this really be a coincidence? Okay, since he wants to see me, let's meet him. I agreed. The next day, I got up early, took a shower after my morning run, and changed into my newly bought suit, looking neat and tidy. At around 10 o'clock, Li Honyuan showed up at TUI International on time. As soon as he saw me, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you look so handsome dressed like this. Even I am attracted to you. You still say such things at your age?" I smiled. Li Honyuan teased, "The girls at the front desk are staring at you, and you still say you are old?" I rolled my eyes helplessly. He was right. There were indeed a few people secretly watching me. We walked into the elevator, and a woman walked over from a distance. Chun Jia looked at us entering the elevator, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She obviously recognized me, but she didn't come over. Maybe she still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that I was here to apply for a job. However, she quickly shook her head and decided not to think too much about it. "Please tell President Han that Lin Ming and Li Honyuan have arrived," Li Honyuan said to the girl at the front desk. Hearing our names, the girl at the front desk immediately led us to the office. "Boss Han is waiting for you. Please follow me." Li Honyuan took a deep breath and said excitedly, "It smells so good." I rolled my eyes and walked towards Mr. Han's office. This was destined to be no ordinary meeting. Han Changyu, the CEO of TUI International China, is at the peak of his career. His office is large enough to accommodate 2 apartments, but it is filled with swords and knives, giving people a weird feeling. According to Li Honyuan, Han Changyu has made the greatest contribution to TUI International's success today. He is 36 years old, still single, and has a strong business mind. Li Honyuan and I walked into the office. Han Changyu stood up with a gentle smile on his face, without any airs. "Mr. Li, Mr. Lin, welcome." "Hello, Mr. Han," Li Honyuan said respectfully. I smiled and said, "Boss Han, you are too polite. I am alone and have no right to be called boss." These words made Han Changyu's eyes sparkle. He was obviously interested in me. Zhou Chong had mentioned me before, and he thought I was just a nobody at the bottom, but he didn't expect that I could handle it like this. "Please take a seat, both of you." Han Changyu motioned for us to sit down. Sitting opposite was a young man, dressed in ordinary clothes but with a proud temperament. It was Zhou Chong, who looked no more than 26 or 27 years old. Li Honyuan said, "Boss Zhou, this is Lin Ming." Zhou Chong smiled and said, "Mr. Li, don't be angry. I checked Lin Ming's background, and the result is not good. How should I put it? He's a lucky guy." Li Honyuan looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Chong to be so disrespectful. I knew in my heart that Li Honyuan wanted to pave the way for me, but Zhou Chong was obviously not interested in me. Li Hongyuan's embarrassment made me a little impatient. Decided to break the deadlock. I have heard of Mr. Zhou's great name for a long time. After seeing him today, I find that his reputation is well-deserved. I said with a smile. Zhou Chong sneered. "Don't say such polite words. I'm tired of hearing them." "Then what does Mr. Zhou want to hear?" I still smiled and did not back down. Zhou Chong frowned and obviously didn't intend to say more to me, but I still insisted. This challenge made him a little impatient. "Are you a gambler? Or do you think you can predict your future?" Zhou Chong finally spoke, his words full of provocation. I answered slowly, "Maybe it's luck, but I never rely on luck to do anything." Zhou Chong didn't care and raised his mouth. "The price increase in Matai is indeed surprising. But I am in the wine industry. I can figure out the reasons for the price changes from all aspects, and I know fortune-telling. Do you think this time's luck is... Can I help you for the rest of your life?" I smiled and said nothing, knowing in my heart that Zhou Chong was just trying to suppress me and he didn't really understand me. Han Changyu saw that the atmosphere was a little tense, so he picked up the tea tray and walked over. "Don't mind, Mr. Lin. Zhou Chong is a straightforward guy, and sometimes he offends a lot of people. I want to beat him up. I'm just stating the facts." Zhou Chong responded calmly. I suddenly stood up and sneered. "I came here today to save Mr. Zhou from a disaster. Since I'm not welcome, I will leave first." Zhou Chong's face darkened, and he immediately asked back, "Are you cursing me?" I returned his words to him exactly as they were. I am only stating the facts. The atmosphere froze instantly. Zhou Chang's face changed, his eyes sharp. You dare to say such words to me? Are you confident or overestimating yourself? I said calmly, Master Zhou, do you have a batch of red wine imported from abroad? Zhou Chang sneered. There are plenty of red wines, nothing special. It belongs to a country called Transwang and is worth 50 million. I said lightly. Zhou Chang stood up suddenly, his face changed drastically. How do you know? He almost shouted, and his voice startled Li Hanyuan and Han Changyu. Zhou Chang, be steady. Han Changyu tried to dissuade him. Brother Han, you don't understand. Zhou Chang seemed a little impatient. That batch of red wine was just shipped here recently. It's kept secret. Besides my assistant, only my father and grandfather know about it. I looked at Zhou Chang and said coldly, that batch of wine is fake. It's not surprising that someone died from drinking it. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Chang was furious. The quality of the wine from Mingtalin is world-renowned. How could it be fake? What nonsense are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hanyuan and Han Changyu were stunned. Zhou Chang did have a batch of high-end red wines of excellent quality. However, he had no idea that these wines were not authentic imported wines at all. I saw Zhou Chang's face turn even paler. I knew what was going on. This was the first time I used my perception of the future to accurately grasp his fatal weakness. Zhou Chang's shocked eyes were fixed on me. I said calmly, the wine you bought is fake. It will ruin everything you have. Zhou Chang stood there, totally unable to believe what he heard. You're talking nonsense. I ignored him and turned to leave. If you don't believe me, you will experience the disaster yourself when that batch of wine enters the market. Han Changyu stood aside with a complicated look in his eyes. You are such an interesting person. It was shipped from a country called Telenzwang. There are about 10,000 bottles, and the value is 50 million. I said lightly. Zhou Chang stood up suddenly. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and his voice suddenly increased. How did you know? His tone was so excited that Li Hanyuan and Han Changyu were stunned. Zhou Chang, be steady. Han Changyu reminded in a low voice. Brother Han, you don't understand. Zhou Chang shook his head and said anxiously, that batch of red wine was just shipped a few days ago. The whole process was kept secret. Apart from my assistant, only my father and my grandfather knew about it. This time I want to make a splash and use it to make my Chongyan winery famous. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Changyu turned his gaze to me, as if waiting for my reaction. I said casually, it may not be a big hit, but I know that the red wine is fake and it will kill people if they drink it. Zhou Chang's face changed instantly, and he was furious. You're talking nonsense. I put almost all my fortune on that batch of wine. The quality of Mingtalin wine is known to all the world. Do you think we're selling it for a few dozen yuan? Trash wine. Although Zhou Chang's words were filled with anger, they also revealed a hint of uneasiness. He had indeed imported this batch of wine from a special channel, and although it was legal, the source of this batch of wine was kept absolutely confidential to the outside world. He spent 5,000 renminbi per bottle to buy the wine from overseas, and the domestic price would be 20,000 renminbi per bottle. With his status, a large number of wealthy and powerful people have already reserved this batch of wine. Once it is sold out, he will immediately become a billionaire, and Chongyan wine industry will become a famous company. Zhou Chang was even excited about this for several nights, fantasizing about taking credit to his father and grandfather in the future, proving that he could work independently and stand in front of them without relying on their protection. However, now, this charlatan, who was nothing in his eyes, actually told him that these wines were fake and could not enter the market at all. That's it, Mr. Zhou. Think it over carefully. I said coldly and walked away, leaving Zhou Chang in shock and the two embarrassed men. That feeling was like reaching the peak, only to find out that the other person was actually a man. Zhou Chang simply couldn't accept it. Show me the evidence. He gasped, his eyes red, anger and fear intertwined. No one who dares to make fun of me will have a good ending. Zhou Chang was like a mad beast, his eyes full of threats. If you can't explain it today, don't blame me for not giving Li Hanyuan face. I smiled, unafraid. Mr. Zhou, maybe you really put all your hopes on this batch of red wine. But have you ever tested the wine? Zhou Chang's face suddenly changed and he was stunned. He had cooperated with this wine supplier several times before and made a lot of money. He had never considered the need for wine testing. He had never thought that there would be any problems. It seems that there isn't any. I shrugged. In that case, let's not talk about anything else. Let's go check the bar first. Zhou Chang was stunned for a moment, looking a little flustered. Zhou Chang, Testing the wine is the rule. Just do as Mr. Lin said. It's only 5,000 yuan a bottle. Han Chanyu smiled and half-jokingly. If you don't want to, I'll pay for it. He seemed much calmer. After all, he was not as confident as Zhou Chong, who thought Lin Ming was just lucky. Compared with Zhou Chong, Han Chanyu was more curious about whether what Lin Ming said was true or not. Zhou Chong gritted his teeth and stared at me fiercely. No, if Master Lin is wrong, let Master Lin pay for the wine. What if I'm right? I asked back. Zhou Chong's eyelids twitched suddenly. At this moment, he realized that if it was really as I said, the consequences would not just be a matter of money. You know too much. He took a deep breath, and with a bit of anger, he dialed the phone. Shall we take 3 bottles of the wine that was shipped from Mingtalin last time to the Quality Supervision and Inspection Institute for inspection? Xiao Hui on the other end of the phone hesitated. Brother Chong, 3 bottles? Each bottle of these wines is worth more than 20,000 yuan. Besides, how can you? Shut up. Do as I say now. Zhou Chong's roar interrupted Xiao Hui's words. After hanging up the phone, he glared at me with cold eyes. Why are you staring so hard? I raised my eyebrows and smiled. If looks could kill, I'd probably die 1,000 times now. Time passed slowly under the oppression. I was not worried about the authenticity of the red wine, because in my prediction of the future, Zhou Chong's batch of wine did cause the deaths of dozens of people, including the rich and powerful. This news quickly spread through the internet, and eventually Zhou Chong was taken away for investigation overnight and was eventually sentenced to life imprisonment. His father, Zhou Mingli, the party secretary of Landau City, chose to commit suicide. Zhou Mingli has always been known for his integrity and self-discipline, but he did not expect that because of his son's mistakes, he finally chose to end his life. Zhou Chong's grandfather, Zhou Wenyan, who was the governor of Donglan province, was unable to withstand this huge blow. His health suddenly deteriorated, and he eventually died. All this was because of that batch of wine. And my trip was not just to establish contact with Zhou Chong, but more to avoid the demise of the Zhou family. How could the nearly 20 million people in Blue Island City be affected by this disaster? Sitting here, I am not afraid of him at all. As cruel as Zhou Chong is now, he will be as weak by then. Half an hour passed, and the atmosphere in the office became increasingly dull. I drank tea leisurely, occasionally whispering a few words of praise. Zhou Chong was restless, his eyes almost popped out. Li Honyuan was obviously unable to sit still, but they didn't dare to speak. Han Chanyu occasionally interrupted to try to ease the atmosphere, but when no one spoke, he was too lazy to say anything. Another 10 minutes passed. Grandpa, your grandson is calling again. A shrill ringtone broke the deadlock. Interesting ringtone. I looked at Zhou Chong with a smile. Humph. Zhou Chong snorted coldly and picked up the phone to answer it. Are the results out? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Hui's voice was trembling, and his tone was full of panic. Brother Chong, fake wine. All fake wine. All 3 bottles of wine are fake. Zhou Chong's face turned pale instantly. His heart beat violently, almost stopping. What did you say? The barcode and label are correct, but the sulfur dioxide exceeds the limit, and there's a lot of industrial alcohol mixed in. Xiao Hui's voice trembled, and he almost cried out, Brother Chong, they are playing tricks on us and deliberately. You're setting a trap. Drinking this wine will kill people. Zhou Chong was struck by lightning. His phone fell to the ground, and the sound disappeared into the air. Xiao Hui continued to talk, but Zhou Chong had no intention of listening. Fake wine. He spent 50 million to buy the wine, and all his hopes were pinned on this batch of wine. But it turned out to be fake. He couldn't believe it. No, that's not the case. It's impossible. Zhou Chong frantically dialed the wine supplier, but the phone was turned off. He did not give up and tried other ways to contact him, but all of them failed. The wine supplier had completely lost contact. Fuck! Zhou Chong yelled angrily, and his phone broke into pieces. Li Honyuan and Han Chanyu also understood what had happened. Li Honyuan tried his best to suppress his excitement, but he obviously couldn't help but feel shocked and worried. Han Chanyu silently looked at my back, a feeling of fear emerging in his heart. This man seemed to have unimaginable terrifying abilities. Mr. Lin. Han Chanyu swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Han, please speak. I turned around and responded with a smile. This is really what you calculated? Han Chanyu asked. It doesn't matter how we knew it. What matters is that the Zhou family successfully escaped from the cliff. I said, Zhou Chong, it's okay. The Zhou family, it's okay. I emphasized these 2 words very much. When Zhou Chong heard this, he was shocked, covered in cold sweat, and his legs lost strength, and he could hardly support his body. Finally, he knelt down and knelt straight towards me. Zhou Chong, Boss Zhou. Han Chanyu and Li Hongyuan's expressions changed immediately. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? I quickly supported Zhou Chong. No matter how powerful he was, I couldn't make the #1 young master in Landau City kneel down in front of me. Thank you, Zhou Chong murmured, his voice filled with uncontrollable fear and gratitude. He was so confused that he couldn't organize his words. He couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be if this batch of red wine was really sold. Those who ordered the red wine were not just ordinary dignitaries and wealthy people, but also some important figures in the provincial government. If they drank this wine, if they died, even 10 heads of Zhou Chong are not enough. His father, the top leader of Blue Island City, would also suffer an unexpected disaster because of this. As for his grandfather, the old man who was dedicated to serving the people, he would probably die of anger. And today, Lin Ming resolved this terrible disaster with just a few words. Zhou Chong swore that if I hadn't reminded him, he would never have thought of testing the wine because he trusted the supplier too much. Bang! Zhou Chong suddenly slapped himself in the face and then bowed deeply to me. This time, I didn't stop him. He was a normal person and should have done the same. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my previous disrespect. If it weren't for you, Zhou Chong, would probably not have lived for many days. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Zhou, you're too polite. Nothing has happened yet, and it's not your fault. The key is that you can listen to me. I smiled and helped him up. Zhou Chong lowered his head, his tone full of gratitude and sincerity. Mr. Lin, I know what the consequences will be for my Zhou family if these red wines are sold. His tone this time was surprisingly gentle, completely lacking the condescending indifference he had before. Just as I had expected, he was as ruthless as he was now. Mr. Lin, you're the benefactor of the Zhou family and my benefactor. From now on, I will call you Brother Lin. If there is anything that requires my help, no matter what it is, I will agree to it. Zhou Chong almost respectfully said. Couldn't be more respectful. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. I am indeed a few years older than you. From now on, we can call each other brothers without being impolite. I said with a big laugh. Li Hongyuan, who was standing by, was stunned. He secretly sighed that Lin Ming was indeed extraordinary. With just a few words, he made Zhou Chong a proud young man, bow his head, and submit to him. At the same time, Li Hongyuan was also surprised at Lin Ming's fortune-telling ability, which was so accurate that it was terrifying. From Zhang Chongwei of Haining Network, to Lin Zhehua's concert, to the price increase of Fei Tianmitai, to this moment, every time was right. Li Hongyuan now completely believed in Lin Ming's ability. You know, before this, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were completely from two different worlds and had no friendship at all. Apart from fortune-telling, he couldn't understand why Lin Ming. How did you know that batch of red wine was fake? Brother Han, let's prepare a banquet. Today I want to have a big drink with Brother Lin, and we won't go home until we are drunk. Zhou Chong proposed to Han Changyu. Okay. Let's go to Hong Ming's Tianyang Hotel. Okay. Han Changyu agreed with a smile, feeling very happy. Zhou Chong was saved from danger, and Han Changyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the crisis was resolved, you lost $50 million. Don't you feel bad? I joked. Money is a bastard. You can earn it again if you lose it, but if you lose your life, it's really over. Zhou Chong laughed without hesitation. I admire his character. From his attitude, I can see that he is like Li Hongyuan, a person who knows how to repay kindness. Maybe he also wants to make friends with me, but there is nothing wrong with that. We all know it. Not announced. In the following time, Han Changyu booked a private room at the Tianyang Hotel, and everyone sat down to continue drinking tea. Han Changyu smiled and said, the top quality Dahongpo that was just brewed should not be wasted. The atmosphere was much better than before. Zhou Chong had completely become like a fanboy, no longer having the condescending attitude he had before. Han Changyu had seen Lin Ming's ability and did not dare to offend me. His attitude was also very polite. Li, not to mention Han Yuan, he didn't even have the chance to talk to Zhou Chong before, but now his relationship with Zhou Chong has become closer instantly. The reason is very simple. Lin Ming was introduced by Li Hongyuan. Boom. Just as we were having a happy chat, there was a knock on Han Changyu's office door. A woman in a black uniform and a short skirt came in, nodded politely to Lin Ming, and then said, Boss Han, I'm Chun Jia from the project department. Director Liu is in a meeting, so I came down. Reporting to you. Chun Jia stopped talking before she finished, stunned. She saw me sitting on the sofa. Is it really you? Chun Jia rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. It turns out that the person who walked into the elevator was really him. But how is it possible? Chun Jia found it hard to believe how Lin Ming could appear in President Han's office, and he looked so elegant, chatting and laughing with President Han and Zhou Chong. I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you, I said with a smile. At this moment, Han Changyu and Zhou Chong were both stunned. Mr. Lin, do you know him? Han Changyu was obviously shocked. No, I don't know him. Chun Jia and I spoke almost at the same time, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Chun Jia blushed and quickly explained. Boss Han, it's not that I don't know him. Seeing Chun Jia's blushing cheeks, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. No wonder Xian is so cute. It turns out her mother is so cute. I like her, I suddenly said bluntly. The air around them froze, and everyone was stunned. Don't talk nonsense. Chun Jia stamped her feet anxiously. Brother Lin, are you kidding? Zhou Chong couldn't help but laugh. He had never expected that Lin Ming would be so direct. Looking at Zhou Chong's expression, I couldn't help but feel proud. Direct confession, this is my style, Lin Ming. Yes, I like her. I looked straight at Chun Jia and said firmly, I love her to my core. If I can't be her man and give her the happiest life, then I will live the rest of my life in vain. Better to die. Chun Jia was stunned. Her eyes were confused. Although she didn't completely believe it, I knew that she had never heard such a sincere confession from me. Li Hanyuan had already heard about what happened between me and Chun Jia, but Han Changyu and Zhou Chong were completely confused. Is this a confession? So direct? I really need to learn from Brother Lin. Brother Lin's abilities are amazing. He is good at fortune-telling, and he is also good at picking up girls. Zhou Chong exclaimed. Although I don't know what the relationship between Chun Jia and I is, you can tell from my words that I really love Chun Jia. Love it so much. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin's sweetheart is actually here with me. It's really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members no longer recognize each other. Han Changyu said with a big laugh. Mr. Han, it's not what you think. Chun Jia wanted to explain immediately. Han Changyu waved his hand and said, put the report aside for now. Go and follow up on the Huazhong and Tingwang projects. I will say hello to Director Liu. You will be responsible for these projects from now on. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Chun Jia's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe her ears at all. The Huazhong and Tingwang projects were a big piece of fat meat, which could almost make the people who took over worry-free and live a carefree life. Those old employees were all coveting these two projects, not to mention her, a junior employee who had just been promoted to a regular employee. How could they suddenly fall into her hands? She looked at me subconsciously, and she understood in her heart. It's me. It must be because of me that Mr. Han values her so much. Is it because I told him I like her that Mr. Han thinks so highly of her? But why? What ability do I have that makes Mr. Han care so much about me and even show some respect to me? I was filled with mixed feelings. Chun Jia bit her lower lip and said softly, Boss Han, thank you for your kindness, but I have only been here for less than a year and I am not experienced enough to handle these projects. Han Changyu still smiled. You are Mr. Lin's sweetheart. I believe you have the ability. Chun Jia's heart suddenly shook, as if her worldview was about to collapse. Just because I said I liked her, does President Han trust her so much? How is this possible? What is the connection between the two? Although she felt mixed emotions, Chun Jia finally understood that it was really because of me that President Han treated her like this. Han Changyu's words almost revealed this fact. Ahem. Seeing Chun Jia silent, Han Changyu coughed lightly. Well, we're going to have dinner with Mr. Lin later. Do you want to go? Chun Jia suddenly came back to her senses, her heart skipping a beat. She looked at me with a complicated expression and finally shook her head and said, I still have work to do, so I won't bother President Han anymore. Okay, see you next time. Han Changyu said goodbye with a smile and watched Chun Jia leave the office. I looked at Chun Jia's gradually receding back and couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of loss was self-evident. Brother Lin, you have a good eye. Chun Jia is a good woman at first glance. Zhou Chong came over, his eyes full of admiration. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have jumped for joy about the projects that President Han just mentioned. How can I refuse? You don't understand. I shook my head. Since you have investigated me, you know about my past. In fact, Chun Jia is my ex-wife, and we just divorced a week ago. I said coldly. Zhou Chong's expression changed immediately. My words left him completely dumbfounded. Brother Lin, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. I believe that as long as you persist, my sister-in-law will definitely change her mind. Li Hongyuan patted my shoulder. Alas, we only know how to cherish something after we lose it, but it's too late now. I sighed helplessly. Looking at Zhou Chang's complicated expression, I smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, please don't be like me, okay? Zhou Chang's face turned red. Brother Lin, I don't even have a girlfriend right now. It's too early to think about that. I laughed. Huh? The group then went downstairs, got into Han Changyu's Lincoln Navigator, and headed straight to the Tianyang Hotel. Only after they left did Chun Jia sneak out of the project department. What on earth happened? She murmured in a low voice. Hey! Chun Jia was startled when someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Looking back, it was her colleague, Shun Yu. What are you doing? You scare me to death. Chun Jia patted his chest. Shun Yu's face was full of envy. Sister Chun, you are really big and firm. You don't look like a woman who has given birth to a child. I am so jealous. Chun Jia blushed a little. You little bitch, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will punish you. Shun Yu chuckled. Sister Chun, you have been standing here for a few minutes. What are you looking at? Nothing. Chun Jia shook his head. You're lying. I saw it clearly. You were staring at President Han and the others. Are you trying to take advantage of President Han? Shun Yu joked. No, how could that be? Chun Jia shook her head, but Shun Yu refused to give in. But Mr. Han is indeed a diamond bachelor. He has become an executive president at such a young age. He will definitely climb higher. Any woman who can marry him will wake up laughing in her dreams. Shun Yu had a gossipy mentality. What are you thinking about? You just like gossip every day. Chun Jia rolled her eyes. Isn't it Mr. Han? That man in his 40s is definitely not in the consideration range. Then it's the other two. Shun Yu said confidently. One is the son of the top leader of Landau City, Zhou Chong. This kind of person. Don't even think about it. It's even harder to deal with than President Han. The last one, he must be very capable to be able to chat and laugh with President Han and the others. The most important thing is, he is really handsome. Shun Yu's eyes were full of stars. Silly girl, believe it or not, I will tell your boyfriend. Chun Jia was helpless. Tisk, what's there to be afraid of? Talking isn't against the law. Besides, I don't have a boyfriend. Shun Yu shook her head. Chun Jia was silent for a while, then whispered, the most handsome guy you mentioned is my ex-husband, Lin Ming. What? Shun Yu's eyes widened. Sister Chun, you are not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? It's true, Chun Jia said calmly. Oh my God, it turns out my brother-in-law is so handsome. Not at all like what you said. Shun Yu stopped talking abruptly. She patted her face lightly and quickly shut up. Sister Chun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up such sad things. Shun Yu said apologetically. Chun Jia smiled silently. She had never publicized Lin Ming's affairs, but occasionally mentioned them to Shun Yu, who also knew a little about them. Although Lin Ming did not look like the kind of person Chun Jia described, Shun Yu, you still believed Chun Jia more. After all, she had seen those scars. He looks like a decent person, but he's just a shell. Shun Yu was indignant. Sooner or later, this kind of person will get his comeuppance. He seems to have really changed. Chun Jia whispered. I don't think so. It's hard to change one's nature. Sister Chun, you have escaped from the sea of suffering now, so don't be fooled back by him again. Shun Yu said with concern. That's right. Chun Jia sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Now that she has Xian and has become a mother, she must face reality and can no longer be naive. In all these years, when has Lin Ming ever truly changed? If he could change, he would have changed long ago. On the way to divorce, Lin Ming realized that he had lived such a bad life. He was powerless to change the fate of divorce, but he unexpectedly gained the ability to predict the future. Prices soared, real estate was in turmoil, stocks rose. Many years later, a reporter interviewed Lin Ming. You are now rich enough to rival a country. What do you want to do most? Lin Ming smiled and said, I just want to be good to my wife and children. Get better, get better. Tianyang Hotel is one of the landmark buildings in Landau City. With a height of 312 meters and 78 floors, it is the second tallest building in Landau City. The hotel integrates catering, entertainment, accommodation, and sightseeing. A luxurious place. Zhou Chong and Han Changyu both told me that the Tianyang Hotel was owned by their friend Hong Ning's family. This was not bragging, but the real fact. As one of these high-ranking figures, they were able to have such a strong relationship. The network is really astonishing. Today's private room is located in Tianzi Pavilion on the 58th floor, one of the top private rooms in Tianyang Hotel. The decoration is extremely luxurious and antique, as if entering another world. As soon as we sat down, Zhou Chong said to me, "Brother Lin, Hong Ning heard that a distinguished guest was coming and insisted on meeting him. Is that disturbing you? Why are you disturbing me? I'm busy trying to curry favor with the young master of Tianyang Group." I responded with a smile. That's good, that's good." Zhou Chong nodded. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from outside the private room. "Lin Ming." I looked back and saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing at the door. He was about 30 years old, and there were two people following him. I was stunned for a moment. This person, Zheng Yundong, turned out to be my college classmate and one of my former love rivals. I remember that Chun Jia had many suitors back then, and Zheng Yundong was the most outstanding one among them. He came from a well-off family, was handsome, had excellent grades, and was even recommended for graduate school. Unfortunately, Xinjiang never took him seriously. After all, she only had eyes for me. After so many years, I didn't expect that Zheng Yundong could still recognize me. I was really surprised. I stood up and said with a smile, "It turned out to be you. I didn't expect that after so many years, you were more impressive than when you were in school." Seeing that Zheng Yundong and I knew each other, Li Hongyuan, Zhou Chong, and Han Changyu also stood up and prepared to say hello. Who would have thought that Zheng Yundong would walk into the private room while sneering? "Of course, who would be like you, Master Lin, who was so popular in school, but ended up being a nobody in society?" His sarcastic voice was harsh, and his condescending attitude instantly froze the smiles on the faces of several people present. I frowned, feeling unhappy. No one should forget the past, but Zheng Yundong obviously couldn't let go of what happened back then. For me, getting someone's favor is a personal choice, and there is no need to force it. But he still keeps remembering the old days. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yundong had no intention of letting me go. "You bastard, society is not a university. You can't do whatever you want," he challenged. "Weren't you so successful in university? How come you don't even have a decent job now?" I took a deep breath and responded calmly. "Zheng Yundong, since so many years have passed, let's not make it so embarrassing for the sake of our being alumni." "Embarrassing," he sneered. "After so many years, I finally have a chance to take revenge. When we were in college, you were arrogant and domineering, and you almost beat me up, right? Come on, let's see if you dare to do it today." "You little bastard, society is not as simple as college," he said viciously. "What's the point of looking handsome? Can you eat your face? If you fail in your business, you will still become the scum of society." He likes to beat women, and even his own children are not spared. What a beast. His words became more and more vicious. His voice became louder and louder, and the smug look on his face became more and more obvious, as if he had finally found an opportunity to vent his anger. I couldn't help it, and the anger in my heart rose up. Seeing him being aggressive, I knew that he had already burst out all his dissatisfaction with me. "Lin Ming, I really don't understand why Qin Jia would fall for you. After following you for so many years, you are nothing but a waste. Now you are not even qualified to carry my shoes." Zheng Yundong smiled smugly and said to the man waved, "Give me the bag." Someone handed him a briefcase. Zheng Yundong unzipped it, took out several stacks of red banknotes, and slammed them heavily on the table. "Lin Ming, don't you like money? Here are 50,000 yuan. Kneel down and take it. Apologize. Let Chun Jia stay with me for a few more days, and the 50,000 yuan will be yours." Zhou Chong and the others were all furious. An hour ago, they had witnessed my feelings for Chun Jia with their own eyes, and this man actually dared to ask me to take the initiative to let Chun Jia accompany him? This is simply too much to live with. "Brother Lin." Zhou Chong looked at me with a hint of worry in his eyes. My face remained calm, and my eyes never left Zheng Yundong. No one could tell what I was thinking, but I knew I couldn't let this guy succeed. Zheng Yundong didn't realize that he had touched the bottom line at all, and continued to sneer. "Brother Lin? You call him Brother Lin? Ha ha ha." He looked at Zhou Chong with disdain. "Young man, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, right? I'm helping you today. Don't be fooled by him. This bastard is dressed so formally. He must be trying to cheat you out of your money again. Be careful, or you'll lose everything." Zhou Chong was almost furious. "I have grown up, and no one has dared to rub my head except my parents and grandpa." Zheng Yundong laughed loudly. "Why, you don't accept it? I just rubbed it, so what? What did you do to me?" He continued to light it in front of Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu, which was extremely disgusting. Everyone was enduring, but looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Han Changyu spoke. "You seem very impressive. I wonder where you came from?" May I ask you? Listen to shit. Zheng Yundong turned to Han Chanyu with disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to ask about me? If you don't agree, tell me what you are capable of first. Han Chanyu looked at me expressionlessly, and I nodded, motioning for him to answer. Han Chanyu, Executive President of Tui International's China region in Donglin Province. Han Chanyu said in a calm tone. Zheng Yundong's expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would have such an identity. The sarcasm and ridicule suddenly disappeared. Chapter 21? Of course you deserve to die. If you ask who Han Chanyu is, Zheng Yundong may not know him. After all, TUI International has many branches. But if you talk about TUI International, let alone Zheng Yundong, anyone with a little experience in the workplace will know it well. To Zheng Yundong, the name Han Chanyu is not important. What is important is TUI International, the executive president of the China region in Donglin Province. The more you work in the workplace, the more you know what this position represents. Coincidentally, Zheng Yundong has been working in an advertising company since graduation, and now he has become the deputy director. He is well aware of the weight of the title of CEO. That is the highest decision maker of TUI International in Donglin Province. One is a deputy director, and the other is an executive president. The gap between the two is self-evident. Zheng Yundong's face turned red, as if he had eaten a fly. To be honest, based on his understanding of Lin Ming, he did not believe that Lin Ming was qualified to sit with such a person. As luck would have it, Han Chanyu took out another business card at this time. This is my business card, Han Chanyu said. Zheng Yundong took the business card and not only saw the words TUI International, Han Chanyu, executive president, but also saw the photo of Han Chanyu printed on it. I can't say how similar they are to the real person. They are exactly the same. At this moment, Zheng Yundong's face turned completely purple, as if he was struck by lightning, and cold sweat kept coming out. Although his advertising company has nothing to do with TUI International, he is aware of Han Changyu's power. Moreover, that advertising company has always hoped to cooperate with TUI International. If they can really get in touch with them, they would not hesitate to fire the deputy director or even the director. Thinking of this, Zheng Yundong opened his mouth, but felt his throat was dry and no sound came out. Han Changyu's identity really surprised him, and he subconsciously looked at Li Hanyuan and Zhou Chong. It seems that he also wants to know who you are, Lin Ming said lightly. Li Hanyuan immediately took out a business card. General Manager of Hanyuan Financial Management, Li Hanyuan. Hanyuan Financial Management? Zheng Yundong's face twitched. His expression made Li Hanyuan a little confused. Has the reputation of Hanyuan Financial Management become so great? What he didn't know was that Zheng Yundong's immediate superior, the director of the advertising company, had borrowed some money from Hanyuan Financial Management. Li Hanyuan treated Lin Ming quite well, but Hanyuan Financial Management treated the director differently. Zheng Yundong could see the director looking sad every day, sometimes with a bruised face. He often borrowed money from Zheng Yundong, saying that Hanyuan Financial Management was forcing him to pay back the money. Zheng Yundong was extremely annoyed, but the other party was his superior after all, and he did not dare to refuse. He could only throw the dog under the hood again and again. In Zheng Yundong's mind, the name of Hanyuan Financial Management is even more famous than the executive president Han Chanyu. At least Han Chanyu is a positive character, but people like Li Hanyuan can do anything. Zhou Chong, you don't need to introduce yourself. He doesn't deserve to know. Seeing that Zhou Chong was about to speak, Lin Ming immediately waved his hand. Zhou Chong cast a grateful look towards Lin Ming, knowing that Lin Ming was doing this for his own good. He wanted to help Lin Ming, but after all, he had a different identity and was involved in too many things. If someone with ulterior motives fanned the flames, it would inevitably cause trouble again. Lin Ming gave him a way out in time, which made him grateful and admire Lin Ming's character. In fact, Zhou Chong is really not needed. Li Hanyuan and Han Chanyu alone were enough to make Zheng Yundong's legs go weak. A general manager of Hanyuan Financial Management, an executive president of TUI International. And there's that young man whose identity he doesn't deserve to know. Zheng Yundong really wanted to slap himself a few times. In front of these big guys, he called himself grandpa all the time and rubbed their heads here and there. Zheng Yundong almost cried. Brother Han, Chong, you must be getting impatient, right? Just at this moment, a hearty laugh came from outside the private room. Hong Ning is a man who looks very strong. He is about the same age as Zhou Chong, but he has broad arms and a thick waist, and is muscular all over. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall. The funniest thing is, he cut his head into a big bald shape. If you don't know him, no one would have thought that such a guy would be the young master of Tianyang Group with a market value of tens of billions. Hong Ning obviously didn't realize that the atmosphere was wrong until he walked into the private room and saw Zheng Yundong. Director Zheng? Hong Ning asked in confusion. Why are you here too? Do you know each other? I don't know you. Before Zheng Yundong could speak, Zhou Chong snorted coldly. Monk, what's wrong with you? I remember when my father granted this land to your family. He repeatedly told you that Tianyang Group must use it to build a high-end hotel. Now, what kind of scoundrel can come in? Hong Ning Frobnet. He knew Zhou Chong very well. Although this guy was arrogant, he was not a snob, so his words were definitely targeted. Combined with Zhou Chong's attitude at the moment and the way he stared at Zheng Yundong, Hong Ning basically guessed what was going on. Director Zheng came to discuss cooperation with me. What happened? Hong Ning asked. Did you make the deal? Zhou Chong asked with a squint. That's about right. It's too late now, Zhou Chong said. Hearing this, Zheng Yundong's face changed drastically. In order to cooperate with Tianyang Hotel, he spent half a year working on the plan, revising it again and again. It can be said that he is conscientious and hardworking, and the company has been squeezing out resources to cooperate with him. I finally made it to the day of success, but now it's all gone just like that? Mr. Hong, you have also read the plan. Our cooperation will definitely achieve a win-win situation. You, Zheng Yundong spoke with a tearful voice. Don't talk yet. Hong Ning interrupted him and looked at Zhou Chong again. What's going on? Zhou Chong pointed at his hair and asked, Does my hairstyle look good? Hong Ning pouted, It's so ugly. That's right. Zhou Chong pointed at Zheng Yundong and said, This is what he just rubbed for me. Hong Ning was stunned. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Zheng Yundong. His expression couldn't be gloomier. Did you rub his hair? Hong Ning asked. Plop. Zheng Yundong was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Boss Hong, all the bosses, I am blind and I don't know the real man. I deserve to die. Bang. Hong Ning went up and slapped him. He was big and strong, and this slap almost made Zheng Yundong faint. Of course you deserve to die, Hong Ning said angrily. You even dare to rub Zhou Chong's head. Tell me, is there anything else you dare not do? If you don't deserve to die, who should die? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of slaps, one after another, echoed in the private room. Zheng Yundong's pair of priceless gold-rimmed glasses had long since turned into pieces. The two people behind him watched Zheng Yundong get beaten and didn't even dare to breathe. Okay, if you continue fighting, you'll be responsible for a death. Lin Ming suddenly spoke. Hong Ning paused and looked towards Lin Ming. Zhou Chong hurriedly said, Monk, this is the distinguished guest I told you about, Brother Lin Ming Lin. Since Brother Lin has spoken, I will spare his life, said Hong Ning. He looks honest on the outside, but he is actually very thoughtful. Since the man could make Master Zhou so respectful, he must be of great importance, so there would be no harm in calling him Brother Lin. Lin Ming smiled and nodded, then came to Zheng Yundong. I just told you not to make it so awkward. Why didn't you listen? Lin Ming, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Zheng Yundong grabbed Lin Ming's trouser legs and said, I am a scumbag. I am the beast. Please let me go. Please let me go. I didn't mean to do anything to you. You just went too far. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he sat on the chair without even looking at Zheng Yundong. Go away. Don't disturb us while we eat. Seeing Lin Ming give in, Hong Ning waved his hands like he was shooing away a fly. Zheng Yundong felt as if he had been pardoned and crawled out. Etc. Lin Ming's voice made Zheng Yundong's body freeze again. If you dare to have ideas about Chanjia again, I will turn you into a eunuch. I dare not, absolutely not. Go back and tell your boss that I, Hong Ning, do not agree with the cooperation. Hong Ning also said. Zheng Yundong no longer dared to think about cooperation. He was lucky to be able to leave alive today. Chapter 22? I want you to help me take a look. Zheng Yundong was just a small episode in this dinner. People are not that vindictive. Now we live in a society ruled by law. It is not to the extent that they have to kill Zheng Yundong just because of a few words. After Zheng Yundong left, the private room returned to its previous harmony. Brother Lin, let me introduce you. Zhou Chong laughed and said, This guy is Hong Ning, the future successor of Tianyang Group. I don't know what his hobby is, but he likes to cut his head bald. Anyway, I gave him the nickname Monk. Get out of the way. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that a bald head is comfortable, neat, and clean? You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Hong Ning glared at Zhou Chong. If it's clean on top, it's fake, but if it's clean on the bottom, it's real, right? Han Changyu also made a joke. Brother Han, you really learned bad things from this guy. Hong Ning looked helpless. In a flash, he smiled at Lin Ming and said, Zhou Chong calls you Brother Lin, so I will also call you Brother Lin from now on. This is our first meeting, and I hope Brother Lin will take good care of me in the future. That's too much. Lin Ming shook hands with Hong Ning. While everyone was chatting, delicious dishes were served. Landau City is close to the sea, and there's plenty of seafood in this season, so most of the dishes are local seafood. Not to mention, even for locals, it is difficult to eat authentic local seafood if they don't have any connections, let alone an outsider like Lin Ming. Unless you go out to sea yourself, the prices of those top-quality seafood are very expensive. Crabs can cost 2 or 300 yuan per pound, and mantis shrimps can cost 60 or 70 yuan. For ordinary fishermen, eating the fish is not as good as selling them for money. Brother Lin, try this swimming crab. Hong Ning picked up a swimming crab for Lin Ming. These were just collected this morning. They're extremely fat, and they have been kept in the seafood pond. They're also very fresh. During the casual chat just now, Zhou Chong had already told Hong Ning about the red wine. On the one hand, Hong Ning was surprised at Lin Ming's ability, and on the other hand, he was grateful to Lin Ming for saving his good friend, so he was particularly enthusiastic towards Lin Ming. To be honest, this was the first time that Lin Ming had eaten top-grade swimming crabs with roe. Before, I didn't have money. Now I don't have time. Even though he had borrowed more than 800,000 yuan from Hanyuan Financial Management, he basically lost it all at the gambling table. When it comes to food, Lin Ming has really never tasted any delicacies from land and sea. However, looking at the swimming crabs on the plate, Lin Ming thought of Chunjia and Xian. I haven't eaten it myself, so how could the mother and daughter have eaten it? At least he had money to drink and gamble at that time. But Chunjia could only tighten his belt to make a living. When he went shopping for groceries on weekdays, he didn't even dare to buy meat. She has to get up early and come back late every day, working herself to death to make money and clean up her own mess. Brother Lin, why don't you eat? Don't you like seafood? Zhou Chong's voice interrupted Lin Ming's thoughts. I like it, of course I like it. Huh, who doesn't like this kind of delicacy? Lin Ming said with a smile. Then he asked Hong Ning, Boss Hong, if this kind of swimming crab is served on the table, it will cost at least 500 or 600 yuan, right? 888 per pound. Brother Lin, you could just call me by my name. Otherwise, you call me monk like Ah Chong does. It's too formal to always call me Mr. Hong. Hong Ning pretended to complain. Haha, if you don't mind, I will call you monk from now on. This way we can be closer, Lin Ming said. He was secretly shocked. This kind of high-end hotel was indeed making huge profits. The purchase price of those swimming crabs was only 200 or 300, but here, it was almost 1,000. Although there are costs, there is still a lot of profit to be made. A BMW 5 Series. Zheng Yundong sat in the back row. The two people he brought with him were one driving and one sitting in the passenger seat. Director Zheng, aren't they too arrogant? Beating people in broad daylight is illegal. Should we call the police? The driver muttered. I saw a news report a few days ago about a drunk hotel receptionist getting beaten up. Each slap cost 10,000 yuan. Yes, I saw it too. Director Zheng's injuries are more serious. If they are diagnosed as minor injuries, the compensation will be higher. The passenger in the co-pilot's seat also said, and that young man, no matter how powerful his background is, he can't be unworthy of being known by Director Zheng, right? Even the King of Heaven is not so arrogant. Shut your stupid mouths. What were you doing just now? Is it any use to be a wise man after the event? Zheng Yundong cursed. But what those two people said were not wrong. Now that Zheng Yundong has recovered, he really wants to ask the other party for compensation. Hong Ning's strength was simply too great. Zheng Yundong still felt his face burning and his head dizzy. If he went to the hospital for a checkup now, he would definitely have a concussion. He opened his phone and searched for the word Zhou Chong. Soon, many links about Zhou Chong popped up. Based on the provincial and municipal addresses, Zheng Yundong finally locked on a piece of information. Zhou Chong, general manager and legal representative of Chongyun Liquor Industry. Chongyun Wine Industry? Zheng Yundong frowned and planned to search for information about Chongyun Wine Industry to see who Zhou Chong was. But at this moment, another link popped up. It's not about Zhou Chong, nor about Chongyun Wine Industry, but about the top leader of Landau City, Zhou Mingli. Zheng Yundong's eyelids twitched, and he clicked on it subconsciously. Zheng Yundong ignored all the other information in this link. He just stared at a few words. His mind was blank. Father-son relationship. Zhou Chong. Snap. After turning off his phone, Zheng Yindong took a deep breath. Let's just pretend that what happened today never happened. If anyone tells anyone about it, I'll kill him. Food is the most important thing for people. Next, everyone feasted. Li Honyuan also ate and drank with Hu Hai and kept praising the freshness and excellent taste of Tianyang Hotel's ingredients. Zhou Chong and Hong Ning were both young masters, but they were also shrewd people. They did not ignore Li Honyuan just to flatter Lin Ming. Overall, the meal was very enjoyable. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and said, "Monk, can you help me cook a few more dishes later? I want to pack them up and take them back for my parents, my children." "Leave it to me. Brother Lin is really a good man who cares about his family," Hong Ning said with a smile. Lin Ming shook his head. "Gu family? If he had really cared about his family, he wouldn't have ended up with his wife and children separated. Then ask someone to do it now. I'll leave soon." Lin Ming looked at the time. "Okay, I'll give the instructions." Hong Ming nodded. Seeing that Lin Ming was planning to leave, Han Changyu hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, where do you live? I'll take you there." Lin Ming looked at him with a smile. "It's fake to send me a gift. It must be real, right?" "Hee, it's nothing. I just think you are so awesome. I want you to help me too." Hanhangi Koid Lightly. Chapter 23. You have 2 disasters. Lin Ming smiled. If he really was a fortune teller, he might not dare to agree. After all, he himself was not sure whether his predictions were accurate. But he was not a fortune teller. But he had the ability to predict the future, so Han Changyu's request was just a small matter for Lin Ming. "Mr. Lin, is this okay?" Han Changyu thought Lin Ming was unhappy, so he asked cautiously. "Of course," Lin Ming said. Han Changyu is a person of note. His special medicines may be used when they are exported abroad in the future. If he doesn't speak up first, Lin Ming doesn't know how to make him owe him a favor. Besides, when they were in the office, Han Changyu gave those projects to Chun Jia, clearly for Lin Ming to see, and even a fool could see that. Based on these, it was impossible for Lin Ming not to help him. Mr. Han is 36 years old and still not married. Could it be that he is looking for a marriage partner? Lin Ming teased. "Ha ha!" Everyone burst into laughter. Zhou Chong said, "Brother Lin, you know what? If he didn't go to nightclubs so often and had so many women on WeChat, I would have thought he was gay." "Chong, be more confident. Remove the word thought, and Brother Han is gay." Hong Ning also said, "Get out of here, both of you." Han Changyu's face turned red. "Mr. Lin, please don't tease me. With my looks and conditions, do you think I can't get married?" Han Changyu was still very confident when he said these words. It's not that no one wants to marry him, but that he has never thought about getting married. "If you weren't sitting here today, you might never get married," Lin Ming said with a faint smile. With just 2 sentences, the private room, which was originally filled with laughter, suddenly became quiet. Han Changyu's face changed again and again, and his breathing became rapid. "Mr. Lin Yu, what do you mean?" Lin Ming did not answer, but asked, "The day after tomorrow, which is September 2nd, you are planning to go on a business trip, right?" Han Changyu was startled. "Yes, go to the group headquarters to do a quarterly summary." "A ferry ticket at 9:30? Departing from the Cross Sea port?" Poseidon, Lin Ming asked again. Boom! Han Changyu's head bust. He finally understood what Zhou Chong had felt before. Because no one knew that Han Changyu was planning to go overseas by boat. Lin Ming not only knew it, but he also knew it clearly and told his departure time and place without any error. Lin Ming even knew which ship to take. God! Han Changyu almost fell to his knees. Zhou Chong and the others didn't know how he felt, so they frowned and said, "Brother Han, the headquarters of TUI International seems to be in Europe, right? Can't you go there by plane? How much time will a cruise take?" "What do you know?" Han Changyu shook his head. "I've been too tired from work recently, and I'm a little irritable and restless. The main reason I chose the cruise ship was that I wanted to relax. Anyway, the headquarters is not in a hurry, so it doesn't matter if I leave a few days later. I can just treat it as a trip. The reason you are uneasy is because of the impending disaster." Lin Ming looked at Han Changyu. "Moreover, there is more than one disaster. This, Han Hangyu swallowed it." The others were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, just waiting for Lin Ming to continue. "I hope Mr. Lin can help resolve the disaster. I, Han Changyu, will be grateful." Han Changyu stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ming. "The first disaster is that cruise ship. You should cancel your ticket immediately and take a plane instead." When the Poseidon was approaching Varananya, it encountered a thunderstorm, and the waves increased. People died on the ship. As for the second calamity, it seems to be a peach blossom calamity. Lin Ming paused for a moment and looked at Han Changyu with a half-smile. Do you have a lover in Europe? Ahem. Han Changyu almost choked to death on his saliva. He really couldn't believe it. How on earth did Lin Ming know all this? Uklan women have long legs, fair skin, and beautiful looks. You have good taste. Lin Ming said again. Han Changyu felt weak all over, as if he had been seen through from head to toe. He had no doubt that if he asked Lin Ming to tell him the length of some of his organs, Lin Ming would be able to give him the answer to the millimeter. Little did they know that Han Changyu really overestimated Lin Ming in this respect. Lin Ming's ability was to predict the future, not to see through things. Because Lin Ming was talking about Han Changyu's misfortune, Zhou Chong and the others did not stir up trouble about the issue of Ukrainian women. Everyone was looking at Lin Ming, waiting for him to give an answer. After a moment, Lin Ming's smile faded. You can play however you want, but you'd better be alert. She's been bribed. The man behind the scenes is called Slankafu, and he is also from Wu Kellen. Han Changyu's eyes widened. Slangiev. It's actually him. There was no need to ask. Just looking at Han Changyu's appearance, everyone knew that there must be a person named Slankafu. Li Honyuan and Zhou Chong were breathing heavily. Only Hong Ning was still skeptical. After all, the incident had not really happened yet, and Hong Ning had only heard about the red wine from Zhou Chong. To be honest, if you don't experience it yourself, you really can't understand the feeling. Hong Ning always felt that Lin Ming was very much like those charlatans on TV who fooled people and made them lose their way. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After Han Changyu reacted, he bowed to Lin Ming again, but this time he bent his waist even more. You helped Xinjia, so naturally I have to repay you. It's only right to reciprocate. Lin Ming said. Brother Lin, Zhou Chong suddenly said, the three of us are best friends. Since you have shown to me and Brother Han, can you show it to the monk too? Hong Ning's face was filled with black lines. He personally didn't really believe in these things, and no matter who Lin Ming showed it to, there would be disasters. Zhou Chong had one disaster, Han Changyu had two disasters, and when it came to himself, would it become three disasters? My destiny is in my own hands. Hong Ning Soktet. Don't talk nonsense. How awesome is Brother Lin's ability? It's beyond your imagination. Brother Lin is willing to show it to you. That's your blessing. Just sit there quietly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll no longer be friends. Zhou Chong scolded. He could see that Hong Ning didn't believe Lin Ming, but don't show it so obviously. It won't hurt to see it. So why are you pretending here? What if something really happens? Zhou Chong knew that the masters on TV were all very arrogant. If he offended Lin Ming to death, it would be too late to regret. Lin Ming was naturally not as petty as Zhou Chong thought. He smiled and said, Don't worry. The monk is lucky. At least nothing will happen to him for now. Let me tell you, the monk said quietly. He didn't know why. Even though he clearly didn't believe this, he still felt relieved when Lin Ming said he was fine. Zhou Chong said, Brother Lin, according to you, it's okay now, but something bad will happen in the future. But Chong, what do you mean? Are you cursing me? Hong Ning Sai dissatisfiedly. Don't talk. Zhou Chong kept staring at Lin Ming. There is something, but it is not convenient to talk about it now. When the time comes, I will naturally help him. Lin Ming said, he can help others avoid disasters, but he cannot change everyone's future. Some people and some things have not yet gotten on track, so of course he won't say them now. Chapter 24. Chun Jia's sister. After a good meal and a good drink, Hong Ning instructed the kitchen to pack a few swimming crabs, a 5-gene flower dragon, steamed grouper, chocolate pudding, and several other dishes and desserts for Lin Ming. They're all very valuable. According to the selling price of Tianyang Hotel, it must be over 10,000, but Hong Ning refused to let Lin Ming pay the bill. In the end, it was Han Chanyu who helped to tie the knot, which made Hong Ning look unhappy. In fact, Hong Ning also knew that Lin Ming had not been able to help him at the moment, so Lin Ming was unwilling to owe him a favor. Han Changyu was different. After Lin Ming pointed out the two calamities to him, he now owed Lin Ming a favor, so it was only right for him to pay the bill. Lin Ming politely declined Han Changyu's offer to give him a ride and took a taxi alone, heading straight to Unju Community. Li Honyuan also left and returned to Honyuan Financial Management. After the two of them left, Hong Ning asked Han Changyu and Zhou Chong this, Brother Lin, is he really that amazing? If you don't believe me, forget it. I've already verified it. Brother Lin not only saved me, Zhou Chong, but also saved my entire Zhou family. Zhou Chong was too lazy to explain. Hong Ning looked at Han Changyu. Brother Han, what's going on with that Slankafu? He is my competitor. The headquarters will conduct an executive assessment at the end of the year. Since the general manager in China will be transferred next year, the CEOs of each branch are very envious of this lucrative position. Han Changyu explained. The position of the general manager will most likely be chosen between me and Slangjif. Slangjif's performance is similar to mine, but because I am Chinese and have a geographical advantage, his chances of winning are lower. In other words, if you get rid of Slang Kiev, you will be the general manager of Tui International in China. Hong Ning site. Han Changyu nodded. About the same. Hearing this, Hong Ning and Zhou Chong both smacked their lips. The general manager of the entire China region is much more powerful than the executive president of Donglin province. Han Changyu is only 36 years old, but he has the opportunity to be competent. He is really powerful. One of them has a background, and the other follows in his father's footsteps. If we talk about personal ability, I'm afraid all of them combined are not even half as good as Han Changyu. This is also the main reason why they are willing to call Han Changyu Brother Han. In that case, Hong Ning chuckled. So what Brother Lin said about Wu Kellen having a lover is also true? Han Changyu did not respond, which was considered as his agreement. Damn, Brother Han, you really know how to have fun. Your hands have even reached overseas. I admire you. Hong Ning said etakeratedly. Go away. You two are so dishonest every day. Han Changyu laughed and cursed, then said seriously, to be honest, if Mr. Lin only pointed out vaguely that I had a disaster, I might still have all the doubts, but he even pointed out which ship I was on, what time I left, and even Slankafu. And that Ukla and him, he pointed out all these. I really can't refuse to accept it. But I still don't quite believe this. Don't blame me. I think it would be hard for anyone to believe this. Hong Ning sruket. Zhou Chong sneered. Whether you believe it or not, time will tell. Didn't Brother Lin say that the Poseidon cruise ship would encounter a thunderstorm in the waters of Valencia? Whether it's true or not, we'll just have to watch the news when the time comes. I think you were possessed by a demon. Hong Ning deset. Zhou Chong didn't have the patience to chat with him as he had to go back to deal with a batch of red wine. So he simply said goodbye to Hong Ning and left with Han Changyu. In the taxi, young man, what delicious food have you prepared? It smells so good, the driver said with a smile. Flower dragon, Australian abalone. Lin Ming said. The driver's face twitched, and he thought to himself, what a boast. Do you think I can't smell the taste of spicy and sour potato shreds? He was even out of breath after chatting for a while. Lin Ming naturally didn't know what the driver was thinking. He took out his phone and dialed Chun Jia's number. When the call was about to hang up, Chun Jia picked up the phone. Miss Chun, do you have time? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Miss Chun. This title made Chun Jia frown. We're already divorced, so you definitely don't like me calling you wife or daughter-in-law now. Lin Ming joked. I don't have time to argue with you. Why are you calling? Chun Jia said. I packed a few dishes. I guess Xian hasn't eaten at home yet, so she wants you to come back and eat with her. Lin Ming said. Thank you, but no thanks. I have food to eat. Chun Jia said coldly. Even if you're not doing this for yourself, you should do it for Xian, right? She doesn't know how to cook, and she'll be hungry at home. Lin Ming said. Ever since Chun Jia started working, Xian has been alone at home. The company is not close to the rental house, and Lin Ming is not going home. So this is a helpless move. As Xian grew up, she knew to eat at home at noon, but what she ate was not leftovers from the morning, but just some biscuits or something like that. Because Lin Ming was addicted to alcohol and gambling and owed too much money, Chun Jia really had no ability to buy Xian delicious food. Fortunately, the elderly couple Wang Lan Mei, who lived across the street, would occasionally call Xian over for dinner and help take care of her, which made Chun Jia feel a little relieved. At this moment, when Chun Jia heard Lin Ming say that Xian was home alone, she indeed hesitated. After thinking for a while, Chun Jia said, Then you go over now. I won't go back, but you're not allowed to hit her again, or I will call the police directly. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. It seems that my past self really left a deep psychological trauma on these two mothers. If you don't come back, Xian probably won't open the door for me. Lin Ming said helplessly. It's working hours now. I'm very busy. How can I have time to go back? Chun Jia said impatiently. It's okay. I've already said hello to Han Changyu. Just come back. Lin Ming smiled with a look of triumph. Boss Han, thinking of what he saw in the office this morning, Chun Jia became confused again. Just at this moment, a strange phone call came in. Chun Jia thought it was a customer and said hurriedly, The customer called. I'll hang up first. Picking up the phone again, Chunjia asked, "Hello, who is this?" "Sister-in-law, Chunjia. I am Han Changyu." The other party said. Chunjia perked up, "Boss Han, why are you calling me? I heard that my niece is home alone. You can go back and have a rest this afternoon. Lin Ming packed some dishes for you. Take advantage of this free time and have a family of 3 together." Han Changyu said with a smile. Chunjia felt terrible. "Boss Han, I still have a lot of work to do. And Lin Ming and I have already. Let's talk about it after work. The child is more important. Listen to me and go back quickly. Also, don't leave your child alone at home anymore. Your niece is only 4 years old and doesn't understand anything. What if she gets into danger? From today on, you can go back anytime if you need to." Han Changyu hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, without giving Chunjia any chance to refuse. Chunjia stood there, holding the phone in a daze. "Boss Han just called me, sister-in-law." Chapter 25. I am crazy. When Lin Ming arrived at Unju Community, it was already 1 p.m. Before I went upstairs, Li Hanyuan called. "Brother Lin, the wine merchant just sent me a message that the batch of Matai has been sold. I will transfer it to you after the money arrives. I still use the same car number, right?" Being able to act so quickly must have something to do with Zhou Cheng, right? Lin Ming said. "Well, Master Zhou has informed them of the news, but the main reason is that this wine is so popular. It's almost mid-autumn festival, so it will definitely sell out quickly." Li Hanyuan said. "Okay then, are you there yet?" "Soon." "Okay, be safe." The two of them exchanged a few brief words, and when they reached the door, Lin Ming hung up the phone. Just at this time, Wang Lanmei from opposite side came out to take out the garbage. Despite what happened last time, it could be seen that Wang Lanmei is still a little wary, as if she is afraid that Lin Ming will return to his old self. "Grandma Wang." Lin Ming smiled and said, "You came out just in time. I just packed some food from the restaurant. You could take a few swimming crabs. I won't go in. Seafood is not cheap nowadays. Even crabs cost 50 or 60 yuan. It is even more expensive in restaurants. Why do you spend that money?" Wang Lanmei complained. Water crabs are the ones left over by seafood vendors. They have no roe, just a little bit of meat. They are basically weighed by seawater. Locals all know this. Wang Lanmei thought Lin Ming bought water crabs. She was really relieved that Lin Ming could get better, but Lin Ming's family conditions had not changed, so even buying crabs was a luxury. "It's okay, Grandma Wang. I've already made the money. You just need to eat," Lin Ming said with a smile. Wang Lanmei couldn't persuade Lin Ming, so she could only carry the 4 crabs back home. But the weight of the crab made her realize that it was not just a water crab. "Xian Xian," Lin Ming called out from outside the door. "Dad!" Xian Xian ran behind the door. The last time Lin Chengwa beat Lin Ming violently, the little girl was frightened again, and she still didn't dare to open the door for Lin Ming. Lin Ming squatted outside the door and teased her for a while until Chun Jia appeared and then stood up. "We haven't finished the food from last time. Why are you buying so much again?" Chun Jia stared at Lin Ming. "Although we are divorced, we are living better than before. We don't need your hypocritical charity." Lin Ming didn't care about Chun Jia's words and said softly, "I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that Xian Xian won't eat well at home, so I came to see you too. Now you're worried about Xian Xian not having enough to eat? What were you doing before? I went out to work when Xian Xian was less than 3 years old, and I didn't see you worrying at that time. Now she is 4 years old and can take care of herself. But you're concerned about her? What a joke." Chun Jia sneered. Lin Ming felt ashamed, but he also knew that all his explanations were pale and powerless. "But it's really rare that you actually bought food for Xian Xian and bought it for her twice. You are more tolerant than before." Chun Jia opened the door and said, "When you pretended to repent before, you just bought some worthless things. Once you got the money from home, you immediately turned hostile." Having said this, Chun Jia paused. "This time, I want to see how long you can hold on." It sounded like sarcasm, but Lin Ming showed an expression of ecstasy. "Want to see how long you can last? Does this mean that?" Chun Jia also hopes that she can always be like this. The security door opened, and Chun Jia walked straight in. This time, Xian Xian did not retreat. He just asked Chun Jia, "Mom, don't you want to let Dad in?" Chun Jia turned around and saw Lin Ming standing outside at a loss. She couldn't help but recall the scene where Lin Ming always made the house a mess every time he came home. She was really afraid that after Lin Ming came in, he would snatch the 100,000 yuan that she had given him last time. What Chun Jia cares about is not the money. In her opinion, The 100,000 yuan did not belong to her in the first place. What she cares about is this fleeting, beautiful scene. What she was afraid of was that after Lin Ming came in, he would once again become the beast he used to be. Those who are supposed to come can't leave, and those who are supposed to leave can't stay. Wang Lanmei's voice suddenly came from the opposite side. Chun Jia's body trembled, as if she had used up all her strength. Come in. Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly walked into the house. Snap! The security door was closed, and Chun Jia stood at the door, observing Lin Ming's every move. The reason why she closed the shop was actually because she was gambling, betting on whether the decision to let the man in front of him into the house was right or wrong. Xian, have you eaten? Lin Ming wanted to hold Xuan's hand, but accidentally discovered the bruises on her arm. At that moment, his heart was broken. I ate some biscuits. Xian kept a distance from Lin Ming. You must not be full. Look, Daddy brought you some delicious food. Lin Ming opened the takeout boxes. The exquisite dishes exuded fragrance, and Xian walked over subconsciously. She is just a child after all. Dad, what is this? Xian asked. This is a flower dragon. You know this swimming crab, but you definitely don't know this one. But you must like it. It's called chocolate pudding, and it's very sweet. Lin Ming said with eyes full of doting. He wanted to hug the little girl tightly, or even rub her into his body. However, the psychological trauma I left on her in the past is too great, so I can't be too impatient for quick success, otherwise it will only backfire. Chocolate pudding, can I have a bite? Xian asked expectantly. Of course, this is for you. Come over and eat. The spoon is here. Lin Ming handed the equally exquisite spoon to Xian. No child can resist the temptation of delicious food, including this little girl who used to be beaten often. She ate a little carefully, and her big eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious. Dad didn't lie to me. This chocolate-diced food is really delicious. Chocolate pudding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ming quickly reached out and touched Xuan's head. Xian was already immersed in the delicious food. Chun Jia at the door instinctively wanted to stop him. But before she could speak, Lin Ming stretched out his hand and looked at Chun Jia. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over and eat with us. I'm not hungry, Chun Jia said. Goo. The gurgling sound coming from the smooth belly made Chun Jia wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This damn stomach. She had indeed not had lunch yet, and had only a few biscuits for breakfast. Now, when she smelled the aroma, she couldn't help but feel hungry. I bought these things for you two originally. Xian can't finish them all. If they're left over, even if they don't go bad, the taste will get worse. Lin Ming said. I don't need it. Chun Jia still insisted. Lin Ming had no choice but to use his trump card. These dishes were packed from the Tianyang Hotel, the 5-star hotel. The total cost is over 10,000. If they really go bad, won't you feel bad? Tens of thousands? Chun Jia's breathing stagnated. She knew that lobsters, crabs, and other things were expensive, but she didn't expect them to be this expensive. You spent tens of thousands of dollars on a meal. Are you crazy? Chun Jia said angrily. Yes, I am crazy. Lin Ming looked at Chun Jia. I used to be a madman who was worse than an animal and deserved to be struck by lightning. Now I am a madman who loves you to the core and wants to risk his life for you. Chapter 26? Screwed up again. Chun Jia stood there blankly, his mind going blank. After a long time, she came back to her senses and showed a hint of self-mockery. Crazy, really crazy. After the divorce, the man learned to sweet-talk again. If I were still in college now, I would definitely be moved to death by him. But now, I have experienced so much and am no longer that young and naive college student. No matter how many nice things he says, they cannot heal the wounds in my heart. For a moment, Chun Jia really wanted to believe Lin Ming. But reality is reality after all. Staring at the dishes on the table, Chun Jia walked over in revenge, picked up some, and started eating. Is it delicious? Lin Ming asked. So. Delicious. The mother and daughter spoke at the same time. Xian said, Dad, I have never eaten such delicious food. I'm so happy now. Can you buy for me in the future? Xian, don't talk while eating. Chun Jia scolded. Lin Ming smiled and said, Well, Dad will buy you a mobile phone later. Whenever you want to eat, you can call Dad and he will bring it to you right away. And when you're bored at home, you can also video chat with Dad. Cell phone? Dad wants to buy a cell phone for Xian. Xian danced with joy. That's great. Now I can play games at home. Yeah, Dad is the best dad in the world. Lin Ming's eyes showed a complex expression, and he said silently in his heart, "He must be the worst father. She's only 4 years old. Why should she buy a mobile phone?" Chun Jia frowned. "I'm really worried about Xian being alone at home. You definitely won't let me take her over to live with you. I can only buy her a cell phone, so she can contact us anytime if anything happens." Lin Ming said. Chun Jia snorted, but didn't say anything else. Next, Lin Ming sat aside and watched Chun Jia and Xian eat quietly. This was a beautiful scene that he had never dreamed of after he woke up. Lin Ming really hoped that time would stop at this moment. The occasional chirping of the little girl sounded to Lin Ming like the most beautiful sound in the world. During this process, a text message rang. Lin Ming took a look and saw that the money for Fei Qian Mitai had arrived. 600 bottles, each sold for 8,000, a total of 4.8 million. But for him, no amount of money can compare to the warmth he feels at this moment. After dinner, Xian patted her belly and went back to her room for a nap. Chun Jia rummaged through the drawers and finally took out a plastic bag from the cupboard. Lin Ming took a look and saw that it was the 100,000 cash he had sent last time. "What are you doing?" Lin Ming asked. "You act so deliberately. Isn't it just for the money?" Chun Jia was cleaning the table while saying, "Don't worry, I won't spend money that I didn't earn myself. You don't have to pretend anymore, since I haven't touched a cent of the 100,000 yuan. Show your old manliness." Chun Jia emphasized the word manliness. Chun Jia. Lin Ming felt that he really needed to explain. He took out the text message of the money arriving and placed it in front of Chun Jia. "This is the money I earned a few days ago. It arrived in my account today. A total of 4.8 million. If you don't believe me, just look." Chun Jia looked at the string of zeros and dropped the garbage she had just collected unconsciously. "Ew, where did you get so much money?" Chun Jia said in a panic. "Lin Ming, you can indulge in depravity. You can also have no ambition, but you can't go out and cheat people under the guise of being good to me and Xian. This is illegal. Think about your parents and Xuan's future. If others knew that she had a father who committed a crime, how would they look at her? Her future would be affected by you, and she would never be able to hold her head up high for the rest of her life." It's no wonder Chun Jia thought so. Even if Lin Ming didn't give up on himself, it would be impossible for him to make so much money in just over a week. Apart from doing illegal things, Chun Jia really couldn't think of any other way to make money so quickly. "I didn't break any law. I earned all this in a fair and honest way." Lin Ming really didn't know how to explain it. "Openly and above board? Then tell me, how are you openly and above board?" Chun Jia said angrily. "My first money came from a bet with Li Hongyuan." Taking this opportunity, Lin Ming explained the whole story of the 4.8 million. The more Chun Jia listened, the more unbelievable it seemed to him. It was even a little absurd. However, she knew about Lin Jiahua's situation. The concert tickets had dropped to 100 yuan each, and no one was interested in buying them. Chun Jia had also seen them online. There was also a sudden price increase for Fei Qian Mitai, and the news went viral in the company. Although this has nothing to do with ordinary people, this is how the workplace is. Apart from intrigue, there's gossip, ranging from personal privacy to international trends. All coincidences seem to be inevitable. Lin Ming's explanation was well-reasoned, and these were the facts that had happened in the past few days. But what Chun Jia couldn't understand was why all these good things happened to Lin Ming. Does he have 2 more eyes than others? Or does he have 2 more ears than others? Why didn't I realize before that you have this ability? Chun Jia frowned. I have to thank Sheng for this. If he hadn't pushed me that day, I really wouldn't have been able to do this. Lin Ming wanted to continue talking. He did not intend to hide the fact that he could predict the future from Chun Jia. Little do people know that the speaker may be unintentional, but the listener may be intentional. Chun Jia's face turned cold. "Sure enough, you still hate my brother. I'm not taking sides, but I have to say that you went to ask my parents for money that day, and they didn't give it to you, so you got angry and cursed. Also, you were the first to hit my brother. My brother didn't mean to hit you. He just pushed you down by accident." When Lin Ming heard this, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. "Chun Jia, that's not what I meant. He wanted to explain, but Chun Jia lost his patience to listen. "We're done eating. Take your money and leave quickly. You can make money now. That's your ability, but it can't erase what you have done in the past. If you really haven't violated the law, then be nice to your parents, your brothers and sisters. They're all good people." As she spoke, Chun Jia pushed Lin Ming out the door. At the same time, Chun Jia forced the bag containing 100,000 yuan in cash into Lin Ming's hands. "Chun Jia, Please listen to my explanation. I really don't hate Chen Sheng. I am grateful to him. Bang! The security door slammed shut. Lin Ming stood outside and slapped himself hard in the face. He is such a grown-up, but he can't even speak a word and has no consideration for Chun Jia's feelings at all. I could have used this opportunity to ease the relationship between the two of us, but I messed it up. Damn it. Damn it. Chapter 27, Southern New District. Chun Jia is very angry now, so it is impossible to expect her to open the door for her. There was no choice. Lin Ming could only go downstairs and go to the Warwick flagship store, buy a mobile phone for Xian Xian, and then apply for a phone card with his ID card. Putting the cell phone and phone card in the bag containing 100,000 yuan in cash, Lin Ming came to the rental house again. Chun Jia, I brought Xian Xian's phone and left it at the door. Don't forget to take it. Lin Ming called out, but seeing no response from Chun Jia, he could only leave in disappointment. About 5 minutes after he left, Chun Jia walked out of the house. You can tell at a glance that it is the bag containing cash. I took out my cell phone and looked at it. It was still pink, which was Xuan's favorite color. Picking up the bag, Chun Jia turned around and went home. But she herself didn't realize that the moment she turned around, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. The next day, that is September 2nd, the day Han Changyu went to the group headquarters. Lin Ming got up early, washed up briefly, and then called Li Hanyuan. Surprisingly, Li Hanyuan didn't answer the call this time. Lin Ming didn't care. He went out to have some breakfast and called Li Hanyuan again. This time, Li Hanyuan picked up the phone, but he didn't sound very happy. Brother Li, how come you're still grumpy so early in the morning? Lin Ming teased. Oh, stop talking about it. It would be nice if it was just a case of being in a bad mood after waking up. Li Hanyuan sighed. Brother Lin called me. There must be something good going on, right? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't play with you this time. My assets have been frozen. Asset freeze. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. Why? The money came in too quickly these days. It has nothing to do with this. It's my husband who's causing trouble, but I can't explain it right away. Li Hanyuan seemed to be dealing with something, and his tone sounded very anxious. It's just family matters. I can't help you with that. Lin Ming shook his head. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming thought of that playboy Zhou Chong. This guy admires me very much now. And after losing 50 million this time, I'm afraid he is looking for a place to cry. The main reason is that his identity is different. Lin Ming will need his help in many places in the future. This time, Li Hanyuan is not so lucky, so he just helped Zhou Chong. I dialed Zhou Chong's cell phone number, and the call was answered quickly. Brother Lin, Zhou Chong asked in a surprised tone. He even suspected that Lin Ming had figured out who he was with and what he was talking about. Why? Didn't you expect that I could call you? Lin Ming said with a smile. No. We just separated yesterday, Zhou Chong said embarrassedly. Enough of the small talk. You just lost 50 million yesterday. I want to help you get some of your money back. Lin Ming got straight to the point. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Chong's eyes suddenly widened. He glanced at the middle-aged man opposite him and then said, It's me, Brother Lin. You thought of me first when you wanted to make money. How can I love you? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. This guy's ability to flatter others was immature, even worse than Li Hongyuan's. You know the Zijin Sheng mansion, right? Lin Ming asked. Do you know the real estate project being developed in the southern suburbs of Landau City? Zhou Chong nodded. Well, come over with the money. I'll wait for you at the sales office. Lin Ming was about to hang up the phone after he finished speaking. Brother Lin, wait a minute. Zhou Chong said anxiously. I know Brother Lin can help me make money, but can I ask why it is at Zijin Sheng Mansion? The current housing price of Zijin Shengfu has dropped to around 20,000 yuan, and it looks like it will continue to fall. It could be said to be one of the least promising properties in the entire Landau city. It's a desolate place. Even birds don't want to poop there. It's said that the developer almost went bankrupt because no one bought it. At this point, Zhou Chong suddenly exclaimed, Brother Lin, are you planning to go over and buy it? You really think highly of me. Lin Ming shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about anything else. Just come here. How much money you can make this time depends on how much money you bring today. Blue Island City Center. Zhou Family Courtyard. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, Zhou Chong could only put the phone down and look at the middle-aged man again. This middle-aged man is Zhou Chong's father, the current top leader of Landau City, Zhou Mingli. On weekdays, Zhou Mingli looks like an ordinary person and does not have much official authority. Next to Zhou Mingli sat an old man in his 70s. Zhou Chong's grandfather, Zhou Wenyan. This time, when Zhou Chong returned to the Zhou family compound, He mainly talked about the batch of red wine. Neither Mr. Zhou nor Zhou Mingli objected to Zhou Chong doing business, as long as he didn't do it under their name. This kid is indeed very ambitious. Although he doesn't like to go into politics, he is doing very well in business, and his assets are about to exceed 100 million. Although there is the influence of the old man, Zhou Chong's efforts cannot be denied. When they heard that the batch of red wine was fake, Zhou Mingli and Old Man Zhou were both furious. They knew about this batch of wine and had told Zhou Chong about the wine testing, but Zhou Chong didn't take it seriously. In addition, foreign wine suppliers have indeed cooperated with Zhou Chong several times, so they are too lazy to care. No one expected that a huge disaster would almost befall the Zhou family without anyone noticing. If Lin Ming hadn't pointed it out to Zhou Chong, this batch of red wine would have really put the Zhou family in an irretrievable situation. Zhou Chong was reporting to his father and grandfather when Lin Ming suddenly called and said he wanted to help him make money. Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan wanted to hear what Lin Ming had to say out of gratitude and curiosity. Therefore, after Zhou Chong hung up the phone, Zhou Mingli immediately asked, "What do you mean?" He said that Zijin Shengfu, the property in the southern suburbs, would make me rich. Zhou Chong said to himself, "Shouldn't it be? Zijin Shengfu is almost unfinished. The workers are just hanging around and not doing much work. I've passed by there several times and wondered if the developer is crazy. How can such a property make any money?" Little did they know that Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were already shocked beyond words. The southern suburbs are indeed desolate, and Zijin Shengfu is indeed deserted at the moment, with no one willing to buy it. But just the day before yesterday morning, the provincial government set the tone to attract investment, vigorously develop the southern suburbs, and transform the word suburbs into new district. The approval document arrived at the city yesterday afternoon. It was very fast, and there were almost no objections. Tomorrow morning, the municipal committee will hold a press conference to focus on publicizing this matter and prepare for attracting investment. In other words, the Zijin Shengfu, which no one is interested in now, will transform into a hot property starting tomorrow. Not to mention others. Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan could both imagine the grand scene of people queuing up to grab houses. Even the housing prices will skyrocket. Only, this matter is kept very confidential. The provincial government has strictly stated that no leaks are allowed. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. How did Lin Ming know this? Could it be true, as Zhou Chong said, that he figured it out through fortune-telling? Chapter 28. She poured me a glass of water. Blue Island City, southern suburbs. Purple Gold Mansion. Lin Ming sat on the sofa in the sales office, looking at the real estate salesmen who were staring at their phones and had no intention of paying any attention to him, and shook his head secretly. It's really not their fault. This huge sales office is quite upscale, but looking around, apart from those few salesmen, there is no other person. It's not that no one has come to see the house before. The sales office has also held activities, and the sales staff were extremely enthusiastic. However, after seeing where the building was located, most people fled this damn place as if they were escaping famine. The remaining little bit is also too embarrassing. After all, they took small gifts from the sales office, and only after listening to the salesperson's introduction did they say they would go home and discuss it with their family. And then, nothing happened. The salespeople who are still able to stay here are either forced to do so or just trying to get by. Those who have a little ambition have all gone to other popular properties. It was almost 10 o'clock when the sound of brakes was heard outside the sales office. Zhou Chong arrived. Even though he was driving a Q7, the real estate salesmen just raised their eyelids and still didn't seem to want to pay any attention to him. Because in their opinion, the richer a person is, the less likely it is that he or she will buy a house here. There was a receptionist who saw that Lin Ming had been sitting here for almost half an hour and felt embarrassed to leave him alone, so he planned to pour him a glass of water. "Brother Lin." Zhou Chong waved towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded and joked, "It seems that you still have some money. You haven't sold all your cars. Brother Lin, you are underestimating your brother, aren't you? No matter in life or work, we always like to leave a way out for ourselves. Even if we lose the 50 million worth of wine, we won't sell the car, right?" Zhou Chong said with a smile. The two men greeted each other and then got down to business. "Chong, how much money did you bring?" Lin Ming asked. "Brother Lin, let's not talk about money for now." Zhou Chong waved his hand and said, "Look at this sales office. There is no one here, not to mention people. There is not even a ghost. And those salesmen are like they have lost their souls. Why would you buy a house here?" Zhou Chong had no good impression of this property in the first place, and considering the attitude of the salesman, he was naturally furious. His voice was loud enough that the salesman could hear it. "How do you talk like that?" a male salesperson asked. "What, you're still not convinced? Come over here and let's fight." Zhou Chong sneered. When ordinary people buy a house, they have saved money all their lives. After spending 1 or 2 million, they still have to look at your faces in the end. No wonder there is no one here. With your attitude, it will be strange if you can sell it. The male salesperson was so embarrassed by Zhou Chong's words that his face turned red, but he had no way to refute. "Come on, I asked you to make money, not to argue with people," Lin Ming said helplessly. "You said it yourself, there's not even a ghost here. Who are they going to entertain? Am I not a human being? Brother Lin, aren't you a human being? You called me at 9 o'clock, so you must have arrived a long time ago. I waited for such a long time, and there was not even a glass of water. What are these people in the sales office doing?" Zhou Chong said with his chin raised. Just at this moment, the receptionist came over with 2 glasses of water. When she heard Zhou Chong's words, her still pretty face trembled slightly, and she almost tripped over her high heels. "Isn't there some water? Please say less. It's not easy for everyone." Lin Ming took a glass of water. Zhou Chong snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. He had a very bad temper, and Lin Ming had felt it when they first met. If it weren't for Lin Ming's pressure, Zhou Chong would have probably burst into curses based on what the male salesperson said. Seeing that Zhou Chong didn't look like a good person, the receptionist put down the water and prepared to leave. Lin Ming said, "Wait a moment. Sir, do you have anything else to say?" The receptionist was a little scared. Could this handsome-looking man be a smiling tiger? He appears gentle on the surface, but actually he has already made up his mind. "Can you sign a contract?" Lin Ming asked. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Well, I'm not a salesperson, but if you want to buy a house, I can help you find a salesperson." "No, it's you." Lin Ming smiled gently. "Believe me, you could do it too." Pei Shui had just graduated from university and had just entered the society. She did not have much sales experience, so she could only pour glasses of water and wipe tables at the front desk. It was the first time she heard someone praise her like this, and she felt a little touched. "Brother Lin, you are not planning to seduce her, are you?" Zhou Chong shouted. "What nonsense!" Lin Ming's face was dark. "Don't talk about those useless things. Just tell me whether you want to work with me or not. If you want to work with me, tell me how much money you brought. Don't waste time." Zhou Chong immediately stopped talking and said honestly, 5 million. Lin Ming smiled. It seemed that this guy really didn't have much wealth. He looked at Pei Shui, the receptionist. "What's the current house price?" "It seems to be 18,000 per square meter. I'm not too sure about the specific floor and building number." Pei Shui seemed a little nervous. "Well, we bought a lot, so you call the manager over," Lin Ming said. "Well," Pei Shui hurried to call the manager. "Brother Lin, are you really planning to buy a house here?" Zhou Chong frowned. Neither Zhou Mingli nor Zhou Wenyin told him about the development of the new district, so he was still a little hesitant. "I don't plan to buy it. I just want to borrow the house here to make ends meet." Lin Ming smiled mysteriously. He briefly told Zhou Chong about his plan in a low voice, and Zhou Chong didn't ask any more questions. He is not so indecisive. Since he has already got the money, he will just follow Brother Lin. After a while, the manager came over accompanied by Pei Shui. He was a man who looked very shrewd. "Hello, my name is Wang Xingyong, and I'm the sales manager of Zijin Shengfu." "Hello, Manager Wang." Lin Ming shook hands with Wang Xingyong, and then got straight to the point, 16,000 per square meter. "We plan to buy more than 100 units. Can the price be lowered?" In fact, it doesn't matter how much per square meter it is. Lin Ming is not really planning to buy a house anyway, and negotiating the price is just a pretense. Little did he know that after he said this, Wang Xingyong was shocked. More than 100 sets? Pei Shui also opened her mouth wide in disbelief. The salesmen who had been playing with their phones pricked up their ears. The male salesperson who was not convinced before shouted, 100 sets? Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? Your voice is really unpleasant. Can you shut up? Zhou Chong's face was cold. Wang Xingyong reacted at this moment and glared at the male salesperson. Then he said, "This gentleman, are you kidding? If the price is acceptable, you can go and get the contract, but the commission will be counted on her." Lin Ming pointed at Pei Shui. "Sir, you don't know that Pei Shui is not a salesperson." Wang Xingyong wanted to explain. Lin Ming shook his head and interrupted. "Whether she's a salesperson or not has nothing to do with me. I only recognize her." "What?" Wang Xingyong asked subconsciously. Lin Ming smiled slightly. because she just poured me a glass of water. Chapter 29. I have a wife. When following Wang Xingyong to prepare the contract, Pei Shui still felt like she was dreaming. Her mind was full of that sentence, because she had just poured me a glass of water. Sometimes, a word or a small action can really affect a person's life. At least in Pei Shui's future life. No matter what she did, she worked diligently and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. She finally understood what it meant that the harder she worked, the more unlucky she became. About half an hour later, Wang Xingyong and Pei Shui came back with a pile of contracts. 16,000 per square meter, there's no need to talk about it. Given the current situation of Zijin Shengfu, the developer's bottom line is actually 12 or 30,000. After all, the land was acquired cheaply in the first place. To be honest, there are not even 12,000 or 13,000 residential areas in the entire Landau city, including the old ones. Even so, developers still make money. Watching Lin Ming and Zhou Chong sign the contract. At this time, Wang Xingyong actually had the same idea as the ticket seller Lu Wenxuan. Two rich bastards. Of course, he would soon understand Lu Wenxuan's furious mood. What we signed today was just a deposit contract, a 50,000 yuan deposit for each unit, which is non-refundable in case of breach of contract. According to Lin Ming, the down payment will be collected within a month. This made Wang Xingyong very excited, because properties like Zijin Xingfu usually require a deposit of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. The situation in Landau City is probably similar. Unless it is one of the top residential areas or villa areas, a deposit of more than 100,000 yuan will be required first. The fact that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were able to offer a deposit of 50,000 per unit was enough to show their sincerity. Swish, swish, swish. The two of them signed the document and the matter was settled. Lin Ming, 4.8 million, 96 units. Zhou Chong spent 5 million, which is exactly 100 sets. All the houses we picked are in the best buildings and floors, and the area is between 120 and 140 square meters, because houses of this size are the easiest to sell. The entire property complex was planned to have 1,200 commercial housing units, but less than 100 had been sold before. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong alone bought up 1/6 of them. It's a pleasure to work with you. After all the contracts were signed, Wang Xingyong excitedly extended his hand again. This period of time has been really frustrating. Now that he has nearly 10 million in cash, he feels that he needs to go out for a good drink tonight and find a girl to have some fun. It's been a pleasure working with you. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong shook hands with him. Manager Wang, since the contract has been signed, we will leave first. Lin Ming said, you two must drive safely. Wang Xingyong smiled. Mr. Lin, Pei Shui suddenly trotted over from behind and said, well, thank you for your cultivation. Look, can I add your WeChat? If you don't understand anything about the house in the future, you can ask me. By the end of her speech, Pei Shui was so thin and delicate, her pretty face flushed, and her head almost shrank into her neck. Although she was new to society, she did not know nothing. When Wang Xingyong handed the contract to her, he also mentioned a few things in a tactful way. Pei Shui actually didn't resist much. First of all, Lin Ming was really handsome, and secondly, he was rich. Third, she had to be the middleman and repeatedly reminded Wang Xingyong that the commission was hers. To anyone, this is enough to explain everything. Pei Shui was still very confident about her appearance. Considering all this, she felt that Lin Ming would add her on WeChat. However, Lin Ming smiled and said, forget about adding WeChat. Just work hard and you will definitely live the life you want in the future. Pei Shui stood there in a daze. What does it mean? Is this a rejection of yourself? Mr. Lin, Lin Ming waved his hand to interrupt. I am already married. I have a wife and children. I love them very much, and they love me too. Pei Shui was suddenly speechless. Little girl, I was just joking before. Don't think too much. Brother Lin's wife is very beautiful, huh? Zhou Chong laughed loudly and walked outside with Lin Ming. After they left, the salesman immediately ran to Pei Shui. Xiao Shui, you've really made a fortune this time. You have nearly 200 homeowners. If you ask for 10,000 yuan from each home, that's 2 million yuan. Oh, why don't I have such a good life? It's a pity that Mr. Lin didn't add you on WeChat. Otherwise, you would have been able to enjoy a good life in the future. So what if his wife is pretty? After a long time, there will always be no novelty. Yes, if it really doesn't work, our Xiao Shui can be a mistress. Several people surrounded Pei Shui. They seemed envious, but in fact they were almost jealous to the point of vomiting blood. Their words were as sour as they could be. I have to thank the seniors for looking through the cracks in the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Pei Shui was not someone who could be bullied by others, so she smiled and said, "Forget about the treat. I don't have time tonight. I'll see how I feel later." The salesmen were so angry that their teeth were itching, but they couldn't do anything about Pei Shui. After leaving the sales office, Zhou Chong didn't say anything more about the house. Instead, he said, "Brother Lin, I didn't make any comments about you before, but you are considered a rich man now, so at least you should get a car to drive. Expensive ones aside, a 5 Series, E-Class, or A6 will all work. They only cost a few $100,000. It's always inconvenient not to have a car." Lin Ming nodded, thinking to himself that he should indeed buy a car. Otherwise, he would have to take a taxi wherever he went, which was a waste of time. "Do you have a friend who sells cars?" "Well, I really don't have it, but I can help you find out." Zhou Chong scratched his head. "Let's talk about it later." Lin Ming said, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Zhou Chong asked. Lin Ming was originally planning to go back to the apartment, but at this moment his WeChat rang and someone added him as a friend. Lin Ming thought it was Pei Shui again, so he ignored her. But soon, Chun Jia called. "Xian is adding you on WeChat. She's about to cry. Add her quickly." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Ming opened WeChat as quickly as possible and added the other party. The nickname is a system nickname, but the avatar is a photo of Xian. Probably knowing that Lin Ming agreed, the video call came again. "Let's go to Unju community." Lin Ming suddenly changed his mind and said to Zhou Chong. As he got in the car, he smiled and said, "Huh? Where did this little princess come from? Let me guess who you are." "You stupid dad. You knew it was Xian, but you still did this on purpose." Xian acted like a little adult, blocking Lin Ming so much that he didn't know how to respond. "Dad, I want to have a big meal." Xian pouted her lips, looking pitiful. Lin Ming bought her things twice, which made her almost forget about the past. She only wanted her father to buy her delicious food. Just as Lin Ming was about to ask if his mother was at home, he saw a familiar figure flash past behind Xian. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Ming thought to himself that he was too concerned. If Chun Jia was not at home, how could he help Xian add him as a friend? It was time for dinner, so Lin Ming said, "Xian, wait for Dad at home. I will buy you a feast." Yeah, Dad is the best." Xian cheered immediately. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ming said, "Xian, ask your mother if she still needs to go to work later." Xian immediately shouted a few times in the video. After a while, she turned around and said, "Mom doesn't speak." "Okay, Dad got it." After hanging up the video, Lin Ming showed a look of joy on his face. He knew Chun Jia too well. If Chun Jia really didn't want to see him, she would definitely say she had to go to work. Chapter 30, Progress. "Really, I've never seen a man as good as you, Brother Lin. You don't want a beautiful woman, but you're so happy when your daughter makes a video call with you." Seeing Lin Ming put away his phone, Zhou Chong said sincerely, "Compared to you, Brother Han is nothing. He can't be played with in China, so he's gone abroad to play. If it weren't for you, Brother Lin, reminding him, it's hard to say whether he can come back this time. You don't understand. I owe them so much. Now, as long as they are happy, I will do anything." Lin Ming rubbed his brows. "Brother Lin, do you want to buy something for Xian? I know a Western restaurant that serves very good steaks. How about we go there and order some takeaway?" Zhou Chong said again. "That's fine. Do you have French fries?" Xian likes French fries very much. Lin Ming nodded. "Uh-huh. I'm a frequent customer there. They can still make it for us even if we're not there." Zhou Chong laughed. "Liyue Western restaurant. This is the one Zhou Chong was talking about." Of course, Lin Ming had also heard of the reputation of this place. It was considered a relatively high-end Western restaurant in Landau City. However, the consumption was not ordinary, with an average of more than 1,000 yuan per person. For 2 people, it would cost about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan to fill their stomachs. You can't say it's expensive. You can only say that when you come to a place like this, you don't come to eat, you just want to enjoy the environment and feel the atmosphere. Zhou Chong did not let Lin Ming get off the car. He went in and packed 3 steaks, a large box of French fries, and several exquisitely packaged desserts. Lin Ming didn't act pretentiously. After all, the two of them had known each other for a long time, so he could just ask him to come back later. After sending Lin Ming to Unju community, Zhou Chong politely declined Lin Ming's invitation to go up and sit for a while and drove away. Looking at the slowly disappearing big Q7, Lin Ming felt a little envious. He is actually just an ordinary person who likes high-end watches, luxury cars, and spacious villas. This should be what all ordinary people dream of. Lin Ming's ability to make money now doesn't mean he is free of vanity. The difference is that now if Lin Ming wants to show off something to others, he must drag Chunjia and Xian to show it off together. Without them, life will never be complete. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ming knocked on the security door. Dad, it's Dad. Dad brought me some delicious food. Xian rushed over impatiently and opened the security door. My dear daughter, do you miss your daddy? Lin Ming laughed. Yeah, I miss Dad so much. Xian nodded her head, but her eyes were fixed on the thing in Lin Ming's hand. Little guy, do you miss your daddy or delicious food? Lin Ming said helplessly. I want both. Xian said crisply. Lin Ming smiled even more. Xian, from now on, when you're alone at home, you're not allowed to open the door to strangers, understand? What if it is not Dad who comes, but a bad guy? I know. Xian is not a little fool. I want to eat delicious food. Daddy, please bring it out. Under Xuan's repeated urging, Lin Ming took out the steak, French fries, etc. The little girl was pleasantly surprised again, and then began to wolf down the food, mumbling delicious while eating. At this time, Chunjia came over from the balcony. She immediately saw the word Luyu on the takeaway box and couldn't help but frowned. Can't I buy steak anywhere else? Why do I have to go to Luyu? It's so expensive. Lin Ming kept his mouth shut and said nothing. What's wrong with you today? Why aren't you talking? It seems like you can't hold on any longer. Chunjia was a little surprised. Lin Ming smiled awkwardly. I said the wrong thing last time. I was worried that I would make you angry again, so I just shut up. Chunjia turned around to get a kettle for Xian. Upon hearing this, the corners of her bright red mouth raised again. Nearly 2 weeks later, the bruises on Chunjia's face had almost disappeared. I have to admit that Chunjia, without bruises, is really beautiful even without makeup. Whenever this happened, Lin Ming would hate himself. Why didn't he cherish such a beautiful and virtuous wife? When he turned around, the smile on Chunjia's face disappeared again. She handed the cute cartoon kettle to Xian. Eat slowly. Steak is not easy to chew. Be careful not to choke. You can eat together. I packed 3 servings. Lin Ming said. It seems you haven't eaten either? Chunjia glanced at Lin Ming, then opened one of the copies and placed it in front of Lin Ming. She opened the last portion herself and started eating quietly without saying a word. The atmosphere is very warm. Lin Ming didn't know what Chunjia was thinking, but he felt very happy anyway. After eating for a while, Lin Ming suddenly said, Mid-Autumn Festival is just over a week away, and I want to give some mooncakes to my parents. Chunjia then said, Mid-Autumn Festival is a family reunion festival. You haven't been back for several years. It has always been your uncle and aunt who came to see you. They are old, and it is not easy for them to come. We can't let them run around all the time. In addition to what happened last time, it's right for you to go back and see them. Your parents, Lin Ming said. Chunjia reflexively looked towards Lin Ming, but when the two looked at each other, Chunjia quickly shifted her panicked eyes to the steak. I not only owe you and your mother, but also your Chin family. I still remember what your parents said to me when we got married. They didn't ask me to become rich, but only to give you a stable home. Lin Ming tried his best to calm down. They have never looked down on me. Whether I failed in my business or I gave up on myself, they have helped me so much, even taking out their pensions. I feel guilty towards them, and I am too ashamed to see them. But I can't keep hiding like this. I want them to see me now. I want them to know that their expectations of me are not in the East China Sea. Chunjia's shoulders trembled, her eyes turned red, and tears flowed unconsciously. Over the past few years, she had always hoped that Lin Ming would say something that would give her hope, just like he was doing now. But why? Why did he have to wait until after the divorce to say it out? Lin Ming didn't notice Chunjia's strangeness and continued, Now that we're divorced, I'm afraid that if I go there suddenly, it will make the old couple angry. And Chen Sheng, he's impatient. Chunjia swallowed the steak in his mouth. The people you should visit most are your parents, understand? I understand what you mean, but you also have to know that your feelings toward my parents are exactly how I feel toward your parents now, Lin Ming said. Have you finished eating? If you have, go back. Chunjia ordered him to leave. Lin Ming panicked. I can leave, but what I just said, my legs are on your body. How can I control you? Just like yesterday, Lin Ming was pushed out by Chunjia again. But this time, Lin Ming's face was filled with ecstasy. Is this a step further? Xian, you little stinky girl, you only know how to eat. I was kicked out by your mother, and you didn't care about me at all. I'm so sad. After shouting casually, Lin Ming went downstairs happily. Chapter 31. Press Conference. The first few times I came, I was not allowed to enter the door. I went in last time, and this time I had lunch and stayed for more than an hour. Lin Ming felt that he had taken a big step on the road to reconciliation. Chunjia had borne all the grievances before, so now, let her vent them on herself. On the way back to the apartment, Lin Ming casually called Zhou Chong and asked him to help buy some high-end, delicious mooncakes with beautiful packaging. The mooncakes on the market were naturally good, but for Lin Ming, this visit to Old Chin's house was more important than the first time he met the old couple. In addition to mooncakes, Lin Ming also asked Zhou Chong to help get a few bottles of fake mitai and other gifts. The price doesn't matter, as long as the quality is up to standard. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he should have kept a few bottles of fake mitai earlier. Now he has to spend more money. Zhou family courtyard. Zhou Mingli is not here. Looking at Zhou Chong, who hung up the phone, Grandpa Zhou said, "He really treats my eldest grandson as a servant." "Grandpa, it's not as serious as you said. I have the channels, and it's normal for him to ask me for help." Zhou Chong hurriedly comforted Lin Ming. Zhou Wenyan is naturally not such a petty person. Otherwise, he would not have reached the level of the governor of Donglin province. "Did you go to Zijin Sheng Mansion in the morning? Did you buy several houses? I remember that you don't have much money left, right?" Zhou Wenyan asked. "Well, I only brought 5 million, but Brother Lin didn't mean to buy a house. He just signed a deposit contract, 50,000 per house, 100 for me and 96 for him." Zhou Chong did not hide anything about the contract and told him everything. Zhou Wenyan's eyes sparkled, and he said to himself, "He is indeed a great man." "Grandpa, what are you mumbling about?" Zhou Chong was full of doubts. "I really don't understand Brother Lin. He is so secretive and won't tell me the purpose of doing this. What if he really wants me to buy these 100 houses? Where'll I get the money? He knows how much money you have, so he won't cheat you like that." Zhou Wenyan stood up, patted Zhou Chong on the shoulder, and walked into the house. "You did a good job this time. Listen to Lin Ming's advice in the future. If you have the chance, it would be best to bring him to see me." Zhou Chong stood there in a daze. Listen more to Lin Ming's advice? Bring him to meet the old man? One eye-opener. In his more than 20 years of life, this was the first time Zhou Chong saw the old man admire someone so much. In the evening, Xian called Lin Ming again via video and wanted to have a big meal. However, before Lin Ming could agree, he was sternly stopped by Chunjia. What Chunjia meant was that she would cook for Xian and that she couldn't eat too much at night or she would get indigestion. Lin Ming was helpless. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to visit the mother and daughter again. Now he wished to be with Chunjia and Xian all the time. The little girl still had a conscience. Although she felt a little disappointed, she still talked to Lin Ming for a while before reluctantly hanging up the video. Maybe in her heart, her life now is also very happy. At night, Lin Ming had a dream. He dreamed that Chunjia changed her mind. He had a lot of wealth, and the family of 3 traveled around the world. The sense of satisfaction was overflowing from the dream. September 3rd, 9 o'clock in the morning. The Landau Municipal Party Committee held a press conference, emphasizing that the southern part will be developed into the new district of Landau City. At the same time, we officially started to attract investment. After a long speech, he basically talked about how to plan and develop the new district and what preferential policies will be given to major companies that move in there. Anyone with a little common sense would know after watching the news. The suburbs that were once considered a wasteland are about to become developed. Laoyang Breakfast Shop. Old Yang has been working here for nearly 20 years, and the prices of various breakfasts are still the same as they were back then. So even at this time, there's still many people eating breakfast here. The news was playing on the old TV. The southern suburbs are going to be developed. TSK. Judging by the propaganda efforts of the Municipal Party Committee, the amount of money must be quite large. It's a pity that we don't have any industry in the suburbs. Otherwise, if there was some that could make money, we could get rich just by demolishing the business. Old Chin, don't say that. It makes it seem like you have some business somewhere else. Ha ha, very insightful. Speaking of which, there's a real estate project in the suburbs. It's called Zijin or something. Purple Gold Palace. Yes, that's the Zijin Sheng Mansion. The prices there should also rise accordingly, right? It's more than just a rising tide lifting all boats. Haven't you seen the city committee's planning map? Zijin Shengfu is right in the center of the new district. Once the new district is fully developed, It will become the CAD of a new district. Bullshit, that's called CBD. No matter whether it's in CD or CBD, I have to find a house for my son. Hearing a burst of discussions, Lin Ming wanted to laugh. After all, these simple people are the cutest. CBD is unlikely. After all, it is a new development area, not a commercial area, and business is only a part of it. However, it is true that Zijin Shengfu will become the most eye-catching community in the new district. There's a saying that goes, if you ignore me today, I will make you out of my league tomorrow. I guess this is what the senior executives of Zijin Sheng Mansion are thinking now. The cell phone rang. Lin Ming smiled. You can guess who is calling with your toes. Something? Lin Ming asked with a smile. It's not just something, it's a big deal. Zhou Chong said ecstatically. Brother Lin, did you already know that the new district would be developed? Is that why you took me to sign the deposit contract? Brother Lin, you are really my brother. You are so awesome. After reading the news, Zhou Chong finally understood why the old man said yesterday that he'd done a good job and asked him to listen more to Lin Ming's advice. Obviously, the old man and my father had known about this for a long time, but they didn't tell me. Why are you howling? Are you afraid that others don't know that you're going to get rich? Lin Ming said. Damn, how can I not be happy? We have nearly 200 houses in our hands now. I heard that the price of Zijin Shengfu will at least double. If we sell all these houses, Zhou Chong couldn't contain his excitement. Stop dreaming. Do you have so much money to buy all these houses? Lin Ming poured a basin of cold water on him. Zhou Chong calmed down instantly and said sadly, that's right. Even if we calculate it based on 16,000 per square meter, the house we have will cost. Don't give up. You won't feel comfortable even if you give up. I've told you a long time ago that we don't really want to buy houses, but we are borrowing these houses to make ends meet. Do you understand now? Lin Ming said. I understand you understand. Anyway, Brother Lin, you are awesome. Zhou Chong said. Now the people going to Zijin Shengfu to buy houses must be crowded. We have selected the best buildings and floors. This is our advantage. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, but 200 units is indeed a bit too much. We can't keep selling them at the sales office. It's hard to say whether people will believe us. It will also cause resentment at the sales office. I understand what Brother Lin means. There must be a lot of real estate speculation groups eyeing Zijin Shengfu. I'll ask around to see if anyone is willing to take over our 200 units. Zhou Chong is very smart and understands things quickly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming took a sip of water. After finishing the house, I have to study the stock market. Life is indeed fulfilling. Chapter 32. We are willing to pay the penalty. Purple Gold Mansion. The sales office, which was originally empty, was now bustling with activity. The 20 or so salesmen who were temporarily transferred here were basically busy signing contracts and didn't even have time to drink a glass of water. Office on the third floor. Wang Xingyong stood in front of the window, looking at the crowd outside that was already lined up for several hundred meters, and took a deep puff of cigarette. He is feeling very complicated and conflicted right now. Can't say it's bad, nor can I say it's good. It is now 10:30 in the morning, and it has been an hour and a half since the press conference. The press conference had just ended when the board of directors called. The meaning is clear: price increase. The lowest is 60,000 per flat, and the highest is 90,000 per flat. This price is considered to be on the upper side in the entire Landau city. Such a crazy surge, which increased 5 or 6 times in an instant, did not surprise Wang Xingyong. Because he knew what the current Zijin Shengfu represented, it was the most popular thing in the entire southern new district. As long as you buy a house here, you will have the greatest convenience in the new district in the future. For example, necessary comprehensive facilities such as schools, hospitals, large supermarkets, etc. will be built around Zijin Shengfu. Once all these are completed, the housing prices in Zijin Shengfu will surely rise again. Although it is not a top-tier community, it is not impossible for it to reach the top of the housing prices in Landau City in one fell swoop, because of its uniqueness in the new district. Of course, the villa area is not included. All the people queuing here at this moment have predicted the unlimited potential and bright prospects of Zijin Shengfu, so they are so patient. Wang Xingyong was very clear that this was just the beginning. More and more people will come, and real estate speculation groups will definitely be there. In order to prevent emergencies and to demonstrate the value of Zijin Shengfu. In the afternoon, the lottery stage will officially begin. Unless you have connections with the sales office, you're only eligible to buy a house here if you get a number. This is certainly not an act of impulse on the part of the board of directors. But the fact that Zijin Shengfu is now really not worried about selling, even though there are still about 900 units left. Just hearing these words alone, Wang Xingyong naturally felt very happy. But what made him unhappy were the two guys who bought nearly 200 sets at one time yesterday. At that time, Wang Xingyong thought they were big enemies, but now he just feels that he is the big idiot. Pure big idiot. Those two guys picked the best building numbers and floors, as well as the most marketable square meters. According to today's housing prices, even if the price is reduced to 80,000 yuan per square meter, Zijin Xingfu will still suffer a loss of at least 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. What is the concept? If those 200 houses had not been sold, the 1.5 billion would have been the group's pure profit. With this amazing performance, Wang Xingyong will be promoted to the top of the group and achieve complete financial freedom. But now, he really didn't dare to report this matter to the board of directors. Wang Xingyong originally wanted to wait until Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng paid the down payment before reporting it to the group headquarters to give the board of directors a surprise. But who could have thought that this surprise turned into a shock in just one night? Wang Xingyong could even imagine the scene where the board of directors would be furious after knowing about this. It's obviously not my fault, and the house is selling so well now. Why do I feel like crying? Manager Wang. The assistant has been standing behind Wang Xingyong. She watched Wang Xingyong smoke one cigarette after another and finally couldn't help it. He gritted his teeth and said, "The higher-ups will know about this sooner or later. Instead of dragging it out, we might as well take advantage of the fact that the top management of the group is in a good mood and report it to them right away." You're right. I don't want to delay it any longer. I won't be able to sleep at night. Wang Xingyong has made his decision. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number marked Mr. Cheng. Is it Xiao Wang? President Cheng sounded extremely pleased. Are you planning to report to me about Zijin Xingfu? The finance department has just completed a financial reconciliation. Due to the provincial government's policy, Zijin Xingfu is expected to bring us nearly 10 billion yuan in profits. This is very rare in the national real estate market. Just wait for your promotion, haha. I could feel Mr. Cheng's beautiful mood, otherwise he would not have said these things to Wang Xingyong, a small real estate sales manager. Nor should he have said these things. Little did he know that the happier Mr. Cheng was, the more heartbroken Wang Xingyong would be. Why aren't you talking? Are you so excited? Mr. Cheng teased. Wang Xingyong gritted his teeth and said, Boss Cheng, I have something to tell you. Two people came to the sales office yesterday and bought 196 houses. The price of each house is 16,000 per square meter. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. In the office, you can hear a pin drop. Cold sweat began to seep out of Wang Xingyong's face, and the assistant's legs were trembling. They were ready for the storm, but when it really came, they found that they had overestimated their ability to withstand it. 196 units, 16,000 per square meter. After a long time, Mr. Cheng's voice was heard again, but it no longer had the refreshing feeling it had just had. Instead, it was so depressing that Wang Xingyong felt suffocated. Yes. How big is the square? Asked Mr. Cheng. 120 to 140 square meters. Wang Xingyong did not dare to hide it. What about the building number and floor? Mr. Cheng asked again. It can be seen that, worthy of being a senior executive of the group, even though Mr. Cheng has roughly calculated how much money will be lost due to these 196 houses, he still did not explode, but instead made targeted inquiries. All of them are the best building numbers and floors. 80% of them are the best seats. Wang Xingyong was completely disappointed. There was silence from Mr. Cheng again. Mr. Cheng, Wang Xingyong asked tentatively. Suddenly, a hysterical roar was heard. Such a big thing. Why didn't you report it to the headquarters immediately yesterday? Wang Xingyong's scalp exploded instantly, and he was almost scared to death. Boss Cheng, I didn't expect that. What we signed yesterday was just a deposit contract. I was thinking that I would give you a surprise after they paid the down payment or the balance. Who knew that this would suddenly change? At this point, Wang Xingyong cried out of grievance. I really cried. It would take him 2 or 3 months to count the 1.5 billion yuan in cash on his hands every day without eating or drinking. With such a huge loss, how could Mr. Cheng not be angry? Wang Xingyong, you're done. After Mr. Cheng said this, Wang Xingyong's cell phone beeped. Grass! With a loud roar to the sky, Wang Xingyong sat down on the sofa, feeling powerless. He had the urge to smash his phone, but thinking that Mr. Cheng might call him again later, he controlled himself. Sure enough, Half an hour later, Wang Xingyong's phone rang again. It was Mr. Chung calling. You just said, what contract did you sign yesterday? Deposit contract. Wang Xingyong said. How many times the penalty? 3 times. Only for the deposit? Yes, only for the deposit. Call the other party immediately and let them know that we are willing to pay the penalty. Wang Xingyong stood there in a daze for a while. Then his eyes lit up. Chapter 33. Everything is under control. Noon. Lin Ming found a clean little restaurant, packed up a few dishes, and then took a taxi to Anju Community. The little girl has eaten well these past 2 days, but she is still young after all, and cannot eat meat and fish all the time. Lin Ming is aware of this. After this batch of real estate contracts are sold, transfer some money to Lin Ku and Lin Chu. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Lin Ming had a plan in mind. At the very least, the betrothal money and dowry money that were defrauded should be returned to them so that they can eat better and dress better. The old Lin family is now penniless. Lin Ku and Lin Chu both work in the county town, while Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan grow crops and vegetables. They don't earn much to begin with, and they still have to pay for daily expenses. It would be extremely difficult to expect them to save up enough for the betrothal gifts and dowry in a short period of time. People often say that Lin Chu is beautiful, so she can ask her future son-in-law for more dowry, and then use the money to give to Lin Ku to marry a wife. Isn't that the best of both worlds? To be honest, Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan were really disgusted by this extremely unfair idea towards their daughter. They have been farmers all their lives, are simple in nature, and have old-fashioned ideas. But this does not mean that they favor boys over girls. Lin Chunghua once said that the Lin family had 2 sons but only 1 daughter. When she gets married in the future, I must do my best to make Lin Chu's wedding a glorious one. Perhaps it is precisely because of these reasons that Lin Chu has not married yet, and Lin Ke has not been able to find a wife. Lin Ming is exactly 30 years old this year, and is the eldest in the family. Lin Ming and Lin Chu are twin siblings, both 28 years old, but because Lin Ku was born first, Lin Chu became the youngest sister. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt guilty again. He did not do anything like an elder brother should do, but instead he almost ruined their lives. To be exact, it has been destroyed once, but there is still a chance to make amends. Soon, we arrived at Anju Community. Lin Ming had already sent a WeChat message to Chunjia in the car, which was a photo of the packed food. Embarrassingly, Chunjia did not reply. There was no other choice. Lin Ming could only call Chunjia while going upstairs. What again? Chunjia asked. She seemed less impatient and instead had a faint sense of anticipation, but Lin Ming didn't hear it. I sent it to you. I'm busy with work and don't have time to watch it. Chunjia interrupted directly. Lin Ming smiled softly. I didn't tell you what I sent you. Why are you in such a hurry to answer me? What if I sent you a courier? Chunjia was stunned for a moment and hurriedly explained. I guessed. Ha! Lin Ming laughed heartily. He is now completely certain that Chunjia must have read the WeChat message he sent, but just didn't want to reply. What are you laughing at? Be careful, or you might laugh your teeth off. Chunjia snorted coldly. It could be clearly felt that she talks much more now than before, as if they have returned to the time when they first started dating and were flirting with each other. You never curse at anyone, and you're still cute even when you're angry, Lin Ming said. Chunjia was still not used to this sudden tenderness. The experiences of the past few years made her feel uncomfortable. Xian is at home. She probably hasn't eaten yet. She will open the door for you when you go over. After saying that, Chunjia hung up the phone. Lin Ming was extremely delighted. This means that Chunjia has told Xian that she can open the door for her father from now on. Up to this moment, this path has truly taken a big step forward. At least, Chunjia no longer objects to his arrival. We the common people are so happy today. We the common people are so happy today. Humming a little tune, Lin Ming went upstairs happily. Thinking that Chunjia was not there, Lin Ming first knocked on Wang Lanmei's door. Lin Ming? You're here again. Wang Lanmei opened the door and said, I heard from Jia that you two have divorced, but you've been coming here quite often these past few days. Have you really changed for the better? Grandma Wang, look at what you said. I have no way to answer you. Lin Ming laughed helplessly and then said, I packed a few dishes at the restaurant, but Chunjia is not at home, and Xian and I can't finish them. If you don't mind, take these 2 back and eat them. Lin Ming packed 6 dishes, gave 2 to Wang Lanmei and 4 more, enough for him and Xian. You buy food from restaurants every day. Do you really have too much money to spend? I've been teaching you to save money, but why won't you listen? Also, divorce is not scary. What's scary is that you never know how to cherish and never have the ambition to make progress. If you can keep going like this, you will get Jia back sooner or later. Grandma has confidence in you. Wang Lanmei muttered a few words, then happily took the dish. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. Although the two people are fundamentally not related by blood, they are just neighbors. In Wang Lanmei's opinion, Lin Ming is so good to her now. How could he be any worse to Chun Jia and Xian Xian? After Wang Lanmei returned home, Lin Ming called Xian Xian again. Sure enough, her mother's words worked. After hearing Lin Ming's voice, the little girl happily opened the door for him. Dad, you're here to bring me a big meal again? How come Dad has become so nice now? Not only does he not scold or hit me anymore, he also buys me delicious food every day. I love Dad so much. The child's words were innocent, but they left Lin Ming with mixed feelings. This girl was never an introvert, but because of his previous atrocities, she didn't even have the courage to open her mouth in front of him. Now I am gradually healing the trauma in her heart and developing her in the direction she should be, lively and sunny. I had a delicious meal with Xian Xian. At about 1:30, the girl yawned and went to take a nap. Lin Ming did not leave, but stared at the phone on the table, as if waiting for something. There might be a butterfly effect for future changes, but this butterfly effect would never affect Lin Ming. Because no matter how the future caused by the butterfly changes, it cannot escape Lin Ming's prediction. As expected, about 2 minutes later, a strange phone call came in. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and answered, "Hello, hello. Mr. Lin Ming Lin." The other party smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, can't you recognize me? I am Wang Xingyong, the sales manager of Zijin Xingfu. We just met yesterday." Lin Ming sneered and said indifferently, "It's Manager Wang. I heard that the city is going to develop a new district in the south, and Zijin Xingfu has also become a popular place. I would like to congratulate you." Wang Xingyong was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to chat with Lin Ming about astronomy and geography for a while, but Lin Ming got straight to the point. That feeling is like, it was as if Lin Ming knew the purpose of his call, but he was not worried at all. Is it my illusion? Wang Xingyong frowned, but didn't think much about it. Since Lin Ming has said this, he can only get straight to the point. "Mr. Lin, this is it." Wang Xingyong cleared his throat and tried to speak in a serious tone. Last night, the property was found to have many substandard indicators. The board of directors held an impromptu meeting and decided to make large-scale changes to Zijin Xingfu. Under this circumstance, we really cannot guarantee the delivery time of the property. We called you just to let you know if we can terminate the contract first. After all, this will affect the delivery and use of your property. Without waiting for Lin Ming to speak, Wang Xingyong continued, "Since you and Mr. Zhou are our major customers, and it was due to our own problems that led to the termination of the contract, the board of directors unanimously decided to compensate you and Mr. Zhou 3 times the liquidated damages in accordance with the contract. What do you think, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 34? It's outrageous. In fact, after the press conference, Lin Ming had already predicted that this would happen. There's a big difference between being able to predict something and actually happening it. It's like knowing that someone is going to hit you and actually getting hit are two completely different feelings. Lin Ming originally thought that he would be very calm. However, when he heard Wang Xingyong's words, which seemed polite and comprehensive, but were actually shameless and despicable to the extreme, the anger that he had been suppressing burst out. Subconsciously, he wanted to take out a cigarette from his cloth bag, but he was afraid of choking Xian Xian, who was taking a nap. So Lin Ming tiptoed to the corridor. After lighting up the cigarette, Lin Ming took a deep puff and said, "I'm not worried about the time of delivery of the property. I don't plan to really live here anyway. I will transfer these deposit contracts soon." Transfer deposit contract? Wang Xingyong was a little surprised. Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Wang Xingyong asked reflexively, "Mr. Lin, did you only want to sign a deposit contract? Are you just trying to get me to pay the down payment or the full amount within a month?" This time, Lin Ming did not answer. However, Wang Xingyong was in deep shock. When the contract was signed yesterday, there was no news about the Southern New District. How can Lin Ming be so sure that the housing prices in Zijin Xingfu will definitely rise? Otherwise, why did he sign these 196 deposit contracts with Zhou Chong? Otherwise, why would they pay a deposit of 50,000 instead of 10,000 or 20,000? You know, if they bet wrong, they will at least lose the deposit of nearly 10 million. Wang Xingyong didn't think that the two of them didn't need the 10 million. So there was only one reason, that is, Lin Ming, and Zhou Cheng were 100% sure that the price here would increase. If it were any other community, Wang Xingyong might really think that they were gambling. But Zijin Sheng Mansion definitely won't do that. No one would be stupid enough to come here to gamble. Not even one set, let alone nearly 200 sets. His mind was in a mess, and Wang Xingyong was too lazy to think about it anymore. At this moment, he just wanted to recover the 1.5 billion loss for the group. While he was shocked, he was also angry because he was deceived by Lin Ming and the others. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't say anything, Wang Xingyong said again, "Mr. Lin, you may not know that privately transferring the deposit contract is against the rules. In addition, the group is preparing to rectify Zijin Shengfu, and they will definitely not agree with you doing this. It's against regulations, but not against the law. After all, housing prices have gone up now, and this is understandable. As long as you can understand, this cannot be considered a private transfer. You have the right to know, but not the right to interfere," Lin Ming said calmly. It's hard for the group to understand. Wang Xingyong blocked Lin Ming's escape route. Manager Wang means that this contract must be terminated? Lin Ming's voice gradually became colder. Wang Xingyong was not afraid. That's what the group means. It's really for your and Mr. Zhou's sake. I can't do anything about it. Lin Ming threw the stub cigarette, but into the trash can. Your name is Wang Xingyong, right? I remember when we signed the contract yesterday. Your mouth was almost crooked with laughter. It was just one night later, and you turned your back on me just because of the rising house prices. You are worthy of being the sales manager. Mr. Lin, I am considering this from your perspective. Why are you trying to turn the tables on me? Wang Xingyong didn't intend to pretend anymore. With housing prices skyrocketing, everyone knows that this issue cannot be resolved amicably, but no one wants to fall out at the outset. Now that there's no way to continue the conversation, let's just get straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I think you should also know that Zijin Shengfu is a property under Dingxing Real Estate. Wang Xingyong brought up Dingxing Real Estate. Dingxing Real Estate is well known for its focus on property quality. Now, many indicators of Zijin Shengfu are not up to standard, and rectification is necessary. We cannot destroy the reputation of Dingxing Real Estate just because of you and Mr. Zhou. The deposit contract you signed with us originally provided a penalty of 3 times the deposit paid. We are also willing to pay you a penalty of 150,000 per unit, but if you still disagree, then we can only let Dingxing Real Estate's legal department talk to you. In the end, Wang Xingyong's way of addressing Lin Ming changed from you to you. From this, it can be seen that he has completely regarded Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng as 2 lambs to be slaughtered. They're just 2 local real estate speculators. Maybe they do have some foresight, but what can they use to fight against the legal department of Dingxing Real Estate? That's at least 1.5 billion in profits. If it can be recovered, what does it matter if we fall out? Okay, Wang Xingyong, you are quite crazy. Lin Ming has never been this angry since he came to his senses. He added, I suggest you repeat what you just said to Zhou Cheng. He should be able to satisfy you. You don't need to remind me. I will also call Zhou Cheng. This is an inevitable procedure. Wang Xingyong hung up the phone after he finished speaking. There was no trace of the look on his face yesterday that seemed so eager to lick the soles of their shoes. Especially the last sentence, which almost made it clear to Lin Ming. I'm just calling to inform you. You have to agree whether you agree or not. Qingyao Coffee House. Zhou Cheng sat by the window. On the surface, he was watching the hustle and bustle of the traffic outside, but in fact his soul had already flown away. He roughly calculated the profit this time, and it was definitely enough to make back the 50 million loss from the wine business, or maybe even more. Brother Lin, I really want to warm your bed. Zhou Cheng was extremely excited. Just at this time, a call came from an unfamiliar phone number. Zhou Cheng thought he had found a buyer and picked up the phone immediately. Mr. Zhou, right? I am Wang Xingyong. This time, Wang Xingyong didn't even bother to be polite. Wang Xingyong, the sales manager of Zijin Shengfu? Why are you calling me? Zhou Cheng asked puzzledly. The group has decided to terminate the contract you and Lin Ming signed at the sales office yesterday. As compensation, a penalty of 150,000 yuan for each house will be deposited into your card within 30 working days. Wang Xingyong said bluntly. Zhou Cheng almost dropped the cup in his hand. His brain froze for a moment, then he stood up suddenly. What did you say? Wang Xingyong smiled faintly. You must have understood it, so there is no need for me to explain it again. According to the current housing prices in Zijin Shengfu, the penalty for breach of contract is 150,000 yuan per unit. Are you treating it as a punishment for a beggar? Zhou Chong shouted loudly. The cafe was a quiet place, and his shout immediately attracted a lot of attention. But Zhou Chong didn't care at all. His mind was full of the amount of 150,000. It's so different from what I thought. I have already called Lin Ming. If you don't agree, then go talk to the legal department. Just like before, after saying this, Wang Xingyong hung up the phone without any hesitation. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, Zhou Chong almost exploded with anger. He's just a crappy sales manager, but he dares to be so arrogant. It's really outrageous. Chapter 35, someone reported. Lin Ming was not too angry about Wang Xingyong's call. He was just very unhappy with Wang Xingyong's arrogant attitude. He stood at the door for a while, and as expected, his cell phone rang. I thought it was Zhou Chong calling, but when I picked up the phone, it turned out to be Chen Jia. Miss me? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Are you sick? Lin Ming's mouth twitched. It seems that given my current relationship with Chen Jia, I can't make such a joke. Xian, have you finished your meal? Chen Jia asked. I finished eating and went to take a nap. Lin Ming said honestly. Record a video and show it to me. Chen Jia said again. Obviously, she was worried about Lin Ming and Xian being alone. Chen Jia was at home the previous 2 times, and she was afraid that if she was not there, Lin Ming would reveal his true nature and take it out on Xian. Lin Ming had no choice but to hang up the phone, then quietly opened the bedroom door and recorded a video for Chen Jia. The little girl seemed to have sweet dreams, and she would occasionally smack her lips with a very happy look on her face. Okay, since Xian is already asleep, you can go back. Chen Jia sent a voice message to Lin Ming. Then if I come over next time, you won't chase me away again, right? Lin Ming said. It depends on my mood. This sentence was typed. Lin Ming happily put away his phone, secretly sighing that Chen Jia was actually very easy to please, but he had been too much of a jerk in the past. Lin Ming gently closed the security door and left. Even though he felt Xian would definitely feel lonely after waking up, since Chen Jia had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey. As soon as I left the community, the phone rang again. This time it was Zhou Chong who called. Brother Lin, did that bastard Wang Xingyong call you? Zhou Chong said in a gloomy tone. When talking to Lin Ming, he tried his best to suppress his anger. Yeah, Lin Ming responded. Is Zijin Shengfu planning to breach the contract? You want to shut us up by paying 3 times the penalty? Zhou Chong gritted his teeth and said, This is too arrogant, isn't it? He said he would breach the contract. And in the eyes of this kind of people, the contract is just a piece of paper. Without waiting for Lin Ming to speak, Zhou Chong said, Brother Lin, I'm really going to explode. You don't know the tone of Wang Xingyong's voice when he called me. He said that if we don't agree, we should talk to the legal department of Dingxing Real Estate. When the house price didn't go up, he wanted to lick our shoes, but now he's so high and mighty, as if we should kneel down and lick his ass. He really treats us as suckers. Don't be angry. After all, according to the current housing prices, our nearly 200 houses will indeed cause Zijin Shengfu to suffer huge losses. I have already anticipated this scene. Lin Ming said with a smile. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't angry. I wish I could beat that bastard Wang Xingyong to death. In this Landau city, except for my parents and grandfather, no one dares to talk to me like that. Zhou Chong said. Lin Ming smiled. What Zhou Chong said was indeed true. At least in this small piece of land of Landau city, he was indeed a little bully. Brother Lin, what did he tell you? Even if he breached the contract, there must be a reason, right? Zhou Chong asked angrily. Didn't he tell you? Lin Ming was stunned. No, they just said that Zijin Shengfu planned to terminate the contract with us, but they didn't tell me the reason at all. Zhou Chong said. Hearing this, Lin Ming could imagine Wang Xingyong's extremely arrogant expression and tone when he called Zhou Chong. No wonder Zhou Chong was so angry. Wang Xingyong's meaning is that Zijin Shengfu's various indicators are not up to standard, so he plans to make corrections. Lin Ming explained. If rectification is carried out, the delivery of the house will be delayed. If the house delivery time cannot be guaranteed, from our point of view, Zijin Huafu can only breach the contract. So this is for our own good. It's really going to make Grandpa Zhou laugh to death. Zhou Chong was filled with anger. Okay, I understand the nature of these guys. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me. Didn't Wang Xingyong say that the indicators were not up to standard? Then I will see which indicators of this Zijin Sheng mansion are not up to standard. After finishing speaking, Zhou Chong hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Ming to respond. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so rude to Lin Ming, which showed that he was really angry. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zijin Shengfu sales office. More and more people are queuing here, and standing at the door of the sales office, you can't see the end at all. And Zijin Shengfu has officially started the lottery stage. In Landau City, where housing price fluctuations are not too large nowadays, the only real estate project that can still use lottery to buy houses is Zijin Shengfu. Office on the 3rd floor. Wang Xingyong sat on the chair with his legs on the desk, without any trace of the panic he had in the morning. He secretly felt fortunate that he had told Mr. Chang about the nearly 200 houses in advance. In this way, even if the penalty is tripled, the group will not suffer too much loss. Wang Xingyong will not be punished for this incident, and he will still get the promotion and salary increase he deserves. When you think there is no way out, you will find another village when you turn around. Wang Xingyong looks at the computer. For the first time, he felt that these 2 lines of poetry were so well written. Bang! At this moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open. An assistant dressed in a smart business suit ran in. Her originally charming and seductive face was now filled with panic. Xiao Cheng, why are you panicking? Wang Xingyong pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "What's going on? Someone downstairs is making trouble because of a fight over a house." While speaking, Wang Xingyong's eyes were fixed on his assistant's tall figure, and some parts of his expression involuntarily became active. You know what? This woman is beautiful and has a good body. She is really a stunner. Manager Wang, the firefighters are here, said the assistant. Wang Xingyong was stunned. Immediately, he frowned and said, "Fire department? What are they doing here?" "I don't know. They just want to see you," the assistant said urgently. Wang Xingyong's brows suddenly furrowed even deeper. "I'm a sales manager. The fire department should meet with the engineering manager. Why are they looking for me?" Before Wang Xingyong could figure it out, footsteps were heard from the corridor outside the office. More than a dozen people came into Wang Xingyong's sight. The one standing in the front was none other than Han Gongye, the second in command of the Landau City Fire Department. Directoran. Wang Xingyong was startled, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Normally, Han Gongye shouldn't have come here in person and brought more than a dozen people with him. Moreover, each of them was wearing work clothes and had a work ID tag, so it was obvious that they were not here to drink tea. "What brings Director Han here? Please take a seat." Wang Xingyong quickly stood up with a smile on his face. "No." Han Gongye stared at Wang Xingyong for a while, then said with a half-smile, "Someone reported that many indicators of Zijin Shengfu were unqualified, including fire protection. I came here today for this matter." Chapter 36, Hitting the Wall. After hearing Han Gongye's words, Wang Xingyong was confused. His first thought was that some people couldn't bear to see the Zijin Sheng mansion rise to prominence overnight, and were trying to make things difficult for them. "Director Han, this is a property developed by Dingsheng Real Estate, so there is definitely no chance of quality problems, and the fire protection project is of utmost importance." Wang Xingyong paused for a moment and then said, "This must be a malicious report, right? It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble Director Han to come here in person." "No quality issues? Isn't that right?" Han Gongye said slowly. "The person who reported it to us said that it was Manager Wang who said that many indicators of Zijin Shengfu were not up to standard. How come he is saying now that there are no quality issues?" Wang Xingyong's heart skipped a beat. Being able to hold the position of sales manager, no matter how dumb he was, he could guess what had happened. From the time Zijin Shengfu was launched until now, there's never been any quality issues. So, when Han Gongye said these words, Wang Xingyong immediately thought of the 2 phone calls he made at noon. He used the excuse that the quality is not up to standard and the delivery will definitely be delayed to fool Lin Ming and Zhou Chong. But that's just an excuse. What does it mean that the fire department went to such great lengths to come and investigate? I never said that. Wang Xingyong was a little panicked. Manager Wang is really forgetful, but it doesn't matter. We have the recording of the call anyway. If Manager Wang wants to listen to it, we can satisfy you." Han Gongye said. Wang Xingyong's face changed drastically. "Did you even get the recording of the call? This is specifically for me." "Director Han, I did make 2 phone calls at noon, but they were..." Han Gongye waved his hand, signaling Wang Xingyong not to continue. "We will check whether there is any problem ourselves. If we really don't find any problem, then it's my fault and I will naturally apologize to Manager Wang." After saying this, Han Gongye ordered his men to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Zijin Shengfu real estate project. Wang Xingyong is so confused. He knew very well that in terms of fire protection, even a small restaurant would easily be found to have many unqualified and non-compliant areas, let alone such a large real estate project. Manager Wong, please ask Manager Sun from the engineering department to come over first. Before the acceptance is passed, Zijin Xingfu is not allowed to start construction and pre-sale is not allowed. Han Gongye said again. After hearing these words, Wang Xingyong's legs trembled and he almost peed. There's so many people queuing up outside waiting to buy a house, so you can't just sell it? If word gets out that the sale was stopped due to quality issues, then the price of Zijin Xingfu, which had just risen, would have to shrink again. Director Han, given your relationship with Manager Sun, this isn't necessary, right? Wang Xingyong said tremblingly. Unexpectedly, Han Gongye's face turned serious. Public affairs should not be mixed with personal feelings. Manager Wang doesn't even understand this principle. Wang Xingyong cursed in his heart. He finally understood that those two guys, whom he regarded as suckers, were out to get him. Then wait a moment, Director Han. I'll call Manager Sun right away. After leaving the office, the first call Wang Xingyong made was not to Manager Sun, but to Mr. Chung. After the other party answered the phone, Wang Xingyong immediately said, Boss Chung, the fire department is here. Han Gongye brought people here personally. They said that sales must be stopped until the results of the investigation come out. Fire station? Why did they come here suddenly? Mr. Chung asked. Didn't I call Lin Ming and Zhou Chong at noon and tell them? Wang Xingyong told Mr. Chung everything about the phone call, including the excuse he used that the quality was not up to standard. We only notified them at noon, and the fire department came in the afternoon. Han Gongye came in person. Mr. Chung immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Those two guys are not simple. Mr. Chung, what should we do now? Wang Xingyong said with a sad face. Han Gongye is clearly targeting me. His words and deeds have almost revealed everything. I'm afraid this matter today won't be so easy to let go. Let Sun Hong go over first. I'll call you back later. Mr. Chung said. Wang Xingyong calmed himself down and then called Sun Hong, general manager of the engineering department. After a while, Sun Hong came over with a pile of information about building fire protection in his hand. He first made a cup of tea for Han Gongye, and then said, Director Han, this is the fire protection information of Zijin Sheng Mansion. Please take a look. Han Gongye didn't drink the tea, but just took the information and read it one by one. Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong stood aside, not daring to breathe. 10 minutes later, Han Gongye said, the information is indeed complete, but the details still need to be determined at the construction site. Don't worry, just wait for the results. Sun Hong's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He has dealt with Han Gongye many times and has some understanding of Han Gongye's character. I'm afraid this matter today is going to be difficult. About half an hour later, Han Gongye's men returned from the construction site one after another. They whispered a few words in Han Gongye's ear, and Han Gongye's face became more and more gloomy. The Zijin Sheng Mansion relies on just these few pieces of paper? Do you think that Han Gongye is so easy to fool? With so many problems left unsolved, how can ordinary people dare to live here in the future? After hearing these words, Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong were completely disappointed. Han Gongye seemed too lazy to say anything more. With a cold face, he glared at Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong coldly, then turned and left. Old Han, old Han! Sun Hong chased after him and asked anxiously, Why is that? We have been friends for several years. You should at least let me know the reason, right? Han Gongye slowed down his pace and whispered, You can make the money you deserve, but do you dare to make the money you shouldn't? What is the current situation of Landau City? Haven't you investigated it? Before you turn against others, see if you have the ability to do it. Sun Hong was not a fool and immediately understood what Han Gongye meant. Han Gongye then said, Old son, Dingxing real estate is certainly powerful, but businessmen are just businessmen after all. Do you understand what I mean? My coming here today is just the beginning, and it is also a warning to you. If you still can't figure it out, then the next time it will be the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau that comes. Sun Hong's expression changed again and again. Finally, he returned to the office where Wang Xingyong was the only one left. Old son, what did you say? Wang Xingyong asked. Sun Hong looked at Wang Xingyong and asked, What's the last name of the top leader of Landau City? Of course it's Zhou. Wang Xingyong was anxious. Isn't this nonsense? If you develop a real estate in Landau City, how can you not know who is at the helm of Landau City? What were the names of the two people who bought the house yesterday? Sun Hong asked again. One is called Lin Ming, the other is called Zhou. Having said this, Wang Xingyong stopped abruptly. Sun Hong knew that he had guessed it and said with a wry smile, "This time, I'm afraid we've hit a wall." Chapter 37, I Won't Sell It Anymore. In the afternoon and evening, Lin Ming had been looking for information about Qi Ling Automobile. This new energy vehicle brand, which has been promoted to the top ranks since its launch, is still bathed in the halo of God. No one could have imagined that in just a few days, it would go through a roller coaster ride. Although Lin Ming could predict the future, he still had to make the necessary preparations. September 4th, 8 a.m. Zhou Cheng called. "Brother Lin, are you busy? If you're not busy, let's meet. I have something to tell you," Zhou Cheng said. His tone has calmed down now, not as angry as yesterday. "Not busy. I just happen to have something to tell you. Where shall we meet?" Lin Ming asked. "Qingyao Cafe. I'll send you the location." Okowo. Around 8:30. Looking at Lin Ming getting off the taxi, Zhou Cheng said helplessly, "Brother Lin, didn't I tell you a long time ago that I asked you to get a car? You can't take a taxi everywhere, right? It seems like you just told me this yesterday." Lin Ming said with a smile. Zhou Cheng was stunned for a moment. He slapped his head and smiled bitterly. "You really just said that yesterday, but why do I feel like it's been a long time?" "A lot has happened since yesterday," Lin Ming said as he walked into the cafe with Zhou Cheng. The two of them found a random seat and sat down. Lin Ming looked around at the fresh and simple decoration and felt a little surprised. With Zhou Cheng's personality, how could he come to such a place? This doesn't seem to suit his style. It was not until a young girl about 1.7 meters tall, dressed very innocently and very beautifully appeared that Lin Ming suddenly realized something. "Brother Lin, what would you like to drink?" the girl asked with a smile. The way she addressed Lin Ming immediately made Lin Ming more certain of his guess. It seemed that Zhou Cheng was very familiar with her and had told her some things about himself. At least she knew her name. "A cup of latte, please," Lin Ming said. "What about you?" the girl asked Zhou Cheng again. "Still the same as always." Zhou Cheng's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. No matter how Lin Ming looked at him, he felt that this guy was very much like the legendary liquor. After the girl left, Lin Ming asked with a smile, "Do you like me?" Zhou Cheng touched the back of his head and did not hide it, sighing, "The king of Xiang has feelings, but the goddess has no intention. She is indeed a good girl. She doesn't dress too flamboyantly, and she is very polite," Lin Ming praised. "That's right. How can the woman Zhou Cheng, like be bad? She has a good foundation and doesn't need to dress up too much." Zhou Cheng looked proud. "You're panting after I complimented you? It's as if I've already promised you." Lin Ming smiled and shook his head, then asked, "Can I give you a tip?" Zhou Cheng was cheered up. He said quickly, "My dear brother, please help me. I have been pursuing her for several years. If this continues, I think I will be ruined. Wait for my call at 7 o'clock tonight." Lin Ming said, "Can I tell you now?" Zhou Cheng looked anxious. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Some things you have to be lucky, understand?" Lin Ming rolled his eyes at him. "Okay then." Zhou Cheng was helpless. Soon, a cup of latte and a glass of orange juice were served to Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng. The two of them then got down to business. "It seems that you are already dealing with the matter of Zijinsheng Mansion?" Lin Ming asked. "My brother Lin is really a genius. Sometimes I feel like you can even figure out when I want to pee." Zhou Cheng flattered him. "Get lost." Lin Ming's face was filled with black lines. "Am I sick? Go calculate when you will pee." Hey. Zhou Cheng smiled sullenly, and then said, "That bastard Wang Xingyong, does he really think we are easy to bully?" After we talked on the phone yesterday, the people from the fire department went to the Zijin Shengfu construction site, and it was Director Han Gongye who led the team personally. Hearing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but look at Zhou Cheng. As expected of the #1 young master in Landau City, his network of relationships is truly terrifying. Zhou Cheng then said, "Anyway, I have a bad temper. If there is no news from Zijin Sheng Mansion today, then it will be the turn of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to go there. That's enough. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Lin Ming said, "Brother Lin, you don't understand. These so-called businessmen just deserve to be punished. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think we are soft persimmons." Zhou Cheng was still a little angry. "Aren't you also a businessman now?" Lin Ming teased. "It's true that I'm a businessman, but I'm a serious businessman. I make money with conscience. How can Zijin Shengfu compare with me?" Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. "That's true. He did make some money over the years thanks to his background, but he never harmed anyone. Unlike Wang Xingyong and others, who turned their backs on others just because the Southern New District was going to be developed. Let's not talk about that idiot Wang Xingyong. There's one more thing," Zhou Cheng added. I have found the next buyer, a real estate speculation group in Lingnan, but the specific transfer price of the deposit contract is still up to you to decide. Lin Ming nodded. With Zhou Chang's connections, it is not difficult to find the next buyer. Furthermore, the deposit contract in the hands of the two was based on 16,000 renminbi per square meter, and all the best buildings and building numbers were selected. There's so many people willing to eat such a big piece of cake, so it depends on who Zhou Chong and Lin Ming are willing to give it to. Brother Lin, I really think it's a pity. It's just that we don't have that much money. Otherwise, we would really buy these houses and then resell them to make more money. Zhou Chong looked regretful. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Don't say such things, Lin Ming said. Zhou Chong curled his lips and thought to himself that Lin Ming had a really good attitude. After taking a sip of juice, Zhou Chong asked the question he most wanted to know the answer to. Brother Lin, what do you think is a suitable price for each of our deposit contracts? About 2 million, Lin Ming said. Ahem. Zhou Chong almost choked to death and stammered. How much? Look at your useless look. After all, you're the #1 son in Blue Island City. Are you at a loss over this little money? Lin Ming said speechlessly. No. Zhou Chong was speechless for a moment. The deposit contract was for 50,000 yuan, and he originally wanted to sell it for 500,000 yuan each, which would be a tenfold difference. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming was even more ruthless and raised the price by 40 times. You just said that our deposit contract is based on 16,000 per square meter, and the current housing price of Zijin Xingfu has reached a maximum of 90,000. Even if we make a discount and calculate it at 80,000 per square meter, there is still a difference of 64,000 per square meter. Lin Ming explained. Take the 120 square meter house as an example. Each unit is equivalent to a difference of 7.68 million. The 130 square meter and 140 square meter ones are even more so. Even if the other party purchases these deposit contracts at a price of 2 million each, there will be at least 5 million in net profit. Haven't you done the math? Zhou Chong really hasn't calculated it. He only calculated how much money he could make on these deposit contracts. One unit can earn 5 million, so 196 units is close to 1 billion. Zhou Chong stood up suddenly and shouted, I don't want to sell the contract anymore. I want to buy a house. Chapter 38. Take one step and look 10 steps ahead. Can you keep your voice down? Hundreds of millions or even billions are always involved. If you want to brag about it, go home and brag about it. Okay. This is a cafe. Please be quiet. There are voices of dissatisfaction from the surrounding seats. Zhou Chong sat down with a red face and muttered, Brother Lin, I didn't brag. What's the difference between this and bragging? Lin Ming said jokingly, I told you a long time ago that we can't afford these houses right now. So even if we make a lot of money, we can only watch helplessly. Brother Lin, please calculate again. Where can we find such a property? Even if I, Zhou Chong, go to the bank to apply for a loan, I will definitely not miss this opportunity. Zhou Chong's eyes turned red. Do you think this opportunity is cabbage on the roadside that you can pick up at will? Lin Ming shook his head. Seeing Zhou Chong's disappointed face, he added, For now, there are really no more properties, but there are others. Zhou Chong was slightly startled, and his breathing immediately became rapid. This is another way. The money for Zijin Xingfu hasn't been earned yet, but the road ahead has already been paved? Brother Lin, other people take one step and look 3 steps ahead, but you take one step and look 10 steps ahead? Zhou Chong said excitedly. Tell me quickly, what other ways are there to make money? My brother is anxious. Brother, hurry up. Lin Ming felt a chill. He swore, looking at Zhou Chong's shameless behavior. If there weren't other customers here, he really wanted to beat this guy to death. Qiling Automobile, you know it, right? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Of course I know. The ceiling of world-class new energy vehicles is much better than cars of the same level in terms of luxury and driving experience. I have test-driven in the CRZ store before and was thinking about buying one. Zhou Chong said. Lin Ming tapped the table with his fingers and said slowly, Forget it. In 4 or 5 days at most, something will happen to the Qiling car. Something happened? Zhou Chong looked puzzled. Brother Lin, can you be more specific? You will know if you pay attention to the news these days, especially those from abroad. Lin Ming said, A lot of foreign news is not broadcast in the country and can only be learned through the internet. Of course, what really caused Qiling Automobile to fall into the abyss was the International Auto Show in Tianhai City a few days later. Of course, it was impossible for Zhou Chong to know this. He looked at Lin Ming with resentment. thinking that Brother Lin was too stingy for not revealing a little more information. But now Zhou Chong has complete trust in Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming said, he would remember it in his heart and would not dare to miss a single word. Cheeling Automobile was listed on the Nasdaq 3 years ago. After 3 years of market testing, its market value has reached around $1 trillion US. Lin Ming paused, then continued. Our goal this time is the Qi Ling stock market. Short selling or bottom fishing? Zhou Chong asked. He has also done some research on the stock market and even played with it for a while. However, stocks are really too expensive, and most people are just fools. Once you can't keep up, the money you earned in the last second will evaporate in the next second. Zhou Chong was a little resistant to this thing. He had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in it before, so he never got involved in it again. At first, he thought that Lin Ming was planning to take advantage of Qi Ling Automobile, but he didn't expect that Lin Ming's goal was Qi Ling Automobile stocks. Go short. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, we can borrow money to short sell, but we need a lot of money to buy at the bottom. We don't have the money yet. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Chong didn't ask any more questions. Do you have a friend who can operate leverage? Lin Ming asked again. Lever. Zhou Chong was shocked. Brother Lin, are you sure that something bad will happen to Qi Automobile? I do know the trader, and he's very capable. But if this fails, then will be bankrupt. Didn't you lose everything you had? Lin Ming asked with a smile. This is different. Zhou Chong frowned. Trust me, just follow me, and I guarantee you'll make a lot of money. Lin Ming took a sip of coffee. Of course I trust Brother Lin very much, but it's such a huge amount of money after all. It's normal for my brother to worry. Zhou Chong said with a smile. No, who did you learn this from? If you keep acting like a spoiled brat, I'm going to hit you. Lin Ming's face was filled with black lines. Zhou Chong didn't care either. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, in Zhou Chong's heart, Lin Ming was not just someone who helped him make money. He was also his savior. Therefore, in front of Lin Ming, he would not put on airs at all, but instead acted like a little fanboy from beginning to end. After refilling his coffee, Zhou Chong asked hesitantly, Brother Lin, are we the only ones working on the Qi Ling stock market? Lin Ming glanced at him and said with a half smile, I'm also planning to bring Li Hongyuan along. Hearing this, Zhou Chong couldn't help but ask, actually, I don't quite understand. Didn't Li Hongyuan lend you a lot of money before? Why are you still so nice to him? Borrowing is borrowing, lending is lending. These are two completely different properties. Everyone knows what kind of person Hongyuan Financial Management is. So, Zhou Chong asked this question. When I gave up on myself, Li Hongyuan did not take advantage of my misfortune and cause trouble for my wife and children. Just for this reason, I must repay him for this favor. Lin Ming said. Zhou Chong was angry. Brother Lin is not only good at fortune-telling, but also has a rare character. Compared with Brother Lin, I am really ashamed. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't finished what you just said, right? Do you want to recruit Hong Ning and Han Changyu to join you? Lin Ming scolded with a smile. Zhou Chong nodded without pretending. These two guys are grateful people. If Brother Lin is willing to take them with him once, they will definitely be like me and follow Brother Lin's lead. It doesn't matter. The Qi Ling stock market is so big anyway. It won't make much if I earn more from those investors. Lin Ming shrugged. Then I would like to thank Brother Lin on their behalf. Zhou Chong smiled happily. The two sat here and chatted for a while, then parted ways. Zhou Chong went back to contact his trader friend to prepare for the upcoming money-making plan. After Lin Ming returned to the apartment, he called Li Hongyuan. Brother Li, have you appeased my sister-in-law? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Don't mention it. There's a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 10 days. My brain is going to explode. Li Hongyuan said helplessly. It's normal for couples to have some bumps in the road. Brother Li, don't be like me. Lin Ming said. Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. In fact, Lin Ming was just talking casually, but Li Hongyuan subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was intentionally reminding him. I remember what Brother Lin said. I will treat her well in the future. Li Hongyuan said. This time it was Lin Ming's turn to be surprised. He smiled bitterly, thinking that this guy must have misunderstood what he meant. Chapter 39. Mr. Lin, please let me go this time. In the following time, Lin Ming briefly talked to Li Hongyuan about the Qi Ling stock market. Li Hongyuan was extremely grateful and expressed his willingness to work with Lin Ming. With the lessons learned from the past, both Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chong knew that since Lin Ming dared to do it, making money was a foregone conclusion. Noon. Lin Ming went to KFC and bought a lot of fried chicken, hamburgers, and other things and sent them to Xian. Seeing the little girl eating with her mouth full of oil, Lin Ming felt satisfied. It was not until Xian had her nap that Lin Ming left Anju community. On the way back to the apartment in a taxi, the phone suddenly rang. It was a strange, yet somewhat familiar number. Lin Ming sneered and hung up instead of answering the call. But the other party did not seem to be willing to give up and hit Lin Ming 7 or 8 more times. Lin Ming didn't answer the phone until the taxi arrived at the bottom of the apartment building. Manager Wang? I'm so sorry. I was taking a shower just now and didn't hear the phone ringing. Lin Ming said as he got out of the car. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xingyong was cursing in his heart. Why are you taking a bath in the middle of the day? It's not even summer. You are kidding me. But he certainly didn't dare to say this. Mr. Lin is very busy, so I'm sorry for disturbing you so suddenly. Wang Xingyong was all smiles. Well, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. I wanted to ask where Mr. Lin lives. The group has prepared some mooncakes. I wanted to send some to you. If you don't have time, I can send them to your uncle and aunt. The main thing is that these mooncakes are really delicious. Listening to Wang Xingyong's serious nonsense, Lin Ming's smile grew even wider. Evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Compared to yesterday, where is Wang Xingyong's arrogance at this moment? He was so polite that he couldn't be more polite. He was almost calling Lin Ming grandpa. Lin Ming was also secretly glad that Zijin Shengfu took Zhou Cheng with him to make money this time. If it were Li Hongyuan, he would really have no way to deal with Wang Xingyong. Forget about mooncakes. There are plenty of them on the market. I can just buy a few boxes, Lin Ming said calmly. No, Mr. Lin, our mooncakes are not available on the market. That's enough. Before Wang Xingyong could finish, Lin Ming interrupted him. The housing prices in Zijin Shengfu have skyrocketed. Manager Wang should be very busy. I also have things to do here, so I'll hang up first. After saying this, Lin Ming hung up the phone. Joke. You, Wang Xingyong, are learning how to change faces. If you want to change to a black face, you change to a black face. If you want to change to a white face, you change to a white face. At least I'll let you experience how it feels to hang up on someone so casually. The development of the Southern New District is a foregone conclusion, and a surge in housing prices in Zijin Shengfu is inevitable. There is no movement at the Qiling stock market for the time being, so Lin Ming will not rush to sign the deposit contract. While leaving Wang Xingyong out of the spotlight, also leave the real estate speculation group out of the spotlight. This will make it much easier to negotiate the price. Zijin Shengfu sales office. Office on the 3rd floor. Wang Xingyong's face twitched as he listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone. Next to him stood 2 middle-aged men. One is manager Sun from the engineering department, and the other is the group president of Dingxing Real Estate, Cheng Tianlin. After learning Zhou Chang's identity, Cheng Tianlin immediately flew from the group headquarters to Landau City. Although he really wanted to kick Wang Xingyong out right now, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. It is still Wang Xingyong's job to make an apology. What did you say? Cheng Tianlin asked with a frown. No, I didn't say. Wang Xingyong's face flushed. Damn it. Cheng Tianlin punched the desk, and the dull sound made Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong tremble. Manager Sun, Wang Xingyong is so stupid. Are you going to follow him and do stupid things? Cheng Tianlin couldn't help it any longer and angrily said, he is the most dignified young master in Blue Island City, and you don't know anything about him? Even if you have never seen him, you should at least know what kind of car he drives and what the license plate number is, right? He has it right in front of your noses, and you still have to pretend to be blind. Sun Hong didn't even dare to breathe. Although the idea of breaking the contract was proposed by Cheng Tianlin, that was based on the fact that Cheng Tianlin knew nothing. He and Wang Xingyong have been in Landau City for several years, and he should have known more about those officials. The main responsibility for this matter still lies with them. Mr. Cheng, the other party is clearly not giving us a good face. What should we do now? Wang Xingyong asked with a stiff face. Ask. Just ask. Cheng Tianlin said irritably. How did you become such a sales manager? Can you use your pig brain to think carefully about everything? Under this barrage of insults, Wang Xingyong's face turned purple. Sun Hong came to the rescue and said, Mr. Zhou will definitely not see us. Without his consent, we cannot enter the Zhou family compound. The most urgent task right now is to deal with Lin Ming first. From the past few contacts, It seems that Mr. Zhou has always listened to him. Hearing this, Wang Xingyong was enlightened. He said quickly, Boss Chung, I will ask about Lin Ming's residence right now. I will deliver this mooncake to him no matter what. Chung Tianlin snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. Obviously, this is the only way now. 3 p.m. There was a sudden knock on the apartment door. Lin Ming opened the door and saw that who else could it be but the arrogant manager Wang? How do you know I live here? Lin Ming frowned. Wang Xingyong carried a lot of things in large and small bags. There are mutai liquor, Chinese/Hua cigarettes, and nutritional supplements such as bird's nest. There is no mooncake. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for bothering you. Wang Xingyong tactfully avoided Lin Ming's question. He actually didn't understand why a person who could easily spend millions of dollars actually lived in an apartment of more than 30 square meters. Lin Ming knew the purpose of Wang Xingyong's visit, so he did not ask any further questions. Come in and sit down. Wang Xingyong smiled and nodded, while secretly looking around the apartment. Although it is small, it has everything and looks very tidy and clean, so clean that it doesn't look like a man's home. My place is rather shabby and cannot compare to Manager Wang's wealthy family, so I won't invite you for tea. Lin Ming said. No, no. Wang Xingyong put down the thing in his hand and said, Boss Lin, this is a little gift from our group for you. Please don't despise it. Lin Ming glanced at the things and said with a half smile, Didn't they say there were mooncakes? Mr. Lin, the Mid-Autumn Festival is still a few days away. Can you please show mercy and let me go this time? Wang Xingyong said miserably, Where does this come from? Lin Ming tilted his head and said, I remember that Manager Wang was very arrogant yesterday. Now, the one begging to be let go should be me, Lin Ming, right? Chapter 40, Varun Nanya Thunderstorm. The matter has already been said, and there is no need for Wang Xingyong to talk about anything else. He bent down and stood in front of Lin Ming, saying, Boss Lin, I was blind yesterday and didn't recognize you and Master Zhou, two towering figures, so I said those nonsense. In fact, I came to you today specifically to apologize. Lin Ming blinked. Why do I not understand what you said? Manager Wang, such a big shot, needs to apologize to me? Isn't it just 3 times the penalty? It's only $150,000 for a contract. Dingxing Real Estate can afford it. Your legal department is also notoriously tyrannical. I don't even dare to think of suing you. Listening to Lin Ming's sarcastic tone, Wang Xingyong felt very aggrieved. He also regretted his attitude towards Lin Ming and Zhou Chong yesterday. If he had been a little more polite, it wouldn't be so difficult now. Boss Lin, you are a wise man. Let's speak frankly. Wang Xingyong took a deep breath and continued. We have already seen your methods yesterday. The fire department directly stopped the sales of Zijin Huafu on the grounds that it failed the quality inspection. This is a huge loss for the entire group. If you delay for 1 day, you will lose 1 day's profit. Director Han has also made it clear that if we continue to be ungrateful, the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau will have to take action. Zijin Huafu has been under construction in Landau City for 2 or 3 years, but no one has paid attention to it. It was about to usher in its glory, but I was confused for a moment and offended you and Mr. Zhou. Not to mention you, the voices within the group are almost drowning me out. The group's intention is to continue to honor the previous deposit contract, and the price of the house will be in accordance with the contract. You two can sell it to whoever you want. The sales office will give you the green light all the way until you and Mr. Zhou calm down. Having said this, Wang Xingyong paused. He added, I was at fault first. You can beat me or scold me if you want. But it has not been easy for Zijin Xingfu to come this far. I really hope you can be magnanimous and take back those magical powers. Lin Ming smiled slightly. You have to go find Zhou Chong for this matter. I can't do anything about it. Wang Xingyong looked resentful. Boss Lin, everyone knows that Mr. Zhou listens to you. Yeah. Lin Ming curled his lips. In that case, I will give Zhou Chong a call and ask him, but he has a hot temper and gets angry easily. I can't guarantee whether it will work. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Xingyong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew there was no need to stay, so he stood up and said goodbye. Lin Ming asked him to take those things back, but this guy was almost scared to death. He quickly closed the door of the apartment and disappeared as if he was escaping from a famine. It just so happens that I plan to go to Lao Chen's house these days, which will save me money on cigarettes and alcohol. Lin Ming felt that he was in a very good mood. All of this was because of my ability to predict the future, and because of that accidental push from Chun Sheng. I really should thank this brother-in-law. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Ming called Zhou Chong. He said simply and directly, I don't know how Wang Xingyong found out where I live. He just came to me and said that Dingsheng Real Estate is willing to continue to perform the deposit contract we signed before and is willing to give us the green light. From now on, we can sell these contracts however we want. You can contact the real estate speculation group. Zhou Chong sneered. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Brother Lin, did you scold him a few more times to help me vent my anger? Lin Ming smiled. Anyway, I think you should be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Ha ha! Zhou Chong laughed loudly. All right, Brother Lin, I will contact the real estate speculation group right away. The right thing to do is to cash in those contracts as soon as possible. Lin Ming nodded. Wang Xingyong brought me some things, Manhwa liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, and so on. Do you want to share some? Zhou Chong. 7 p.m. Lin Ming called Zhou Chong. Xiangli Middle Road. Bring a few more people. The girl in the coffee shop is waiting for you. Without further ado, and without waiting for Zhou Chong to ask, Lin Ming hung up the phone. I had a simple bowl of ramen in the square downstairs. On the way back to the apartment, Xian called again. Dad, I miss you. The little girl pouted, looking aggrieved. Dad misses you too. You must be obedient at home. Lin Ming said with a smile. Dad, when will you come back? I am starving. As soon as Xian finished speaking, her phone was taken away by Chunjia. In the video, Chunjia's face is surprisingly beautiful, but the coldness on her face somewhat ruins the atmosphere. You bought so much fried chicken for Xian. Aren't you afraid that she will get an upset stomach? These are not good things. Don't buy them anymore. Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, There aren't so many bad things. They're all from regular channels and regular food. If it were junk food, I wouldn't dare buy it. You talk as if you saw it. Chunjia snorted. For some reason, Lin Ming always felt that this video was not actually from Xian, but from Chunjia's wish. Xian, are you there? Lin Ming asked. Dad, I'm here. Looking at the curious look of the little girl on the screen, Lin Ming smiled and said, Did you want a video chat with your dad yourself? Or did your mom ask you to? Yes, Mom. Before Xian could finish her words, Chunjia suddenly covered her mouth. Then, amid Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, the video was disconnected. Huh. Holding the phone, Lin Ming laughed wildly on the street for a long time. He didn't care at all about the strange looks from passersby. What he cared about was the melting iceberg in Chunjia's heart. This was even more exciting than him making hundreds of millions of dollars overnight. The next day, 9 a.m., Laoyang Breakfast Shop. A brief news interruption. According to the South Asian Meteorological Bureau in Varun, at around 7 a.m., a rare thunderstorm suddenly occurred in the sea area about 700 nautical miles from the coast. In just 2 minutes, the waves were as high as 50 meters. Our large cruise ship Poseidon was in the center of a thunderstorm at the time, and several tourists were swept into the sea by huge waves, and their whereabouts are unknown. The voice of the famous host of Yangshi TV was heard from the old TV. Lin Ming put the last fried dough stick in his hand into his mouth, then drank up the soy milk and leaned back happily. You can sleep whenever you want and eat whatever you want whenever you want. These are truly two of the most beautiful things in the world. The cell phone rang at this time. Lin Ming picked it up and saw that it was Han Chanyu calling. Mr. Han, it should be 9 o'clock in the evening over there, right? Are you still not sleeping? Lin Ming said with a smile. Mr. Lin, I am grateful for your kindness. Han Chanyu, will keep it in my heart. Han Chanyu said, If I were not older than you, I would really like to call you Brother Lin like Zhou Chong and the others. Now he is full of fear. Han Chanyu knew about the thunderstorm at the first moment. People in China may just treat this as news, but those people abroad who are eager to create chaos have already started spreading rumors. The world is destroyed again, and disaster is coming. The main reason is that such thunderstorms are too rare, and they only occur once in hundreds of years. Don't say these things. Just be nicer to Chunjia in the future. Lin Ming said. Mr. Lin, don't hang up the phone yet. Han Changyu hesitated for a while and asked, I want to know if I was on the Poseidon at that time, would I be among those washed into the sea by the huge waves? Go to bed early. I'll come back to welcome you. Lin Ming did not give a direct answer, but he had already told Han Changyu the answer. Because Lin Ming said at the time that Han Changyu's first calamity was that thunderstorm. If he was safe and sound, how could it be called a robbery? Chapter 41, the contract was sold, and the net worth exceeded 100 million. After finishing the call with Han Changyu, Lin Ming did not leave immediately. Last night, Zhou Cheng informed Lin Ming that the real estate speculation group had already been contacted and would meet at 9:30 this morning. Lin Ming was too lazy to go anywhere else. Since the other party was begging him, he simply made an appointment at Lao Yang's breakfast shop. The time soon came at 9:30. Zhou Cheng was quite punctual, and the big Q7 came into view. To be honest, the Q7 is not really a luxury car in today's Landau city, but it still looks out of place when parked here at Lao Yang's breakfast shop. Brother Lin. Zhou Cheng trotted over to Lin Ming, looking very happy. Did we accomplish what happened last night? Lin Ming asked. Luckily, Brother Lin called me. Otherwise, Qin Yao would have been killed by those bastards. Having said this, Zhou Cheng's face darkened. In broad daylight, he used being drunk as an excuse to try to drag Qin Yao into the hotel. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Lin Ming sighed. He had already predicted what would happen that night yesterday, but he was afraid that Zhou Cheng would worry, so he did not tell Zhou Cheng in advance. The girl named Qin Yao, whose full name is Jiang Qin Yao, is the owner of Qin Yao Coffee House. When I pass by Xianglin Middle Road after get off work, I will encounter a group of drunks. There is no need to say much about what happened next. Anyway, Zhou Cheng arrived in time and acted as a hero to save the beauty. What made Lin Ming sigh was that he vaguely saw his former self in those drunkards. I'm glad you're okay. Lin Ming patted Zhou Cheng's shoulder. That Zhou Cheng calmed down, his face flushed, and he said, Brother Lin, last night, Qin Yao spent the night at my place. Lin Ming showed an expression that seemed to be smiling, but not laughing. Zhou Cheng quickly added, but we didn't do anything. She was scared, so I slept on the sofa all night. You couldn't even seize such a good opportunity. No wonder you haven't caught up with him in several years. You are awesome. Lin Ming was speechless. Zhou Cheng wanted to explain, but at this moment, another roar of a car came from outside. A brand new Bentley Bentayga was parked next to the Q7. Here I come. Zhou Cheng said nothing more and stood up to greet him. Only one person got out of the Bentayga, a fat man who looked to weigh about 200 pounds but was only 1.7 meters tall. He was carrying a briefcase and walking with a swaying gait. How could you tell that he was a big boss with a net worth of billions? Mr. Zhao, this way. Zhou Cheng shouted with a smile. Boss Zhou, Boss Lin, sorry for the long wait. Zhao Chunxiu shook hands with Zhou Cheng and Lin Ming, then walked into Lao Yang's breakfast shop. He did not look at the shabby furnishings around him, nor did he mind the dirtiness. After sitting down, he said, You two have really chosen the right place to discuss this matter. I have had breakfast here once before. The food was delicious and the price was cheap. As he spoke, Zhao Chunxiu ordered a pound of fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. Well, I haven't eaten yet, and I'm growling with hunger. I hope you two don't mind. Zhao Chunxiu pretended to be honest. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together, Zhou Cheng said. The two of them wolfed down the food and finished their breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Lin Ming always had a smile on his face. He knew that Zhao Chunxiu was giving him enough respect because he was the one who chose the place. Only after all the plates were cleared away did Zhao Chunxiu say, Boss Lin, Boss Zhou, everyone knows about the situation at Zijinsheng Mansion, so I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Zhao, just say it directly. Lin Ming said, Zijinsheng Fu has great potential. I believe you two can definitely see this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have signed so many deposit contracts at once. Zhao Chunxiu said, but I heard that the fire department went to the property yesterday and ordered the sales office to suspend sales because the property failed the fire quality inspection. Although I, Zhao Chunxiu, make a living from the property, I still have to act according to my conscience. If Zijin Shengfu really has any quality problems, I would never dare to intervene. Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng looked at each other. Damn conscience. Looking at the whole of China, you can say that anyone has a conscience, but to say that these real estate speculators have a conscience is pure nonsense. How much have the common people suffered because of these guys? Not to mention farming families. Even retired workers have to use up their life savings to buy a house for their children, and they still have to bear the loan for the rest of their lives. However, these real estate speculators have become extremely rich as a result. Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng despised him in their hearts, but they would not expose him on the surface. Zhao Chunxiu said that the fire protection department was just trying to lower the price. Mr. Zhao, you may not know that Zijin Huafu will be available for sale again soon. Lin Ming smiled and said, It's mainly because the sales manager Wang Xingyong doesn't know how to behave. He has already signed a contract with us, but he just breached it. Do you think we can let him bully us? Zhao Chuanxiu's body trembled slightly. Did you do this to the fire department? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Zhao. Director Han enforces the law impartially and serves the country and the people. He is a good leader for us ordinary people. Who dares to order him around? Lin Ming said in a fearful manner. Zhao Chuanxiu was not a fool, so he certainly understood what Lin Ming meant. It seems that these two ordinary guys in front of me are actually very powerful. Let's get down to business. Lin Ming took out a deposit contract and said, I think Zhou Cheng has already told you that there are 196 units in total, all of which are signed at 16,000 per square meter. They're all the best buildings and floors. There's no need for us to deceive Mr. Zhao on this point. Mr. Zhao can go to the sales office and take a building plan, and you'll see it clearly. Zhao Su's heartbeat quickened slightly. Although he has been speculating in real estate for more than 20 years, this is the first time he has seen a situation like this. I know all this, but I'm a little confused. Zhao Chunxiu remained calm. You two must know better than me how much profit can be made from these 196 houses. If that's the case, why don't you buy these houses? You can make at least more than 1 billion yuan by reselling them. This is simply pie in the sky. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong looked at each other, then spread their hands at the same time. No money. Zhao Chunxiu tried to hold back, but couldn't help it and rolled his eyes. Mr. Zhao, please don't disbelieve it. If we had money, we would definitely not be sitting here with you now. Zhou Chong said with a wry smile. Then what about these 196 deposit contracts? Don't tell me you were just gambling. At that time, only a moron would gamble with Zijin Xingfu. Although it seems now that this was a very correct choice. Zhao Chunxiu asked again. Everything has its own traces. It all depends on how we understand it. Lin Ming looked like an expert. Zhao Chunxiu rolled his eyes for the second time. Isn't it the same as saying nothing? But this is not the point. If Lin Ming doesn't want to talk about it, he won't continue to ask. After receiving the deposit contract, Zhao Chunxiu read it carefully and found that there was no false information. He had also used his connections to confirm at the sales office of Zijin Xingfu that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had indeed signed 196 deposit contracts there. In this case, the next step is to negotiate the price. What is your ideal price for this deposit contract? Zhao Chunxiu asked. 2 million per copy. Lin Ming didn't even think twice. Zhou Chong stared at Zhao Chunxiu. He felt that Zhao Chunxiu would definitely not be able to accept it, and then tried every means to lower the price. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chunxiu looked relieved. 2 million is indeed a reasonable price, so let's settle it. Let's go directly to the sales office to go through the transfer procedures. Zhao Chunxiu stood up as he spoke, as if he was afraid that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong would go back on their word. Zhou Chong felt like his worldview was about to be overturned. Are all rich people so willful? He was worried that Zhao Chunxiu would think the price was too high, but he didn't expect him to be so happy. Once the price is agreed upon, the rest will be much easier. The three of them went to the sales office of Zijin Shengfu together. Wang Xingyong received them personally, and the respect in his eyes was overflowing. This made Zhao Chunxiu secretly shocked by Lin Ming and Zhou Chong's identities. Things went very smoothly. Transfer first, then transfer. After parting with Zhao Chunxiu, Zhou Chong looked at the bank account information on his mobile phone, suddenly hugged Lin Ming, and kissed him hard on the face. Fuck, what are you doing? Lin Ming yelled out a traditional Chinese saying. 200 million. Brother Lin, 200 million. Zhou Chong said excitedly. I have never seen so much money since I was born. How can I not be excited? Lin Ming wiped his face, but said nothing more. He could actually understand Zhou Chong's feelings. Apart from his identity as the first young master, Zhou Chong is just an ordinary person. In comparison, Lin Ming was no less excited than Zhou Chong, and even more excited, because there was an extra 192 million in his account. What is the concept? Even if you put it in the bank and earn interest in the form of large denomination certificates of deposit, you can earn 7 or 8 million yuan every year. In other words, even if Lin Ming has lost his ability to predict the future, it is enough to cover the expenses of his family of 3 for the rest of their lives. Chapter 42, Old Chen's Family. Brother Lin, we must have a big meal at noon to celebrate. How about we go to Hong Ning's Tianyang Hotel? Zhou Chong said. You want to show off to Hong Ning, right? Lin Ming said with a smile. You know what? That brat is much richer than me and always shows off his wealth in front of me. This time I will let him see what Grandpa Zhou is capable of. Zhou Chong saw Lin Ming staring at him and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, it's Hong Ning's Grandpa Zhou. I won't go. I have to have lunch with Xian Xian. Lin Ming shook his head. Ever since Chun Jia agreed to let Lin Ming come in, delivering lunch to Xian Xian every day at noon has become an unshakable routine. Brother Lin, it's just a meal. She can eat enough at home. Zhou Cheng was a little disappointed. Lin Ming frowned and said coldly, I will pretend you never said that. Zhou Cheng shuddered and immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Then, Brother Lin, you don't have to bother me. I'll call Hong Ming right now and ask him to prepare a few dishes. You can go over and take them away. I'll treat my niece. Need not. Lin Ming snorted, turned around, and took a taxi away. My stinky mouth. Zhou Cheng slapped himself hard several times, feeling extremely regretful. Knowing that Lin Ming cares so much about his wife and children, he still has to say such nonsense. He's so arrogant. 11:30 morgens. Lin Ming came to Unju community again. He specially packed a few more dishes and sent 2 to Wang Lanmei across the street, then came to Xian Xian while Wang Lanmei looked embarrassed. Dad, the little girl was even happier to see Lin Ming than to see Chun Jia, and she threw herself directly into Lin Ming's arms. Are you hungry? Come and eat quickly. These are all your favorite foods. Lin Ming said with a smile. Dad is so nice. I love him. Xian Xian cheered. Looking at the little girl wolfing down the food, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally took out his cell phone and dialed Chun Jia's number. What's the matter? Chun Jia answered the call quickly. There's something I want to tell you. Lin Ming pursed his lips and said, This morning, I made nearly 200 million. There was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time. Chun Jia, are you listening? Lin Ming asked tentatively. Why are you telling me this? If you earn 10 billion, that's just your own ability. It has nothing to do with me. Chun Jia said. You can tell that her voice is trembling. After all, she was just an ordinary office worker. It would be strange for her to remain calm when she suddenly heard Lin Ming say that he had earned nearly 200 million yuan. Chun Jia, I know you don't care how much money I make now, but 200 million is a number I never dared to think about before. When the money comes in, the person I want to tell the most is you. Chun Jia didn't say anything. When I was dating you, I also dreamed that after graduation, I would work harder and make more money than I can spend so that I could buy you your favorite car, your favorite cosmetics and bags, and your favorite house. Later, I started my own business, and all my dreams were shattered. Reality taught me a hard lesson. I'm proud and arrogant, and I couldn't bear that kind of blow. I vented all my anger and resentment on you. I'm a bastard, a complete bastard. I don't dare to pray for you to forgive me, but I just hope that you won't reject my kindness to you and Shin Shin again, okay? Lin Ming spoke softly, slowly reciting the words hidden deep in his heart. Chun Jia rarely interrupted him. Or did she hang up the phone? She seemed to be just listening quietly. When we divorced, you begged me to give you the custody of Xian Xian, and I agreed. Lin Ming murmured, Now, it's my turn to beg you. Please let me be nicer to you, even nicer. Lin Ming, you are right. You are a bastard. Chun Jia suddenly screamed, as if she had used up all her strength, sobbing and feeling aggrieved. Then the call was hung up. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Even though Chun Jia was scolding him, he knew that the past and the future were the scale in Chun Jia's heart. If we say that Chun Jia before had always lived in the past, then, starting today, she should have been leaning towards the future. After Xian Xian took a nap, Lin Ming reluctantly left Anju community. On the way back to the apartment, Zhou Cheng, who had just parted not long ago, called again. Something. Lin Ming pretended to be dissatisfied. Brother Lin, I miss you again. Zhou Cheng said with a wry smile. If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Lin Ming was so angry that he laughed. Didn't you ask me to help you prepare some mooncakes, gifts, and so on a few days ago? I have already prepared them here. Shall I send them to you right away? Zhou Cheng said. Okay then, come over to the apartment. Lin Ming said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming shook his head. He actually knew that Zhou Cheng didn't mean that, but he really didn't want to hear any more words that showed that they didn't care about Chun Jia and Xian Xian, even if they were said by someone else. After scaring Zhou Cheng this time, I believe this guy won't dare to do it again in the future. When I returned to the apartment, Zhou Cheng was already waiting there. He didn't go upstairs, but just stood outside the car, carrying a bunch of things, waiting for Lin Ming. Just one sentence, and it made the great Master Zhou behave so humbly. Should I show off to others? Lin Ming said with a smile as he walked. Brother Lin, I was indeed rude before. I promise you that I will always put my sister-in-law and niece first in the future. Zhou Cheng said. Get out of the way. They're my wife and children. Do I need you to put them first? Lin Ming scolded with a smile. The two chatted for a while. Zhou Cheng had something else to do, so when he saw that Lin Ming was no longer angry, he left with peace of mind. Lin Ming did not ask him how much these gifts cost. Zhou Cheng would definitely say that he was being pretentious. After all, he had just made 200 million yuan with him this morning. At around 4 p.m., Lin Ming took a taxi to Old Chen's house. Old Chen lives in the county seat of Moling County, which is under the jurisdiction of Landau City. It is about half an hour's drive from the apartment. When Lin Ming arrived here, the sky had gradually darkened. The autumn evening brings a hint of coolness. Lin Ming didn't know whether he was nervous or really cold, but after he got off the car, he shivered for no apparent reason. For what I did in the past few years, I deserve to be scolded to death by the old couple. Lin Ming comforted himself in this way, and then, with the determination to die, he walked into the gardener's community where Old Chen's family lived. Building 6, Unit 2, Room 502. Lin Ming knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The voice of my ex-mother-in-law, Lu Yunmei, came from the room. Lin Ming didn't say anything. It was not until the front door opened that Lin Ming spoke amid Lu Yunmei's panicked expression. "Mom." Chapter 43. Mom, I don't want money. Lin Ming. After a long pause, Lu Yunfang finally reacted. She didn't even see what Lin Ming was holding, nor did she notice the embarrassment on Lin Ming's face. Lu Yunfang's mind was in a mess. The first thought in her mind was, it's over. This guy is here to make trouble again. I don't know when it started, but whenever Lin Ming comes to visit, something bad happens. Every time, the Chun family will be turned upside down. In just a few years, Lu Yunfang and Chun Inying's hair turned a lot whiter, and they were almost having a heart attack because of Lin Ming. Why are you here? Lu Yunfang pretended to be calm. She was also thinking of countermeasures in her heart. It would be fine on normal days, but the key point is that Chun Sheng's girlfriend is here. If she knew that she had a bastard brother-in-law, like Lin Ming, when she visited for the first time, would she be worried and break up with Chun Sheng? Mom! Just as Lin Ming was about to speak, Lu Yunfang quickly said, Shaolin, you and Jia Jia are already divorced, so please don't bother us anymore, okay? Looking at Lu Yunfang's worried expression, Lin Ming really didn't know how to start. Explain? With just a few explanations about what I had done, how could Lu Yunfang possibly believe it? She and Chun Inying were both good people, and they had placed great hopes on Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's repeated mistakes had already made them disheartened, and those hopes were shattered. You want money again? Fine, I'll give you money. While picking up her phone, LV Yunfang said in panic, it just so happens that Lao Chun paid out last month's pension a few days ago. I'll give it all to you. She really didn't want Lin Ming to barge in, for fear of disturbing Chun Sheng's girlfriend. I would rather give the money to Lin Ming now than let Lin Ming mess up this family again. Mom, seeing that Lu Yunfang really intended to make money for him, Lin Ming quickly said, Mom, I don't want money. Then what do you want? Lu Yunfang raised his head suddenly, his eyes a little red. Lin Ming, after so many years, Jia Jia's father is almost sick because of you. What do you want? You and Jia Jia have already divorced. Why don't you let us go? Do you have to force us to death to be satisfied? Even though he had made preparations before going upstairs, Lin Ming still felt a tightness in his chest after hearing these words. Once upon a time, this kind-hearted and simple woman would not speak too loudly when speaking to herself. She's too good at herself. But why did I force myself into this state? Lin Ming, I'm telling you the truth. Chun Sheng's girlfriend is here today. If you continue to make trouble, I will really die in front of you. Lu Yunfang tried to use this childish threat to get Lin Ming to leave. Mom, Lin Ming called out and said in the softest tone, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just thought that Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, so I came to give you some mooncakes. I hope you and Dad will be healthy. After saying this, Lin Ming put down what he was holding and walked downstairs. It was not until this time that Lu Yunfang finally noticed the large and small packages. She couldn't believe it. My son-in-law actually gave you something? And there are so many? Lin Ming, stop. Lu Yunfang suddenly shouted. Lin Ming paused. Where did you get the money? Lu Yunfang asked with a frown. Just this one sentence, 5 simple words, made Lin Ming's eyes moist. Even though he hated himself so much, when he saw those things, Lu Yunfang was still worried. Worrying about where the money comes from and worrying about my own future. Mom, I've started a business again and made some money. Don't worry, all the money is from legitimate sources. Lin Ming said softly. But these cigarettes and alcohol are very expensive, right? Lu Yunfang said again. She doesn't smoke or drink, but she knows that Chinese cigarettes and Moutai liquor are not cheap. It's not expensive, just take it in. I'll buy more for my dad after he finishes smoking and drinking. Lin Ming said. Lu Yunfang bit her lip. She suddenly wondered if what she had just said was a bit harsh. Lin Ming came to visit his old couple, but was scolded by himself. From this point, we can see that Lu Yunfang is really kind, and Chen Jia should have inherited her personality. Mom, I did do a lot of wrong things in the past, and you deserve to beat and scold me. Lin Ming knew Lu Yunfang very well and knew what she was thinking. Then he said, I won't go in. You can go back first. You can take some of these mooncakes and other things back to Chun Sheng's girlfriend. She shouldn't mind. Lu Yunfang hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but said, It's almost 5 o'clock. It will take you more than half an hour to go back. Otherwise, why don't you eat here before leaving? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunfang regretted it. Unwilling to do so, Lin Ming shook his head and said, Mom, I won't bother you anymore. I'll come to visit you and Dad again in the future. Lu Yunfang was full of surprises. Today, Lin Ming did not ask for money, nor did he go in. He just sent in a lot of things. This is completely different from who he was before. Old woman, who are you talking to? The food is about to get burnt. At this moment, Chen Eniying's voice suddenly came. Lu Yunfang's face changed. She knew Chen Eniying's temper and quickly said, No, it was Sister Li from upstairs who came over to deliver something. Little did she know that Chen Eniying was already standing behind her. I also saw Lin Ming. Is it you? Chen Eniying's face, which had seemed to be quite good, suddenly turned gloomy. You bastard. You still have the nerve to come here. Chen Eniying rushed out as he spoke, and no matter how Lu Yunfang tried to hold him back, she couldn't. Dad, Lin Ming called out. Dad? Don't call me Dad. I'm not your dad. Chun came in front of Lin Ming and kicked him with his leg. Seeing this scene, Lu Yunfang looked ashen, thinking that it was really the end now. According to Lin Ming's previous temper, this would not have overturned the genius monster. However, Chen Eniying really kicked Lin Ming, causing him to almost fall downstairs. But Lin Ming didn't say a word. He just stood there with a complicated expression, as if waiting for Chen Eniying's second kick. Why don't you hide? Chen Eniying said angrily. Aren't you good at fighting? Don't you like to make trouble? Come, let's see what tricks you want to play today. As he spoke, Chen stepped forward and kicked him again. Kick, don't kick. Lin Ming was keenly aware of this. It is enough to see that no matter how angry Chen Eniying was, he still retained enough respect for himself. This also made Lin Ming recall once again how Chen Eniying had treated him in the past. He really treated him as his son. The 2 kicks he gave Lin Ming at this moment were somewhat filled with a sense of disappointment. Chapter 44, A Not-So-Beautiful Dinner. After kicking Lin Ming twice, Chen Eniying seemed to have calmed down a little. He calmed down and noticed that Lin Ming was different today. Normally, let alone taking action yourself, this bastard would flip the table if you said a few more words. How come you didn't even fart after getting beaten today? What do you want to do? You want money again? You have taken away all the little money I had. Do you want me to sell blood for you? Chen Eniying said. Dad, I don't want money. I just came to see you and Mom. Lin Ming said honestly. Humph. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. He has no good intentions. Chen Eniying said. I'm telling you, you have nothing to do with our Chun family now. If you dare to harass us and judge you again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Maybe it was because Chen Eniying loved her daughter too much. So after Chen Jia suffered so much grievances, Chen Eniying was much more angry than Lu Yunfang. Judging from the current situation, the so-called explanations and guarantees are definitely pale, and only actual actions can prove it. Lin Ming didn't want to bother the old couple anymore, so he said, Dad, Mom, you guys should go back quickly and don't neglect Chun Sheng's girlfriend, etc. Chen Eniying lit a cigarette and snorted. You bastard. Don't you see what time it is? Can you still have food if you go back now? After saying that, Chen Eniying walked towards home. Lin Ming just stood there in a daze. I only heard Lu Yunfang say, Come up first, your father. Your Uncle Chun wants you to eat before leaving. Uncle Chun. Lin Ming laughed at himself. I really ruined this family. In fact, Lin Ming really didn't plan to stay for dinner, but since the old couple said so, Lin Ming couldn't refuse their kindness. Old Chen's house is a crowded, old-style 3-bedroom apartment of about 70 square meters, but Lu Yunfang keeps it very tidy and clean. The first thing Lin Ming saw when he entered the room was Chun Sheng and a girl sitting there. The girl looked about the same age as Chun Sheng. She was pretty good looking, not too flashy, and dressed rather simply. Chun Sheng also saw Lin Ming. Different from Chun Ening's gloomy expression when he saw Lin Ming. Chun Sheng's eyes widened, and he immediately stood up in anger. "Shut up first," Chun Ening shouted, causing Chun Sheng, who was about to speak, to shut his mouth again. No matter how angry Chun Sheng was, he didn't dare to go against Chun Ening. From Chun Ening's attitude, it can be seen that it was he who let Lin Ming in. "Chun Sheng, who is this?" the girl asked. "My ex-brother-in-law." Chun Sheng snorted coldly. The girl showed a strange look. Obviously, she had also heard of Lin Ming from Chun Sheng. But she still smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Pingping." "Hello." Lin Ming nodded. To be honest, he felt like sitting on pins and needles at this moment. Lu Yunfang was cooking in the kitchen, while Chun Sheng and Chun Ening kept glaring at him. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lin Ming was so embarrassed that he had no place to hide. "It would be better if I didn't come in. I should have expected this situation a long time ago." The originally harmonious atmosphere began to become depressing after Lin Ming arrived. Jiang Pingping has a cheerful personality, and at first she said a few words to lighten the atmosphere. Later, seeing that Chun Sheng and Chun Ening both looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy and didn't even want to talk to her, she stopped talking. Until Lu Yunfang brought the dishes to the table one by one. Chun Ening then said, "Eat." Sweet and sour spare ribs, fried carp, braised pork with preserved vegetables, fried double crispy. They are all Lu Yunfang's specialties. When Lin Ming first came to Old Chen's house, Lu Yunfang used these dishes to entertain him. "Eat, why not? Are you too embarrassed to eat?" Chun Sheng stared at Lin Ming sarcastically. Jiang Pingping, who was standing next to him, quickly supported him with her elbow. Then he smiled at Lin Ming and said, "Brother Lin, Chun Sheng meant that Auntie's cooking is delicious. Let's eat it quickly." Lin Ming forced a laugh, then picked up the bowl and started eating. Lu Yunfang's craftsmanship is indeed very good and has not changed over the years. "Humph, you are out of money again, and you come here to eat for free," Chun Sheng said with resentment. "Ping Ping is visiting our house for the first time. Why did we let something like this in? It really spoils the fun. I told you shut up. Are you deaf or what?" Chun Ening shouted. "Dad, he's already divorced my sister. What qualifications does he have to come to our house?" Chun Sheng couldn't stand it any longer. "He just took some things, and he wants to trick you and my mom into asking for money again. Do you really think everyone in our Chun family is stupid? It seems that I didn't beat him lightly last time. If Ping Ping wasn't here today, I would let him know why the flowers are so red." "Chun Sheng, please talk less," Lu Yunfang said. "Mom, am I wrong? Lin Ming is not even a human being, let alone a man." Chun Sheng became angrier and angrier as he spoke. When he first met Lin Ming, he thought this man was a good person and someone he could trust, so he encouraged Chun Jia to marry Lin Ming. I never expected that it was all pretend. After Lin Ming got married, he became a completely different person. It would have been fine if he just drank, gambled, and didn't do his job properly, but he often took it out on Chun Jia and Xian Xian. Chun Sheng wanted to kill Lin Ming. In his opinion, he was the one who harmed Chun Jia and Xian Xian. If Chun Jia had seen through Lin Ming earlier, her life would not have been ruined. "Get him out. I don't want to see him again for a moment. Get him out now," Chun Sheng yelled. Bang! Chun Ening slammed the table fiercely. "We are having a good meal. Will you die if you say less? Do you really want Ping Ping to laugh at you? Dad, am I making Ping Ping laugh at me? If you and my mom hadn't let him in, why would I be so angry?" Chun Sheng said angrily. "You little bastard, you dare to yell at me? You're a rebel." Chun Ening showed an angry look. Lin Ming knew that he couldn't finish this meal. He stood up and bowed deeply to the few people. "I'm sorry." After saying this, he walked out of the house. "Why are you pretending? Do you know how to apologize? Do you know how to write the 3 words? I'm sorry. You beat my sister and Xian Xian so many times, but I never heard you say sorry." Chun Sheng shouted from behind. Lin Ming walked out of the house, grabbed the stair handle, and took a few deep breaths. Chun Sheng is right. Chun Jia and Xian Xian have suffered so much injustice. When have I ever said sorry to them? Bang! The front door closed, and Lin Ming thought it was Chun Sheng who closed it. When I turned around, I found that Chun Ening had followed me out at some point. "Dad, please go back and have dinner. Chun Sheng's girlfriend is waiting for you," Lin Ming said. Chun Ening glanced at him and took out a box of cigarettes from his cloth bag. Thick and safe, 11 yuan a box. Chapter 45. His name is Lin Ming. Not dog stuff? Would you like one? Chen Enning asked. Dad, I've quit. Lin Ming shook his head. Don't talk that crap. Chen Enning threw a cigarette to Lin Ming without hesitation and even handed him a lighter. Lin Ming quickly said, Dad, I can do it myself. After lighting it, Lin Ming took a deep breath. Then he said, This cigarette is not bad, but it's hard to buy now. This is the cigarette you brought me when you came here for the first time. Chen Enning said. Lin Ming paused. After getting married, I've been buying them myself. Chen Enning said again. Lin Ming lowered his head. He really had no face to face Chen Enning. Let's not talk about that. Chen Enning waved his hand. What are you doing now? I saw those things you took, Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai. It seems to be Feiqian Matai. A few days ago, a few old friends of mine got together and talked about the fact that the price of Feiqian Matai has skyrocketed. It's 8 or 9,000 yuan a bottle. I'm just doing some small business at the moment, and I plan to register a pharmaceutical company in the future. Lin Ming said, It's not easy to run a pharmaceutical company. It requires professional technical personnel, and it's also troublesome to register, said Chen Enning. Lin Ming did not answer, but asked, Dad, do you believe me? In the past, Lin Ming was a habitual liar. He thought that Chen Enning would not be willing to listen to his bragging. Chen Enning sighed. Does it matter whether you believe it or not? If your mother and I didn't believe you at the beginning, how could we let Jia marry you? Lin Ming was moved. He never expected that the person who said these words to him would be Chen Enning. You know, the anger in my father-in-law's heart is no less than that of Chen Sheng. Dad, I'm sorry to Jia and the Chen family. Lin Ming whispered. Okay, stop saying these things. Chen Enning took a puff of cigarette and said, Your mother and I are old and don't expect to enjoy any happiness. We just hope that you will not cause trouble for Jia and Xian in the future. Jia is a stubborn girl. She was determined to marry you. Your mother and I didn't object, but your conditions were not that good at the time, and we were afraid that she would suffer. Well now, you two are divorced, and she's been through a lot, so it's probably hard for her to marry another man. It's not easy for a woman to take care of a child and still have to go to work. Can you be more considerate of them? These words are truly heartfelt. He was not as angry as before, but just spoke calmly. Because he, Chen Enning, was really exhausted. Let Lin Ming eat here and chase him out. All for Chen Jia. Since beating and scolding were useless, he just hoped that Lin Ming would consider his age and stop making trouble. Although, this is most likely just wishful thinking. Dad, can you lend me your cell phone? Lin Ming suddenly asked. What are you doing? Chen Enning frowned. For a moment, he subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was going to steal his phone and sell it for money. You'll know in a moment. Lin Ming said. Chen Enning hesitated for a moment, then unlocked the phone and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming transferred 20,000 yuan to Chen Enning's Weixin, and without waiting for Chen Enning to refuse, he directly accepted it on Chen Enning's behalf. What are you doing? Chen Enning asked with eyes wide open. Dad, you're right. Jia and I are divorced. I may not be able to visit you often in the future. This 20,000 yuan is not a lot of money. You and Mom can buy some nutritional supplements to replenish our bodies. Lin Ming returned the phone to Chen Enning and said, I know that no matter how much I explain, you and my mother will not believe it. So I will use practical actions to prove that the Lin Ming that you had infinite expectations for is back again. After he finished speaking, Lin Ming left decisively. Chen Enning stood at the door, staring at the 20,000 yuan transfer on Weixin, and was stunned for a long time. It was not until the cigarette in his hand was almost burned out that he woke up from the heat. From the very beginning, Chen Enning never believed in Lin Ming, let alone any pharmaceutical company. But he refrained from exposing Lin Ming, fearing that he would anger Lin Ming and cause trouble for Chun Jia and Xian. But everything Lin Ming did today really made Chen Enning feel like he was living in a dream. He didn't fight back when he was hit, and he didn't talk back when Chen Sheng scolded him, not to mention how many things he brought with him. In the end, he even transferred 20,000 yuan to himself. Has this kid really changed his temper? When he got home, Chen Sheng immediately asked, Did that bastard get out of here? Chen Enning said in a low voice, Since he has divorced your sister, you should control your temper. Even if you don't like him anymore, just treat him as a stranger at most. Otherwise, your sister will suffer. Do you understand? If he dares to touch my sister again, I will kill him. Chen Sheng snorted coldly. Chen Enning shook his head and said nothing more. Lu Yinfang said, Old man, what about the things that Lin Ming took? Throw them all out. Chen Sheng shouted first. Chen Enning immediately brought the bags in front of Chen Sheng. 8 soft serve, 6 bottles of Feijian Matai, bird's nest, and shark's fin, totaling nearly $100,000. They're going to throw it out? Chun Sheng suspected that he had heard it wrong. He quickly picked up the bags and found that Chen Inying had not lied to him and that they were all good stuff. This can't be fake, right? Chun Sheng asked. Lu Yinfang also asked. How come Lin Ming is so rich all of a sudden? It must be fake. He hasn't even paid back the money he borrowed from our relatives. He's using these fake and shoddy products to trick you. I wonder what he's up to. Having said that, Chun Sheng immediately took out his cell phone and called Chun Jia. He even turned on a loudspeaker so that Chun Inying and Lu Yinfang could hear it. Soon, the call was connected. Chun Sheng said, Sister, that bastard just came to our house and took a lot of things, but they were all fake. How do you know it's fake? Chun Jia asked. What a joke. It's either Feijian Matai or soft Zhong cigarettes and bird's nest and shark's fin. If he is so rich, why doesn't he pay back the money he borrowed from our relatives first? Chun Sheng sneered. I have 100,000 yuan here. He gave it to me a few days ago and asked me to pay it back, said Chun Jia. Hearing this, everyone in the Chun family was stunned. Sister, what are you doing? You have already divorced. Why are you still helping that bastard to lie? What kind of love potion did he give you? Chun Sheng showed his dissatisfaction. I didn't lie. The money is at home, all in cash. If you don't believe me, come and take a look when you have time. You can use it to return it to our relatives. Chun Jia said. Chun Sheng became even angrier. He thought Chun Jia was talking nonsense. After all, when they divorced, Lin Ming was still in debt, which added up to nearly $1 million. It's only been a few days, and you've made so much money? Sister, I know you're afraid that your parents will blame you, but that bastard. That's enough. Chun Jia suddenly interrupted in a harsh voice. His name is Lin Ming. Stop calling him bastard. After saying that, Chun Jia hung up the phone. Chun Sheng was stunned. He could hear that Chun Jia was a little angry when she said the last sentence. At this point, his sister is still on Lin Ming's side. At this moment, Chen Inying said something silently again. When Lin Ming left, he also transferred 20,000 yuan to me. Chapter 46 Mom, let's ride a big horse together. Around 6 p.m., Lin Ming returned to the apartment. This trip to Old Chen's house was somewhat fruitful. Not to mention that I won the favor of Chun Inying and Lu Yinfang. At least I let them see the changes in myself. But I still have to do more work for my brother-in-law Chen Sheng. Although Chun Sheng could not be blamed for this, Chen Sheng's violent temper really gave Lin Ming a headache. As soon as he sat down on the bed, Lin Ming's cell phone rang. It's Chun Jia calling. You went to my parents' house? Chun Jia said. Lin Ming smiled and said, the old couple even invited me to have a meal. I gained a lot this time. Did Chun Sheng scold you? My mom just called me again and said that Chun Sheng's girlfriend happened to be here today. Chun Jia's voice was not as cold anymore, but rather much softer. No, we just chatted for a while, and I came back after dinner. Lin Ming said. Chun Jia held it in for a long time before slowly uttering 2 words. Liar. Lin Ming stood up with a somersault. Jia, are you concerned about me? My mother said that Chun Sheng scolded you and kicked you out before you could even eat a few bites of the meal. Chun Jia said. What should I do? I'm really hungry now. Lin Ming pretended to be aggrieved. Chun Jia knew he was pretending, but she still hummed. Xian missed you, and there are some dishes left. If you don't mind, come and eat. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Lin Ming's worries were instantly swept away. Brother-in-law, you are really my lucky star. I rushed to Unju community as quickly as possible. The security door was open, and only the entrance door was still closed. Lin Mingfei rushed in as well, startling Chun Jia, who was serving dishes. Dad, Xian said happily. Dad, what delicious food did you bring me? Dad is still hungry, so he came to you to ask for something delicious. Lin Ming said with a pout. Mom told me. Come and eat. Mom made you scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork with green peppers. Xian said. Lin Ming looked at Chun Jia, standing in front of the dining table, and said with a smile, someone said on the phone that they only had leftovers. Chun Jia's pretty face flushed, and she glared at Xian fiercely. The little girl's face was suddenly filled with grievance. I didn't do anything wrong. Why is my mother glaring at me? It's no wonder that Lin Ming didn't eat much at Old Chen's house, so he was really hungry now. Picking up a steamed bun, Lin Ming began to eat it ravenously. The food my wife cooks is so delicious. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Ming had devoured all the dishes. Seeing him picking up the plate and about to lick it, Chun Jia quickly snatched it away. It's almost enough. I know what my dishes taste like. Why are you acting so deliberate? But it's really delicious. I'm not full yet, Lin Ming said while touching his stomach. If you're not full, go back and eat later. Chun Jia brought the plate into the kitchen, and she didn't laugh until Lin Ming could no longer see her. After washing the dishes, Chun Jia walked out of the kitchen. Lin Ming was seen lying on the ground, while Xian was riding on his back, shouting hoarse, "Go faster!" At this moment, Chun Jia was a little dazed. If there is such an emotion as happiness in the world, then this should be the first time Chun Jia felt it after getting married. Mom, come on up. Let's ride the big horse together. Chuan Chuan's shout broke Chun Jia's thoughts. Chun Jia subconsciously looked towards Lin Ming. This guy was actually looking at her with anticipation, as if she could really ride on it. Come down first. Mom has something to say to Dad. Chun Jia said. No, no. Xian looked reluctant, but still ran to the side to play under Chun Jia's stern gaze. I will help you pay back the 100,000 yuan to those relatives, said Chun Jia. I should have paid it back earlier. It's been 2 or 3 years, and I've earned quite a bit of interest in the bank. Lin Ming said happily. Well, I'll transfer some more money to you, and you can buy something to thank them. Without waiting for Chun Jia to speak, Lin Ming took Chun Jia's phone. He unlocked it easily, and then said with a complicated expression, Sure enough, you still didn't change the password. The password to unlock Chun Jia's phone is Lin Ming's birthday. I'm too lazy to change it. Chun Jia didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ming. The daily limit for prestige is 30,000. I will transfer 30,000 to you first. Lin Ming said. Chun Jia frowned. We are divorced. Why are you still transferring money to me? I don't want it. This is not money for you. Part of it is to repay a favor, and part of it is for Xian to go to kindergarten. Lin Ming said seriously. Although we are divorced, I still have to get child support. The law doesn't stipulate the upper limit of child support, right? Chun Jia was speechless for a while. With this money, you should pay more attention to your parents. I really plan to go back. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, so I'd like to go back and spend the festival with them. Lin Ming said. It's my duty. Chun Jia nodded. That Lin Ming was unable to speak. The old couple must miss Xian too. Chun Jia was not surprised. Then take Xian back to see them. What if they miss you too? Lin Ming asked immediately. We have divorced. I'm no longer a member of the Lin family. They won't miss me. Chun Jia said. Meeting. Lin Ming said quickly. You know, my parents have always treated you as their own daughter. Mid-Autumn Festival is a reunion festival. If you don't go back, Lin Ming, don't push your luck. Chun Jia's pretty face turned red and felt very hot. Of course, she knew her position in Lin Changhua and Shi Yufan's hearts, but she was not used to the current situation. For a moment, Chun Jia also wanted to agree to Lin Ming and go back with him. But the feeling of worry and fear was even more tense and contradictory than the first time she went to Lin Ming's house. So, she subconsciously chose to refuse. Lin Ming also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and it would be too much to force it any further. However, what made Lin Ming feel relieved was that Chun Jia did not rush to drive him away, but chatted with him casually. It was not until around 9 o'clock that Chun Jia said, If you don't go back, you won't be able to get taxi. Dad won't leave. Xian doesn't want Dad to leave. Xian hurried over. Dad doesn't want to leave either. Lin Ming looked at Chun Jia and saw that the latter had a determined look on his face. I can only say to Xian, be good and protect Mom at home. Don't let bad guys steal Mom away. You and Mom belong to Daddy alone, understand? Yes, I will definitely protect my mother. The little girl nodded. After seeing Lin Ming off, Chun Jia leaned against the door with her hands covering her chest, feeling her heart beating like a deer. You and Mom belong to Dad only. When did this guy become so domineering? Chapter 47 Daily Limit, $900. Returning to the apartment once again, Lin Ming happily called Zhou Chong. The relationship needs to grow gradually, but the money-making process cannot stop. Brother Lin, you finally called me. I've been waiting for you, Zhou Chong said with a smile. We just separated in the morning, and you're waiting for me in the evening? Have you washed everything? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong said, TSK, Brother Lin sounds very happy. It seems that you gain a lot from visiting your father-in-law's house today. Alas, you should know the situation in my family. Anyway, that's how it is. I have to gain people's trust step by step. After all, I was such a jerk in the past. Lin Ming sighed. Brother Lin, if I were you, I would just show them the bank transfer information. Wouldn't they believe it? Zhou Chong said. You know shit. If they really only liked money, they wouldn't have let Chun Jia marry me. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. When Chun Jia married Lin Ming was penniless. The only things he has are his education and looks. But in today's society, there are so many college students, and appearance cannot be used to make a living. What the Chun family looks at is Lin Ming's character. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This is the true portrayal of the Chun family today. Let's not talk about this. Lin Ming asked, "Is the traitor ready?" "Well, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you, Brother Lin, to give the order," Zhou Cheng said solemnly. Lin Ming smiled helplessly. "It's like going to the battlefield. If you do this, the Nasdaq will open in the early morning, so don't rush to borrow money. Wait until around 3 o'clock, and the Chiling stock market will reach the daily limit, reaching about $900 per share. From 3 to 3:30, you can let the trader borrow money and start the leverage operation at the same time. The higher the ratio, the better." Zhou Cheng secretly smacked his lips. "Brother Lin, you have laid out everything clearly in front of me, and you just short of telling me how much money we can make. How much you can earn depends on how much you have and how much you dare to invest," Lin Ming said with a smile. "Need I say more? If you don't go all in when working with Brother Lin, you'll end up getting shit for nothing." Zhou Cheng flattered in a serious tone. "My money has been transferred to you. Did you receive it?" Lin Ming asked. "Well, Li Hanyuan also transferred the money into my account in the evening, but it was only 20 million, Zhou Cheng said. Lin Ming had already told Li Hanyuan about the stock market, and Li Hanyuan was very happy about it. After his account was unfrozen, he transferred the money to Zhou Cheng. It is estimated that Hong Ning, Han Changyu, and others have already secured the funds. That's it for now. If you have any questions, call me again." Lin Ming hung up the phone. In fact, he only knows a little about the stock market. Compared with other traders, he only knows the basics. The reason why he dared to gamble like this was because of his strongest trump card, predicting the future. Doubletree Bay, the top villa area in Landau City. Zhou Cheng is now sitting in one of the villas with the 3 traders he found. Of course, he didn't buy this villa. He just rented it for a few days. After all, the starting price of each villa is at least 50 million. Before meeting Lin Ming, Zhou Cheng simply could not afford to buy one here. There was a pile of snacks and various foreign liquors and beers on the table. Zhou Cheng crossed his legs, looking very comfortable. "Are you sure you want to do this?" asked a young man opposite. "What do you think?" Zhou Cheng said as a matter of course. "I think you're really crazy. You even dare to short a giant like Qi Ling." The young man's name is Su Jin, and he is one of the 3 traders invited by Zhou Cheng. "What's the big deal? The bigger the company, the more exciting it is." Zhou Cheng took a sip of beer and said excitedly, "Just think about it, getting the best deal from the world's top investors. How much is that worth showing off? Whether it's worth showing off or not is not the point. The key is that you have to be able to grab it." Su Jin said, "Chiling Automobile has been ranked among the top of the global new energy market, and its stock market is booming. Many leaks are trying their best to squeeze in, but you're thinking of taking advantage of it? I don't understand why you're so sure that Chiling stock market will fall." Su Jin and Zhou Cheng were college classmates and had a very good relationship, so they spoke to each other in a casual manner. "Then don't worry about it. I can naturally find a way to make money." Zhou Cheng smiled mysteriously. Su Jin frowned and said, "I'd like to advise you again. You must think it through. The bigger the company, the harder it is to get in. Compared with the entire Chiling stock market, your funds are not even a drop in the bucket. If there is a slight fluctuation, all your positions will be sunk. To put it nicely, it's sinking warehouse. To put it bluntly, it's losing everything." Su Jin was really confused. With 200 million yuan, why couldn't Zhou Cheng do anything else? Why did he have to gamble in the stock market? He has been a trader for quite some time. According to his experience, there is no sign that the Chiling stock market will fall. Isn't this just shining a light in the toilet, looking for shit? Even if he knew Zhou Cheng's family background, it would be impossible for him to get news about such a global event in advance, right? However, Zhou Cheng didn't hear a word Su Jin said. He looked at Su Jin with a smile. "Old Su, don't say I didn't give you this opportunity. You have a lot of money at home, not to mention 20 or 30 million. Do you want to bet with me? Get lost." Su Jin's expression changed. "If I squander all of my father's family fortune, he will kill me. What about you two?" Zhou Cheng looked at the other 2 again. Without exception, they all shook their heads as if avoiding the plague god. "Forget it. You don't have this blessing." Zhou Cheng's side didn't sound like regret at all, but rather full of gloating. He seemed to have seen the regretful expressions on the 3 people's faces. Several of them did not sleep either. They sat in front of the computer since 2 in the morning, staring at the chilling stock market. Sure enough, starting from 210, the chilling stock market started to surge. This was not surprising to Su Jin and others. For chilling automobile, this was really normal. 3 o'clock in the morning. The chilling stock market, which had only been open for 3 hours, officially hit the daily limit. Zhou Chang's eyes almost popped out, because the final limit price was exactly the same as what Lin Ming said. $900. At this time, Su Jin looked up at Zhou Chang. Let's do it. Don't talk nonsense. Just wait and see how I make my fortune. Zhou Chang laughed. You are really crazy. Don't look for me when you cry. Looking at this guy's excited look, Su Jin thought to himself that there was no hope. Anyway, Zhou Chang is the boss, so you just have to do whatever he tells you to do. After a series of operations, Zhou Chang was stunned. A few minutes later, Su Jin and the other two finished everything. Done, Zhou Chang said. Don't talk like an expert as an outsider. Do you think I'm here to eat for nothing? Su Jin scolded with a smile. Damn, hundreds of millions of dollars are gone just like that. This stock market is really a bottomless pit. Zhou Chang shook his head. Many leaks lost their fortunes and were heavily in debt because they died in the stock market. In some ways, it's really no different than gambling. If Lin Ming hadn't asked Zhou Chang to do this, he would never touch this thing again. Chapter 48, The Proud Giant. Europe. In a luxurious guest room of a large hotel, Han Changyu sat on the sofa, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. His eyes occasionally looked towards the four corners of the roof. Although it is very secretive, you can still see that there's a miniature camera embedded in the wall in every corner. There are 4 cameras here alone, and there may be more in other places. They are really trying to kill me. If Mr. Lin hadn't reminded me, I would never have discovered these cameras. Slangif, you are so fucking mean. Han Changyu was so angry that he almost smashed the red wine glass in his hand. Lin Ming's reminder to him will cause the time of certain things to change, but it will not affect the occurrence of these things. If Han Changyu had taken a cruise ship, even if he could have arrived in Europe safely, it would not have been possible now. It would have taken at least 4 or 5 days longer. He called the Ukrainian woman in advance and asked her to book a hotel just to see if his romantic calamity was true. It was just as Lin Ming expected. Even though he flew to the group headquarters ahead of time, Slangif still used his despicable tactics. However, although Han Changyu was angry in his heart, he did not show it before. About 10 minutes later, a blonde woman wrapped in translucent pajamas, with a perfect figure and appearance, walked out of the bathroom. Are you anxious to wait? The woman looked at Han Changyu charmingly and spoke in not very fluent Chinese. Han Changyu narrowed his eyes, went up, and tore off the other person's gauze dress. The woman showed horror. No. Don't want. Han Changyu sneered and pushed the blonde woman onto the bed. No, Brother Changyu, don't do this. The blonde woman huddled back, looking very scared. The Brother Changyu that he always called on him every day made Han Changyu feel sick at this moment. Han Changyu walked to the bed and slowly lay down in front of the blonde woman. The blonde woman didn't expect Han Changyu to be so rude. She thought he wanted to play S/M and wanted to cooperate with him with this expression. But Han Changyu's next words almost scared her to death. If others saw you in this state of mind, they would definitely think I was trying to force myself on you, right? The blonde woman was horrified and asked quickly, Brother Changyu, what do you mean by this? Han Changyu pulled down the blanket wrapped around her and sneered. Am I, Han Changyu, not good to you? What benefit did Slangif give you that makes you treat me like this? I don't understand what you mean. The blonde woman said with all her might. You don't understand, right? Well, I'll make you understand clearly today. Han Changyu opened the notebook that the blonde woman carried with her, and soon saw everything in the room from it. The evidence was irrefutable, and the blonde could no longer pretend. Brother Changyu, I didn't want this to happen. It was Slangif who forced me to do this. Don't be angry. Of course I know that it was Slangif who forced you to do that, but you're not a good person either. Han Changyu was too lazy to say anything more and said, Your dirty body has been completely backed up on the computer. If you don't want the whole world to know you, then at the headquarters meeting, you can give Slangif a good surprise. September 6th, 8 a.m. A piece of news quietly covered the global network world. The new energy-sealing Chi Ling car, the automatic driving malfunctioned, causing the owner to crash on the highway and die after rescue efforts failed. Anyone who knows a little about cars will be shocked when seeing this news. You know, Chi-Ling Automobile focuses on future technology, and there has never been any negative news since its launch. Plus, the selling price is 10% lower than Tesla, so the customer retention rate is even higher than Tesla. This is also the important reason why Chiling Automobile has been able to reach the ceiling of new energy in just a few years. Autonomous driving will inevitably become a future trend. Many office workers are tired of dealing with various customers and want to relax themselves through autonomous driving after get off work. It can be said that there are more people who want to buy Chiling cars than those who have already bought them. But just when countless people were full of expectations for the Chiling car, the Chiling car's automatic driving malfunctioned, resulting in the death of the car owner. If this news just makes netizens sigh, then one negative news after another about the Chiling car made them give up the idea of buying a Chiling car. Major car apps, short video websites, and the prestigious Facebook have all seen a large number of voices condemning Chiling Automobile. 80% were related to autonomous driving, and some were other system failures. It is said to be black material, but it is actually true. It's just that Chiling Automobile is a large company, and no one has been killed, so it was suppressed. And now, the death of the car owner has become the fuse, which has brought all these things into the limelight. Fans of Chiling Automobile are calling on Chiling Group to come out and give an explanation, and some of them are just internet trolls who are deliberately causing trouble. However, until the afternoon, there was no follow-up news about the tragedy. It seemed like Chiling Automobile didn't take this matter to heart at all. In the villa, Zhou Cheng's laughter was deafening. Su Jin and the other two were also watching short videos or browsing large foreign websites. Negative news about Chiling Automobile has been overwhelming, but Chiling Group has not come out to clarify. The giant is worthy of being a giant. He is really arrogant, Zhou Cheng said excitedly. He wished Chiling Group would shut up. Right now, the more negative news about Chiling Group, the better it will be for him. After all, it's a foreign brand, so he doesn't feel sorry if it falls from the altar. Have you known for a long time that Chiling Automobile had so many scandals? Or have you predicted that something would happen to the owner of the car? Su Jin asked. I also feel sorry and sad for the car owner, but to be honest, I really know nothing. Zhou Cheng spread his hands. Su Jin looked thoughtful and said nothing more. Nasdaq opened at midnight that evening. This is the first time that Chiling Automobile's stock price has fallen instead of rising since its listing. However, the drop was not much, from $900 to $874. You made money, but not much, Su Jin said. This is probably just the beginning. Zhou Cheng curled his lips. Although he seemed confident, he was actually a little nervous. If this is what Lin Ming was talking about, then I'm afraid I won't make much. However, Zhou Cheng still believed in Lin Ming. Lin Ming hasn't called him yet, which proves that this matter is not over yet. Chapter 50. Sister-in-law, I want to give you a few days off. September 7th. Qingyao Coffee House. Brother Lin, has the real plunge of Chiling Automobile not really begun yet? There's a glass of juice in front of Zhou Cheng, and he seemed to really like drinking juice. You're quite smart, Lin Ming said with a smile. Of course I'm smart. Zhou Cheng muttered something, then laughed. But in front of Brother Lin, my little cleverness is not worth mentioning. Lin Ming was too lazy to chat with him. Do you have time tomorrow? Go to Tianhai City for fun. Zhou Cheng was stunned for a moment. Tianhai City? A world-renowned international metropolis? Why are you going there suddenly? Lin Ming then said, the Tianhai International Auto Show will begin tomorrow. Many giant auto brands will be present, including Chiling Auto. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized, Brother Lin, what you mean is, there will be a good show at the auto show tomorrow. It's not just a good show, it's a great show. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. This drama will be the beginning of the real plunge of Chiling Automobile. This. Zhou Cheng took a breath of cold air. Immediately, he asked doubtfully, Brother Lin, it doesn't matter whether we go or not, right? This big show has to go on anyway. Are you planning to go there and perform in person? Fuck you. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Zhou Cheng laughed a few times, but he was just joking. In his heart, he not only regarded Lin Ming as a benefactor, but more importantly, as a friend. TW International. Project Department. Ever since accepting the Huazhong and Tingguang projects, Chunjia has become a free man. Because these projects really don't require the bother of following up. As long as there is cooperation, you can find anyone and sign the contract smoothly. There have been many jealous voices in the company recently. They all say that Chunjia has started to let herself go after her divorce and has now established a relationship with Han Changyu. How he climbed up there is self-evident. Of course, no one would dare to say this in front of Chunjia. After all, Chunjia is divorced and Han Changyu is still single. Even if the two are really together, there's nothing to say. Sister Chun, these bastards are just jealous of you. Don't take it to heart. Seeing Chun Jia sitting there in a daze, Shinyu snorted, you don't have any ability, but you don't let others have it? I really admire them. Why can't they see others living a good life? I'm not angry. Chun Jia smiled slightly. Don't you see me hanging around in front of them all day? I like to see them looking at me with dislike for me, but unable to get rid of me. Awesome. You're worthy of being my sister Chun. Not only are they big and white, but they're also so awesome. Shinyu gave a thumbs up. Chun Jia blushed immediately. You little girl, you seem to be only about 25 or 26 years old this year. Why don't you learn your lesson all day long and just say these dirty words? Besides, I'm older than you and you can see it, but I don't know how you can see it. Do you have a pair of X-ray eyes? Xinjiao was not talking nonsense. She dressed very conservatively and never exposed anything. So Xinyu naturally couldn't see it. I can guess it. After all, Sister Chun, your skin is very white. Xinyu tilted her head, then looked relieved. But Sister Chun, judging from your current appearance, you must have come out of the shadow of divorce. You would never tell me such a joke before. I'm really happy for you. It can't be said that I have come out. Xinjia pursed her lips. What Xinyu didn't expect was that when talking about this matter, Xinjia actually had a smile on his face. Oh my god, is this still the same Sister Chun? Sister Chun, I don't mean anything else, but I'm really curious. Have you already entered into your next relationship? Xinyu stretched out her fair little hand and waved it in front of Chunjia. Am I that kind of person? Besides, I'm already 30 years old and have a child. Who would dare to marry me? Chunjia rolled his eyes at Xinyu. Tisk, with your conditions, Sister Chun. I'm afraid all the men who like you would line up. Only your bastard ex-husband doesn't know how to cherish you. Xinyu stood up for Chunjia. Unexpectedly, Chunjia frowned. He is not a bastard now. Xinyu was stunned. In an entire company, she is the person who knows Chunjia best. But now, Xinyu suddenly felt that Chunjia was a little strange. Compared with the previous few days, he is like two completely different people. Sister Chun, you are not having a fever, are you? Or has your ex-husband drugged you with some kind of drug again? I remind you again, there are only 0 times and countless times of domestic violence, you. Xinyu. Chunjia interrupted Xinyu. She looked at Xinyu and said seriously, I know better than you what kind of man Lin Ming is. I don't have a fever, and he didn't give me any magic potion. I can tell you the truth. Everyone in the company thinks that there is some secret between me and President Han. But in fact, the reason why I can accept projects like Huazhong and Tingguang is because of Lin Ming. Xinyu didn't know how to respond for a moment. Whenever the word Lin Ming was mentioned, Chunjia didn't say anything, but her expression was very miserable. And today, she seems very happy. It's over, Sister Chun. I think you really should find a great wizard to help you take a look. Xinyu said, you are the one who should take a look. You are already in your 20s and still single. You must not become an old leftover woman. Chunjia spat. At this moment, Chunjia's phone suddenly rang. I looked down and saw that it was President Han calling. Xinyu also saw it and quickly said, Sister Chun, I still have work to do. I'll go get busy first. Stop. Chunjia stopped Xinyu and said, everyone in the company can distrust me, but you can't. Do you understand? After saying that, Chunjia pulled Xinyu and trotted to the rooftop. Now only the two of them could hear what Han Changyu said. Chunjia answered the phone, turned on the speaker, and then looked at Xinyu. Bo-sung, sister-in-law, please stop talking bad about me. When you call me next time, just call me Changyu or Lao Handa. Han Changyu said embarrassedly. This opening made Xinyu dumbfounded. Chunjiaza seemed to have expected this and said, Boss Han, are you calling me for instructions? It's not really an order, ahem, I just want to give you a few days off. Han Changyu said. Chunjia immediately looked puzzled. Holiday? Why are you giving me a holiday all of a sudden? Are you going on a business trip? Yes, it's a business trip to Tianhai City. You can come back whenever you want. Han Changyu immediately found an excuse. Without waiting for Chunjia to continue asking questions, Han Changyu said, it's settled. I heard that my niece has never been to a big city. This time you can take her to have a good time. I have already booked your flight ticket for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chunjia didn't even have the chance to speak before Han Changyu hung up the phone. Sister Chun, did I hear it wrong? Xinyu couldn't believe it. It's indeed Mr. Han's voice, but Mr. Han's tone. Isn't it a bit too polite? Do you believe me now? If it was really like what those people in the company said, how could he be so polite to me? Chunjia shook her head helplessly. and then called Lin Ming in front of Shenyu. Chapter 50, the most beautiful form of love. There was basically no waiting, and Lin Ming's call was connected very quickly. Or amplify the speaker so that Shenyu can hear it too. What are you doing again? Chenjia asked. Nothing happened. Lin Ming said. Tell me the truth, or I'll hang up. Chenjia pretended to be dissatisfied. No, I'll tell you, okay? Lin Ming said helplessly. There's a car show in Tianhai City tomorrow. I plan to take you there to have a look. Xian has been bored at home all the time, so it's a good opportunity for us to go out and relax. The corners of Chenjia's mouth lifted involuntarily without her noticing. What's so interesting about a car show? I might as well go to work. Chenjia said. If the auto show isn't interesting, then let's go see other things. Tianhai City is so big, and the night view is beautiful. Isn't your dream to visit the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower? Lin Ming hurriedly said, there's still many delicious foods there. If Xian goes there, she will definitely be very happy. Just think of it as doing it for her. Chenjia raised the corners of her mouth even higher. Xian is only 4 years old. She won't be able to remember it, even if she goes out to play now. Since you bought her a mobile phone, let her play games at home. She won't feel bored. My dear ancestor Chan, Han Changyu even booked the tickets for you, which cost more than 3,000 yuan each. Can you please have mercy on me and give me a chance? Lin Ming was about to cry. Who is your dear? Stop talking nonsense. Chenjia said angrily. Okay, you're right. As long as you can go to Tianhai with me, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Ming raised his hands in surrender. Then I'll go back and ask Xian, but you are not allowed to act on your own in the future. After all, President Han is the executive president. How can I deal with it when he is so polite to an ordinary employee like me? Chenjia complained. Yes, sir. Lin Ming was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Chenjia shrugged at Shenyu. Do you understand everything? Sister Chun, I naturally believe that you have nothing to do with President Han, but what I want to say is, why did you smile so happily when you called your ex-husband just now? Shenyu said. Did I smile? Chenjia's pretty face turned slightly red. Not only did you smile, but you smiled so happily, like a young girl who just fell in love. Shenyu pinched her waist and said, Do you think I can't hear it? You keep saying you won't go, but it's clear that you are playing hard to get. No, you are playing hard to get. TSK. It's really my sister Chun. You are really good at controlling men. Can you teach me someday? I told you to stop talking nonsense. Chenjia stretched out his hands and scratched Shenyu. Ha, Sister Chun, I don't dare anymore. It's so itchy. On the rooftop, 2 women chased each other. If Lin Ming saw this scene, he would be extremely pleased. It has been a long time since I saw Chenjia so happy. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Unju Community. Zhou Chong drove the Q7 and came downstairs with Lin Ming. Lin Ming was still carrying a lot of bags in his hands, so going upstairs was a bit difficult. At the corner of the 2nd floor, Lin Ming ran into Wang Lanmei, who was walking downstairs. Grandma Wang, Lin Ming called out. Lin Ming, you're here? Grandma Wang leaned close to Lin Ming's ear in a mysterious tone and said, Are you here to pick up Jejia and Xian? Jejia told me that you were going to take them on a trip to Tianhai City. She looks so happy. Really? Lin Ming was overjoyed. Grandma Wang, you are truly my dear grandma. Stinky boy, how come you're so good at sweet talk now? Wang Lanmei smiled and said solemnly, Traveling is just the first step. If you really make money, then go buy a big house and try to bring them back to live. It's not a good idea to keep wasting time like this. Grandma is looking forward to the day when you get remarried. Don't forget to send me wedding candy then. Don't even mention wedding candy. I'll buy you and Grandpa Song a big house, and we could be neighbors. Lin Ming said with a smile. You little brat, you're just talking nonsense. Wang Lanmei shook her head. Obviously, she took Lin Ming's words as a joke. In fact, Lin Ming was not joking. After coming to his senses, Lin Ming understood the principle of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of water better than anyone else. If it weren't for the care that Wang Lanmei and her husband gave Xian in the past few years, Chenjia and her mother would have definitely had a harder time. After saying goodbye to Wang Lanmei, Lin Ming went to the 3rd floor. After knocking on the door, Xian immediately came over happily to open the door. Chenjia was packing her luggage in the bedroom. She had now changed into a tall, tight-waisted long skirt, with her hair draped behind her. Her charming temperament made Lin Ming stunned for a moment. The only shortcoming is that she is still wearing the same pair of high heels she wore when she got married. What are you looking at? Chun-jia's face turned red, and she tried her best not to let Lin Ming see it. You are so beautiful, Lin Ming said blankly. Chun-jia ignored Lin Ming and walked out of the living room only to find that Lin Ming had taken a lot of things. What are you holding? Chun-jia asked. Oh, by the way, these are the clothes and shoes I bought for you in Chuanjia. Try them on and see if they fit. Lin Ming reacted. New clothes? Oh, I have new clothes to wear again. Xian hasn't worn new clothes for a long time. Xian cheered, but her unintentional words made Lin Ming feel sad. Yeah, Xian is wrong to have such a bastard father. Lin Ming hugged the little girl. Dad is not a bastard. He's a good dad. Xian said seriously. Lin Ming tried hard not to let his tears fall and said with a smile, Go and try it on. My Xian will definitely become the most beautiful little princess in the world. Good. Xian ran towards the bedroom with a pile of clothes. She was only 4 years old, and it was impossible for her to put on the clothes by herself. So Chunjia followed her into the bedroom and tried on the clothes that Lin Ming bought for her. Unconsciously, Chunjia no longer refused as before, but had learned to accept. After a while, the mother and daughter came out of the bedroom. New clothes, new shoes. Chunjia instantly transformed herself into the most beautiful scenery in the living room. Xian is also lively, cute, and full of energy, inheriting the genes of Lin Ming and Chunjia. This little girl is definitely a beauty. Pack your things and go. I just saw from the bedroom window that your friend is still waiting downstairs. You didn't even ask him to come up and rest. Chunjia pursed her lips. Her face felt hot under Lin Ming's gaze, so she could only make small talk. This is what you deserve most. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Lin Ming, swear to heaven, if I let you suffer any more injustice than I... Don't say that. Chunjia interrupted suddenly. Mom is getting angry. Dad is not allowed to say anything more. Xian also said, Okay, I won't tell you. Dad won't tell you. Lin Ming gave a bitter smile. Chapter 51, Burning with Anger. In fact, as Zhou Chong said, whether they go to Tianhai City or not, the drama at the auto show will not change at all. The main reason why Lin Ming wanted to go there in person was to take this opportunity to warm up his relationship with Chunjia. As for Zhou Chong coming along, what use is there to him? Well, that should ease the awkwardness. I wonder if Zhou Chong will vomit blood after hearing this. Anyway, when Chunjia and Xian went downstairs, he was smiling. Hello, sister-in-law. Just call me Chunjia. Chunjia felt a little awkward. After all, she and Lin Ming were divorced. Zhou Chong said, Sister-in-law, what you said is wrong. I'm younger than you. If I call you by your name, won't brother Lin kill me? This guy is of course not really stupid. He knows who Lin Ming cares about the most right now. From some perspectives, it is better to flatter Chunjia than to flatter Lin Ming. Hello, uncle. Xian said crisply. Ha, hello, niece. Zhou Chong hugged Xian and opened the trunk. I saw that it was filled with toys, snacks, and several cartoon dresses. Wow. Xian opened her mouth wide. Uncle, are these all for me? Of course, with these things, Xian won't be bored at home anymore. Zhou Chong said with a smile. This was not flattery. He really thought the little girl was adorable, polite, and very likable. If I get married in the future, I must have a daughter. Zhou Chong said. You don't even have a partner. Isn't it a bit early to talk about marriage? Lin Ming said with a smile. Who said I don't have a partner? Qing Yao will agree to me soon. Zhou Chong said. This statement surprised Lin Ming a little. It seemed that after what happened that night, the two were about to break that layer of window paper. Brother Lin. Zhou Chong raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, How about we compete to see who can catch up faster? Hearing this, Chunjia's pretty face suddenly turned red. I won't compete with you. I want to prove it with actual actions. Lin Ming laughed. Several people got in the car and headed straight for the airport. Chunjia naturally knew that this was an Audi Q7. She was very confused. Why did Lin Ming get to know so many important people after the divorce? And it seemed that everyone was very polite and respectful to him. But after all, they were divorced, so she didn't ask any further questions. Han Chanyu helped to book not only Chunjia and Xian's tickets, but also Lin Ming and Zhou Chong's tickets. All are first class. It was Chunjia's first time to sit in first class, and she was amazed by both the service and the environment. Not to mention Xian, it was her first time on a plane since she entered the world, and everything she saw found new and interesting. Zhou Chong looked at the family of 3 sitting there, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. He always felt that he was a big light bulb, and shouldn't have come. At 4 p.m., the plane landed at Hangzhou Airport. The 1-hour journey did not make Xian feel tired. Instead, she seemed reluctant to leave. Xinjia finally understood that agreeing to Lin Ming's request to bring Xian out was indeed a very correct choice. As he walked out of the airport, he saw someone standing in front of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class waving at Zhou Cheng from afar. He's a young man wearing glasses. "Have you arranged for someone to pick us up at the airport?" Lin Ming asked. "I didn't dare to arrange for this person, but I didn't expect that he would come to pick us up." Zhou Cheng bumped into Lin Ming and whispered, "Xiangze, the son of the top leader of Tianhai City. Would you like to meet him, Brother Lin?" Lin Ming was surprised. "You know this kind of person?" Tianhai City is not comparable to Landau City. As one of China's 4 municipalities, Tianhai City is equivalent to a provincial administrative region and is also an international economic, financial, trade, shipping, and scientific and technological innovation center. In terms of position, Xiang Weidong, the top leader of Tianhai City, is a provincial and ministerial official at the same level as the governor of Donglin Province. But in terms of status, many provincial governors are not as good as Xiang Weidong. To sum up, in terms of the second-generation rank, Zhou Cheng is more than 1 level lower than Xiangze, so Lin Ming is confused. Lord Xiang actually came from Donglin Province. He's one of my grandfather's most proud students and has a very good relationship with my father. Zhou Cheng quickly gave an explanation. Lin Ming suddenly realized, "So, you have a good relationship with Xiangze?" "We're not really familiar with each other. We've only met a few times." Zhou Cheng curled his lips. "If he's not familiar with us, why did he come to pick us up at the airport?" Lin Ming keenly grasped the key point. "This." Zhou Cheng hesitated a little. "What did Mr. Zhou mean? We're your father. It seems that you have already told them everything about me." Lin Ming's series of questions immediately made Zhou Cheng feel overwhelmed. In Zhou Cheng's opinion, Lin Ming probably doesn't want others to know his abilities, especially those in powerful positions, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Making a fortune quietly is the only way to go. "It doesn't matter. Your father and the old man are not outsiders. I may need their help in the future, so I have to get to know them," Lin Ming said. Zhou Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I definitely can't hide the matter of that batch of red wine. As for Zijin Xingfu, my father and grandfather actually knew about the development of the Southern New District a long time ago, but the provincial government asked to block the news, so they didn't tell me. So when they learned that you took me to sign the deposit contract, they were shocked." Lin Ming nodded and waited for the next words. Zhou Cheng then said, "My grandfather told me a few days ago that if you have time, he wants to meet you, but I was worried that you would not be happy, so I never mentioned it to you." The old man is the former governor of Donglin Province. He is also a good leader who is incorruptible and serves the country and the people. It is my honor to meet him. Many people want to meet him, but can't. Are you afraid that I won't be happy? Do you really think I'm some big shot? Lin Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhou Cheng said solemnly, "Brother Lin, you may not be a big shot now, but I believe that it won't be long before you will stand at the top of the pyramid." TSK, you sound so serious. I'll give you good luck with your words." Lin Ming laughed. Xiangze couldn't hear what the two were saying, but Chun Jia heard it clearly. He is the former governor of Donglin Province and the top leader of Tianhai City. Chun Jia almost suspected that she had heard it wrong. Lin Ming is just a commoner. Even if he gets a little rich by luck, he can never become a big shot at that level, right? Could it be that he still hasn't gotten rid of his habit of lying and bragging and just happened to meet a like-minded friend like Zhou Cheng, so the two of them are living in a dream world? This is what Chun Jia really thought in his heart. But thinking of the Q7 that Zhou Cheng drove, Han Changyu's attitude towards him, and Mercedes-Benz G that Xiangze drove, Chun Jia always felt that the man who once made her despair seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Before she could think about it, she heard Xiangze's teasing voice from the front. "Mr. Zhou's presence here really brings honor to Tianhai City." Zhou Cheng said speechlessly, "If I can make Tianhai City shine, then you, Mr. Xiang, can make Landau City shine." "Just kidding. You always kill the conversation." Xiangze looked at Lin Ming. "Who is this?" "Brother Lin," Zhou Cheng said. Xiangze chuckled. "Brother Lin? He has no name? Or is his name just Brother Lin?" Hearing this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown. "Xiangze doesn't seem happy." "My name is Lin Ming." Lin Ming spoke at the right time. Zhou Cheng said, "Brother Lin's position in my heart is no lower than that of my father and the old man. We are about the same age, so you won't suffer any loss by calling him Brother Lin. Zhou Chong, we haven't had much contact, but you know me. Someone who you can call brother may not necessarily be qualified for me to call him brother. Do you understand? Xiang Zhe shook his head slightly. His coldness and arrogance were evident. But Zhou Chang's face darkened. He knew better than anyone that if he came alone, the old man would definitely not tell Xiang Weidong. And Xiang Weidong would not let Xiang Zhe come pick him up. There's only one reason why Xiang Zhe can stand here, and that is Lin Ming is here. From this, it can be seen that even though the old man and Zhou Mingli had never met Lin Ming, after what happened to Zhou Chong, they still cared about Lin Ming very much. This can also be considered as a way of making friends for Zhou Chong in an invisible way. But what Zhou Chong didn't expect was that Xiang Zhe would be so rude in front of Lin Ming. Did Lord Xiang really not remind him? Or did the old man not tell Lord Xiang about Lin Ming's affairs? The atmosphere, which was originally quite good, suddenly became awkward at this point. Xiang Zhe then said, "Although my father asked me to pick you up, I am not an idler, but a businessman. You must know better than me that for a businessman, time is money. If you can't give me a reason to let you get in the car today, I'm sorry, I can only go by myself." Lin Ming and Zhou Chong looked at each other. They finally understood that Xiang Zhe was full of resentment, so he spoke in a sarcastic tone from the beginning. What they didn't know was that Xiang Weidong didn't really tell Xiang Zhe who to pick up. He just notified Xiang Zhe temporarily and asked him to get to the airport as soon as possible. Originally, Xiang Zhe was busy preparing for the simultaneous opening of 3 Mercedes-Benz 4S stores tomorrow, but he dared not disobey his father's orders, so he had a rush here. But when he saw that the person he was going to meet was Zhou Chong, he immediately became unhappy. I thought he was some important person, which made me so anxious. So this is what it is. What qualifications did Zhou Chong have to let him pick her up? Couldn't he just find someone else? Just because he was Mr. Zhou's grandson? Dad is making a big deal out of nothing. Xiang Zhe and Zhou Chong were not very familiar with each other, and there was a difference in rank between them. Zhou Chong's business was not as big as Xiang Ze's, so Xiang Zhe did not look down on Zhou Chong at all. When it comes to speaking, naturally, he is not so polite. "Xiang Zhe, aren't you going a bit too far?" Zhou Chong looked grim. "I don't think I'm being too much. Everything should be equal. Don't you understand such a simple truth?" Xiang sneered. What's Zhou Chong's temper? He was about to start cursing, but Lin Ming grabbed his arm. "Why? You also think I'm going too far?" Xiang Zhe looked Lin Ming up and down. Lin Ming smiled slightly. 3 Mercedes-Benz 4S stores, opening at the same time tomorrow. Xiang Zhe's expression froze. Then he asked, "How do you know?" "It's none of your business how I know that, but you're right. Even if we don't take your car today, we can't let you make a wasted trip." Lin Ming paused for a moment before continuing. "The family in Xiongtian district don't set off fireworks tomorrow, or you'll get burned." After saying that, Lin Ming patted Xiang Zhe on the shoulder and walked forward. Xiang Zhe frowned, not understanding what Lin Ming meant. Zhou Chong, however, was delighted. He believed that Lin Ming would not do anything without a purpose. "Xiang Zhe, do you really think that Lord Xiang asked you to come here just to pick me up? Why do you think about it? I know who you are, so why do I ask you to call him Brother Lin?" Zhou Chong snorted coldly. "I know you are arrogant, but you have to use your arrogance in the right place. Brother Lin repays evil with kindness and points out this crisis to you. You better take it seriously and don't let it go in one ear and out the other. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret." Chapter 52, He Sleeps on the Sofa. In the end, Lin Ming and his friends did not take Xiang Ze's car, but took a taxi and headed to Taiyue Hotel. Although Xiang Ze's second-generation rank is not low, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong are not to the extent of trying to please him. Lin Ming brought Chun Jia and Xian out this time to relax, and he didn't want to make Chun Jia worry because of such a small matter. Not to mention, Xiang Ze's cold, but today will become a hot face tomorrow. He now really looks like Zhou Chong when they first met. After Lin Ming and the others left, Xiang Zhe stood there with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't know how Lin Ming knew about the opening of the 3 Mercedes-Benz 4S stores, nor did he know why Lin Ming told the one in Xiongtian district not to set off fireworks tomorrow. But he remembered the words "burned by fire." It wasn't that he wanted to remember it, but he had been feeling uneasy ever since Lin Ming finished speaking. To be honest, young people never believe in these unfounded things, especially people like Xiang Zhe, who are arrogant and proud and believe that their fate is in their own hands. He thought that Lin Ming was angry and cursed him because he didn't give him face. With a sneer in his heart, Xiang Zhe took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Xiang, are you back? The other party asked. No, I'm still at the airport. I wanted to ask you, are the fireworks and firecrackers from the 3 stores ready? Xiang Zhe said. Don't worry, Mr. Xiang. All the fireworks and firecrackers have been prepared and delivered to the 3 stores. We've also bought the best quality ones. Mr. Xiang, all you have to do is wait for the ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow. The other party said with a smile. That's it. Xiang Shen nodded. The other party's confident tone made Xiang Zhe feel slightly relieved. Boss Xiang, you call me to ask about this? There was another slightly doubtful voice from the other end of the line. Does such a small matter also require President Xiang to personally monitor it? Xiang Zhe said sarcastically, I just ran into a charlatan who told me not to set off fireworks at the 4S store in Xiongtian district tomorrow. I was stupid enough to take such nonsense to heart. Ha ha ha. Fireworks are not missiles or cannons. Even if there are quality problems, what consequences can they cause? The other party laughed and said, it was just for the sake of getting a good start. Now the entire upper class of Tianhai City knows that those stores were opened by President Xiang. If we don't even set off fireworks, won't we be laughed at? We have already been outdone by our opponents in terms of momentum. You're right. Not only should we let it go, but we should let it go in a big way. Then you should prepare well. I won't be coming over today. After hearing these words, Xiang Zhe finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. Mr. Xiang, don't worry about this matter. At worst, I can ask someone to buy more fire extinguishers to prevent future troubles. The other party said again. Okay. Xiang Zhe hung up the phone. Taiwa Hotel, a 5-star hotel under the Taiwa Group. It is also one of the large hotels closest to the International Expo Center. Tomorrow's auto show will be held at the International Expo Center. What Lin Ming and others didn't expect was that because of tomorrow's International Auto Show, all the guest rooms were full. There's so many rich people, not a single one left. Zhou Chong frowned. I was already in a bad mood because of Xiang Zhe, and now there are no rooms in the hotel. It's really like adding insult to injury, with the ship being late and encountering headwinds. Sir, it's not that there's only one room left. There are actually 2, but they are both presidential suites, said the front desk receptionist. How much? Zhou Chong asked. 88888 for one night. Zhou Chong's face darkened. It's not that he can't afford to live there, but all his money is invested in the stock market, and he doesn't have that much spare cash. Give us those 2 presidential suites. Suddenly, a loud and arrogant voice came from behind. Zhou Chong and Lin Ming turned around and saw a greasy fat man walking towards them with a few foreigners. When they arrived at the front desk, the fat man pushed Zhou Chong aside. Zhou Chong immediately became angry. Fuck, I said I don't want it. Everything should be based on first come, first served. You're such a grown-up, and you are still so rude. It's almost 90,000 a night. You should save some money for the bride price later. The fat man said sarcastically. Fuck, Zhou Chong. Chunjia quickly went over to stop Zhou Chong. 90,000 yuan a night is really expensive. Why don't we keep the money? Since this hotel has no rooms, let's go to other hotels. Sister-in-law, it's not that we can't afford to live here. Look at how damn arrogant he is. What disgusts me the most is this kind of worship of foreign things. Zhou Chong said. Since Jia Jia has said so, let's go. Lin Ming walked over and said, I don't want to cause trouble for them this time. Don't let this matter affect our mood. Since Lin Ming said so, Zhou Chong could only endure it. However, before leaving, Zhou Chong spat at the fat man again, right on his shiny leather shoes, which made the fat man feel very sick. Next, they searched for about an hour before they found a homestay. All the surrounding hotels are full, which shows how terrifying the flow of people is in this international metropolis. The homestay is not cheap either. It usually costs less than 1,000 yuan, but now it has risen to 5,000 yuan per night, and there are only 2 rooms left. But the environment is pretty good and it's very tidy, which makes Chunjia very satisfied. After arranging accommodation, the few people took Xian Xian to the pedestrian street. It was as bright as day here, with stalls everywhere. Toys, snacks, and all kinds of street performances. Xian Xian wanted almost everything she saw and was so excited that she was about to take off. Chunjia tried to stop them sternly at first, but Lin Ming and Zhou Chong didn't listen to her at all. Either Lin Ming or Zhou Chong bought it, and Chunjia could only feel helpless. In fact, Chunjia was also very happy at this moment. She felt that she seemed to have really become the happiest woman in the world. Looking at the backs of Lin Ming and Xian Xian who were having fun, the smile on Chunjia's face never disappeared. Without having a proper dinner, everyone had already filled their stomachs at the snack street. After returning to the BB, Chunjia was in a dilemma. There are only 2 rooms in total. How should we accommodate them? Zhou Cheng was teasing Xian Xian when he suddenly felt a threatening gaze staring at him. After putting Xian Xian down, Zhou Cheng tidied his clothes. Then he said seriously, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I can't sleep with others, and I never have the habit of sleeping with others, so I can only occupy a room alone." "I see." Lin Ming looked at Chunjia with embarrassment. Chunjia hesitated for a moment, knowing that she couldn't make things difficult for Zhou Cheng. Then he said, "Zhou Cheng, you've been holding Xian Xian for a whole day. Go and have a rest." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhou Cheng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and ran to his room in a flash. And now, there are only 3 people left in this room. "Mom, is Dad going to sleep with us today?" Xian Xian asked expectantly. Regardless of the relationship between Chunjia and Lin Ming, at least the relationship between father and daughter is heating up rapidly. Chunjia glanced at Lin Ming. "He's sleeping on the sofa." Lin Ming. Chapter 53, the auto show begins, and the drama begins. What Chunjia said was right. Lin Ming really slept on the sofa. Of course, Lin Ming didn't feel like sleeping that night. He had forgotten how long it had been since he slept in the same room with his mother and daughter. He used to be addicted to gambling and drunkenness, and even felt annoyed when he saw Chunjia and Xian Xian. How could he be willing to sleep with them? There are some things that you only realize how precious they are after you lose them. Even if he slept on the sofa, Lin Ming was still very happy. 5:30 in the morning. Lin Ming didn't wash up either, for fear of disturbing the mother and daughter, so he tiptoed out to buy some breakfast. Perhaps because they were tired from playing yesterday. When Lin Ming came back, Chunjia and Xian Xian were still asleep. The little girl was not sleeping well and almost pushed Chunjia into the bed. Looking at Chunjia's peaceful and beautiful face, Lin Ming felt distressed. Since ancient times, it has been a fact that men and women get married. But she's a young girl. Is she marrying here just to be wronged? Who isn't the apple of their parents' eyes? She has grown up, and her parents have never even touched her. So why should she be beaten and scolded by them? Thinking about the suffering Chunjia had endured in the past few years, Lin Ming felt that if it were him, he would probably want to die. "Chun, oh yeah, I'm sorry." Lin Ming walked gently to Chunjia. He squatted down and couldn't help but want to move closer and kiss this woman to whom he owed so much. But at this moment, Chunjia's sleepy eyes suddenly opened. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Chunjia's bright eyes gradually narrowed. More than 10 seconds passed. "What are you doing?" A scream came from the bedroom, even waking Zhou Cheng up. "What's wrong? What happened?" A thief broke in. Zhou Cheng's voice rang out from outside. "Brother Lin's sister-in-law, are you okay?" It was not until this time that Chunjia and Lin Ming finally reacted. Both of their faces flushed red, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. It's because the child sleeps deeply. Otherwise, he would have been woken up by Chunjia long ago. Lin Ming wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chunjia also hurriedly ran into the bathroom. In fact, she didn't want to embarrass Lin Ming, but under the premise of divorce, Chunjia found it difficult to accept any man being overly intimate with her, including Lin Ming. That scream was just subconscious. Chunjia's heart was beating wildly right now, and her mind was still full of the scene of Lin Ming approaching her. After calming down, Chunjia recalled the unprecedented tenderness that Lin Ming showed during those 10 seconds, as well as his slightly red eyes. Obviously, that wasn't an act. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the door rang out again, and Chunjia's face suddenly became even redder. "Stop knocking. You're about to break the door." Lin Ming rolled his eyes and opened the door. Zhou Cheng was outside and said, "Brother Lin, I seem to hear my sister-in-law yelling just now, and I thought a thief came in." "She didn't shout. You heard it wrong." Lin Ming said. "That's not right. The sound was so loud. She must have shouted," Zhou Cheng said sleepily. Lin Ming's face was filled with black lines. "She didn't scream." Zhou Cheng was stunned. Then he laughed. "Oh, right, no, I heard it wrong. Oh, I'm really getting old. My ears don't work well anymore. Wash up and come over for dinner," Lin Ming said again. Okay. Breakfast was eaten in an awkward and silent atmosphere. No matter how stupid Zhou Cheng was, he could roughly guess what had happened. He made small talk. "Brother Lin, the auto show starts at 8 o'clock. What time will the big show start?" 9:30. Lin Ming said, "The fat guy who snatched a room from us at Taiwan Hotel yesterday was the person in charge of the Qi Ling booth this time. Those foreign faces are the top executives of Qi Ling Group. Fuck, no wonder he's so arrogant. Zhou Chong cursed, and then seemed to have thought of something. He said excitedly, "So, that fat guy won't be able to be so arrogant for many more days?" "How many days?" Lin Ming smiled slightly. "When the market opens tonight, the chilling stock market will begin a real plunge. That fat man and those foreign executives will also be prosecuted. I guess they will have a hard time for the rest of their lives." "Is it because of the incident at this auto show? Although I hate that fat guy, I still have to say that those evil capitalists are too shady in finding someone to take the blame." Zhou Chong said, "It's not that they're ruthless, but because of this fat guy, this matter has been made into such a big deal. This kind of person is used to being arrogant, and it is only right that he should be punished." Lin Ming said. Zhou Chong didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he would see the result at the auto show. Chun Jia sat aside, quietly feeding Xian millet porridge. She has great self-respect. Although she was very curious, in her opinion, she and Lin Ming were already divorced, and she should not interfere in these matters. Even though Lin Ming really wanted her to ask, "Sister-in-law, just be happy. Brother Lin will soon become a millionaire," Zhou Chong said at the right time. Chun Jia smiled and said, "Then I would like to congratulate you in advance." "Ha ha, congratulations." Zhou Chong laughed. He was secretly surprised at Chun Jia's cleverness. He didn't emphasize the divorce in person to embarrass Lin Ming. Zhou Chong really didn't understand. Why would Lin Ming agree to divorce such a beautiful, well-built, and smart woman? Chase after it in the end? Is this more exciting? 8:30 morgens. Lin Ming and others entered. "I bought the tickets online yesterday. Although there are a lot of people, the organizers will not miss out on making money, so tickets are easy to buy." "Mom, what car is that?" "Dad, this car is so cute. It even has 2 ears." I want this pink car." Along the way, I heard Xuan's surprised voice. Lin Ming hugged her and said with a smile, "What car does Xian like? Dad will buy you one in the future." Okay, Dad is so nice." Xian lowered her head and pecked Lin Ming hard on the face, which made Lin Ming very happy. "It will take a long time for Xian to grow up," Chun Jia said angrily. "That's right." Lin Ming stared at Chun Jia. "Xian will take a long time to grow up, but you have been driving for almost 10 years, right? How about I buy you one first?" "I don't want it," Chun Jia said subconsciously. "Look, you still take care of Xian more often. It's okay in spring and autumn, but sometimes in summer and winter, her little body can't handle going out. You still have to buy a car," Lin Ming said seriously. Before Chun Jia could speak, Zhou Chong shouted, "Brother Lin, you are wrong. Maybe before winter comes, my sister-in-law will change her mind. By then, the task of driving will be handed over to you." "What nonsense!" Chun Jia stared at Zhou Chong. Then he said, "But now that you have made money, you should buy a car. No matter whether it is expensive or cheap, it is always convenient to go out." "Are you thinking about me?" Lin Ming was filled with joy. I thought Chun Jia was going to be stubborn again, but unexpectedly, this time Chun Jia just turned her head away and pretended not to hear what Lin Ming said. The International Auto Show in Tianhai City was really packed with people. Countless car brands were displayed on the booths, including luxury, high-end, and ordinary ones. We have everything from civilian cars costing as low as 100,000 renminbi to top-of-the-line supercars costing tens of millions. There were obviously a lot of people surrounding the Qilin car booth. Even though there was news of an autonomous driving failure yesterday, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the fans. Around 9:30, Lin Ming and his companions stood in front of the crowded Qilin automobile booth. Many potential customers who are interested in Qilin cars are looking at it from front to back and inside and out. It can be seen that they really like Qilin cars. No matter which model it is, they are amazed. And at this time, an old lady, about 60 years old, suddenly rushed onto the booth. She moved swiftly and sat directly on the hood of one of the cars. Immediately afterwards, 2 or 3 more people rushed in and held up bright and eye-catching banners. "Qilin car, the quality is worrying." The store bullies customers because of its size and looks down on everyone. This scene happened so fast that everyone was stunned. The staff didn't respond. Even though Zhou Chong was mentally prepared, his eyes twitched violently. Only Lin Ming, who was holding Xian, smiled and spoke at this moment. "The good show is finally here." Chapter 54. So damn arrogant. According to Lin Ming's prediction of the future, this old woman in her 60s would be the protagonist of this auto show incident. Her hair looked a little gray, but there were not many wrinkles on her face. It was obvious that she was well-maintained and came from an upper-middle-class family. At this moment, while all the staff were stunned, the old woman got a loudspeaker from somewhere. Dear fans of Chi Ling Automobile, I didn't mean to cause this trouble, but the after-sale service of Chi Ling Automobile is really the worst I have ever seen. I bought the HX3 model, which costs about 730,000 yuan and should be one of the more expensive models among Chi Ling's many models. Since the end of last year, my car has experienced many system failures. I have printed out the details on this piece of paper for everyone to see. As the first owner of HX3, Chi Ling Automobile promised a lifetime warranty, but every time I drove the car to the 4S store, the after-sale staff would postpone the repair or replacement of parts indefinitely on the grounds of waiting in line. I can't wait for several days or even a week, so I can only drive away every time. If that's all, I'll just put up with it. After all, they're powerful and I don't have that much time to waste with them. I also want to keep my reputation. But in the first half of this year, my car suddenly crashed while I was driving. And at that time, I was using the automatic driving mode. There was no accident. The car crashed into a big tree beside the road. I had multiple fractures all over my body, and because my head hit the steering wheel, I was diagnosed with a severe concussion in the hospital. Yes, you heard me right. I hit the steering wheel, and the airbag protecting my head didn't deploy until I had a car accident. Having said that, the old woman took out several disability appraisals, and she was obviously well prepared. I was very angry. After I was discharged from the hospital, I went to the 4S store to argue with them, because if they had repaired my car in time, my car would not have crashed. But the attitude of the 4S shop really made me realize what big store bullying customers means. They actually said that my disability assessment was fake and that the reason I got into the accident was not because of a system crash, but because I was old and operated it improperly. Based on this ridiculous reason, they rejected all my claims, including the medical expenses during my hospitalization. I can't believe this, because the reason I bought this car was because the 4S store's attitude was extremely good and the online reputation was also relatively good. But why is there such a big difference between before and after buying the car? What I find even more unacceptable is that you can find any excuse, but you actually use my age as an excuse. I'm only 59 years old. Am I no longer qualified to drive? This is China's territory. As a foreign-funded enterprise, why are you so arrogant? The old woman spoke very fast, and her Mandarin was very standard. When he spoke, he was expressive and passionate. She has everything she needs, including her car warranty, repair orders, disability certificate, hospitalization medical details, etc. No one thought she was lying. If they were not forced to do so, no one would choose to go against a giant like the Chi Ling Group. All the cameras and video cameras were pointed at the old woman. This kind of explosive news is so rare, especially for Chi Ling Automobile's competitors, who can't wait to put the camera in the old woman's face. Even though no one knows the old lady's name until now, it does not prevent her from becoming the most feared person in the history of Chi Ling Automobile. The originally noisy auto show, however, saw a strange scene at the Chi Ling booth. No one spoke, only the old woman's voice could be heard. After all, she was a woman, and when she talked about sad things, the old woman burst into tears. It was not until this time that the person in charge of the Chi Ling booth finally showed up. It's really the fat guy from yesterday. Behind him, those foreign faces still followed. When the fat man saw the old woman sitting on the hood of the car, he did something that no one expected. He rushed forward, grabbed the old woman by the collar, and pulled her down. The old woman stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone watching felt the pain. You old fool, you are blind. You dare to come to the booth I am in charge of to cause trouble. You must be tired of living. The fat man's cursing shocked not only the car fans present, but also the foreign executives and a group of reporters holding cameras. Beating an old woman who is already 60 years old in public. Is this the attitude of Chi Ling Motors? No matter how angry you are, even if the old woman is really making trouble, you can't do it in front of so many people. He's crazy? Zhou Chong exclaimed. No wonder Lin Ming said today was a big show. This is such a fucking great show. How could such a person be appointed as the person in charge? Shen Zhao was also angry. It was obviously Chi Ling's side that was wrong, but the fat guy seemed to be very reasonable. The old woman was beaten, and her family members who came with her would definitely not agree. They dropped the banners in their hands and rushed towards the fat man. The staff and security guards also rushed over. The scene fell into chaos in an instant. It could be clearly seen that the staff and security guards were not trying to stop them, but were wrestling with the old woman's family. At this point, even if those foreign senior officials wanted to intervene, they couldn't do anything. Awesome, really fucking awesome. Zhou Cheng was so angry. Qi Ling's attitude is so bad that it's outrageous. He dares to be so arrogant in public. It's impossible not to admire him. There was no need for Lin Ming to explain. Zhou Cheng could already see that this farce would soon sweep across the entire world's internet. Even if the old woman doesn't have this ability, Qi Ling Automobile's opponents will let Qi Ling Group know what too late to regret means. Are you relieved now? Lin Ming looked at Zhou Cheng and said, let's go. There's no need to watch this auto show any longer. Tell those traders not to rush to leave after the Qi auto incident is over. Let's take this opportunity to make some more money on Tesla. Zhou Cheng shuddered. Brother Lin, what do you mean? Is something going to happen to Tesla too? Tesla didn't have any problems, but the quality of the car isn't necessarily that good. There will be a lot of negative news about Tesla soon, and they will suffer along with Qi Ling. Lin Ming paused, and then said, of course, the impact is not as great as Qi Ling, so we choose to buy the bottom of Tesla instead of shorting it. Zhou Cheng wanted to hug Lin Ming and kiss him hard. Ever since he got on Lin Ming's train, Zhou Cheng's road to wealth can no longer be described as smooth sailing, but rather he's been riding the wind and waves and moving forward courageously. Now, don't even ask him to call you Brother Lin. You can even call him Dad Lin. By the way, how many times is the leverage used for shorting the Qi Ling stock market this time? Lin Ming asked. 30 times, Zhou Cheng said. So many. Lin Ming was shocked. If this were a Chinese stock, it would not be surprising if it could be traded 30 times. But this is the U.S. stock market, and it is operated overseas. Do the top capitalists on Wall Street just sit there and do nothing? Is 30 times a lot? Zhou Cheng asked, touching the back of his head. Lin Ming knew that he didn't understand this either, so he was too lazy to say more. Do you know how much money you can make this time? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Cheng immediately became excited. How much? Secret. Zhou Cheng. Chapter 55, Open Up the Situation. At the same time, the old lady was causing a scene at the car show. Xiongtian District. Sheng's Mercedes-Benz 4S store. A large number of firecrackers were placed in front of the store, and there were dozens of fireworks. The momentum is quite grand. Xiang Zhe stood aside, chatting with his friends around him with a smile, waiting for the firecrackers and fireworks to be set off. He had just finished cutting the ribbon, and once these things were placed, he could go into the store for the delivery ceremony. After all, their statuses are different. Many young children from wealthy families have already booked cars from Xiangzhe and are waiting to pick them up today, which can be considered a good start. Xiangzhe had completely forgotten about Lin Ming's reminder. Mr. Xiang, the time has come. Shall we start? Someone ran to Xiangzhe. Let it go. Xiangzhe nodded, with a calm look as if he was in control of the situation. Put. The man shouted, and the firecrackers were lit immediately. This crackling sound really added a lot of momentum to the opening of the new store. After the firecrackers, it's time for fireworks. The first dozen or so fireworks were fine, but no one expected that. Just after the 15th firework was lit, the cigarette bomb inside did not pop up, but instead made a dull bang, exploding the protective paper outside the firework. Then, while Xiang Zhe and others were changing their expressions, Yin Tan rushed directly into the 4S store, which was still open. More than one. As luck would have it, there were dozens of cars parked in the store, and the surrounding area was hung with festive red silk. Bang! The huge bang sounded particularly shocking in the store. Immediately afterwards, a thick smoke rose up. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises came from the store, and everyone was frightened by the scene. Xiangzhe had already seen the flames rising rapidly. There was a fire in the 4S store. At this moment, a few words suddenly popped up in Xiangzhe's blank mind. The fire is burning. Lin Ming's face also vaguely appeared before his eyes. How did he know? Xiangzhe felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. To say that this was secretly arranged by Lin Ming is definitely impossible. Lin Ming doesn't have the courage yet. Besides, if it was really arranged by Lin Ming, why should we remind him? Now, is obviously not the time to think about this. Xiangzhe was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Fire! What are you guys still standing there for? Go put out the fire! Where's Goose-san? Get out here! Aren't these fireworks said to be of the best quality? I'm opening a business today. Do you understand? I really want to kill you, you bastard. I don't know how much time has passed. The fire was eventually brought under control. For Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans were scrapped and burned to empty shells. The paintwork of the others was also damaged to varying degrees, and more than half of the decoration in the store was destroyed. The estimated losses will exceed 10 million. However, while Xiangze was angry, he was more relieved. The biggest reason why we were able to bring the fire under control so quickly was because of the extra fire extinguishers we bought. These fire extinguishers were purchased by Xiangze after he made that phone call. In other words, Xiangze still relied on Lin Ming's help. If we hadn't bought more fire extinguishers with only the few that looked good in the store, I'm afraid the whole store would be burned down by the time the fire truck arrived. The loss at that time was more than 100 million. Lin Ming didn't know what Xiangze was thinking. At this moment, he has brought Chunjia and Xian to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Zhou Chong didn't come using the excuse that he was tired, but in reality, he just didn't want to be a third wheel. Now, there are only 3 of us left. Looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower, standing on top of the sea of sky, Chunjia felt dazed. She had imagined this scene countless times, but never thought that the real moment would come after her divorce. Dad, it's so high up here. Can we go up and take a look? Xuan's little face was full of anticipation. Of course, Daddy's going to take you and Mom up there. Lin Ming laughed loudly, holding Xian in one hand and grabbing Chunjia's wrist with the other, and ran towards the Oriental Pearl Tower. Chunjia resisted reflexively for a few times, but Lin Ming's big hands were very strong, so she could only follow with a red face. You need a ticket to enter the Oriental Pearl Tower, which costs more than 200 yuan per ticket. However, Lin Ming didn't want to be crowded and give Chunjia and Xian a bad experience. So, he spent a full 5,000 yuan to let the scalper take the 3 of them through a special channel, and booked a table at Hotel 230 on the top floor. Standing in the hotel lobby and overlooking the clouds below, you really feel like you're looking down on all the mountains. Chunjia's face turned red with excitement, and Xian was dancing and laughing beside her. Does it look good? Lin Ming asked softly. Chunjia nodded heavily. You're actually a woman who is very easy to satisfy, but I lost you back then, Lin Ming said, self-deprecatingly. Chunjia suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Ming quietly. Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Lin Ming, have you really changed? Chunjia asked. Lin Ming was stunned. Then he took a deep breath. I dare not make any more promises, because I have never fulfilled them before. What I want now is just for you and Xian to live a good life, and just do my best to make up for you. Hearing this, Chunjia suddenly laughed, a smile without any concealment. The flowers are gorgeous, and the colors are beautiful. For a moment, Lin Ming was stunned. Since you're here, you must want to take Xian and me out for dinner, right? Chunjia said, Let's eat first. I am hungry, but let me make it clear first. You are not allowed to order expensive food. It's not easy to make money. Okay, I won't order anything expensive. Huh? Lin Ming laughed loudly, and then under Chunjia's murderous gaze, he ordered more than a dozen top-notch dishes, including French red wine foie gras, avocado salad, steamed grouper, and charcoal grilled wagyu beef. The price of each dish is over 2,000, and the expensive ones even reach 5,000. It is no exaggeration to say that this meal would cost at least 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. But Lin Ming didn't care. He had earned 192 million before, and only took out 190 million to invest in the stock market, and he still had 2 million in his hands. Spending so much money just for a meal. Are you anxious? Chunjia shouted in a low voice. What? Another bottle of wine? Lin Ming immediately shouted. Waiter, bring me a bottle of red wine. Lupin red wine, produced by Chateau de Beaubourg, priced at 58,888 per bottle. In fact, if Zhou Chong were to do it, one bottle would only cost about 30,000 yuan. Lin Ming, you want to die? When Chunjia heard the price of the wine, she almost fainted from anger. I'm happy today. I'm happy to spend any amount. Lin Ming said, Jia, we have money now. You have to learn how to live. Mom, Dad is right. I learned a sentence from those short videos. Open up your horizons. Xian also said crisply, What kind of game is this? Stop reading these useless things. Chunjia glared at the little girl. Is that to open up the pattern? That's obviously opening your wallet. Chapter 56, Brother Lin, my brother is wrong. Happy times are always short. We spent our lunch listening to Xuan's endless praises. The final bill, including the bottle of red wine, came to 113,680. This number made Chunjia completely lose interest in talking. If there is anything that is gratifying, it is that even though they did not stay here, The 230 hotel still gave them 2 commemorative watches and a limited edition children's teddy bear. Do I look like a nouveau riche? Inside the sightseeing elevator, Lin Ming's face was full of smiles. Let's not talk about whether you look like a nouveau riche or not. Anyway, I really want to beat you up. Chunjia said weakly. More than 110,000. It was just a meal, and you spent more than 110,000. What else can you do with this money? Lin Chu and Lin Ku are still working outside, and your parents are working hard in the fields. Can't you give the money to them to enjoy a better life? Why do you have to be so extravagant? I will let them enjoy happiness, but I will also let you enjoy happiness. Lin Ming said, I really can't enjoy this kind of blessing. Chunjia snorted coldly. She's really used to being frugal. The days when she wanted to tear a dollar into 2 halves to spend had long been deeply rooted in her heart. So, even though she knew that Lin Ming had earned nearly 200 million yuan before, she still felt heartbroken. Then just beat me up, Lin Ming suddenly said. Chunjia was slightly stunned. Before she could open her mouth, Xian shouted, Don't hit Daddy. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. No one is allowed to bully him. From now on, just you two will go over there. Chunjia was furious. Afternoon. The family of 3 returned to the BB to take a short rest. 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ming and Chunjia brought Xian to the Bund again. The night view of the Bund is breathtaking, but is still crowded. However, Chunjia has always liked such lively places. In the past, even when she went out to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, she had to choose a restaurant with many people. According to her, stores with many people are those that are recognized by the public. But afterwards, she never went to crowded places again, for fear that people would gossip about her behind her back. Lin Ming was afraid that Xian would be squeezed away, so he held the little girl tightly and occasionally let her ride on his neck. Chunjia saw all of this. She was already certain that Lin Ming had really changed. In the past, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to hug Xian. Even if he had to hug her sometimes, it would only be for a few minutes at most. But now, Lin Ming didn't want to let go of Xian for even a moment, and the doting in his eyes was almost overflowing. If he really was pretending, how could he pretend so convincingly? Besides, Lin Ming has made a fortune now, so why should he pretend? Of course, understanding is understanding. The experiences of the past few years still make it difficult for Chunjia to eliminate the barriers in his heart. No woman can be coaxed into submission in just a few days after enduring years of torture and suffering. Under Chunjia's repeated instructions, the family of 3 simply had a simple meal, which made Lin Ming's idea of a candlelight dinner go to waste. When we returned to the BB, Xian was already asleep. The little girl lay on Lin Ming with a smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. When Lin Ming put her on the bed, she actually grabbed Lin Ming's clothes and didn't let go for more than 10 minutes. Baby, Daddy is sorry. Lin Ming lowered his head and kissed Xian gently on the forehead. Zhou Chong is waiting for you in the reception room. You go out first. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Chunjia said, Okay, then you should go to bed early. Lin Ming nodded. Arriving at the reception room, Zhou Chong was indeed waiting for Lin Ming there. Brother Lin, did you have a good time today? I saw it all. When your sister-in-law came back, she still had a smile on her face. Zhou Chong said, Why, are you jealous? Lin Ming asked with a smile. What's there to be jealous of? I just hope you can get back together with your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Zhou Chong curled his lips. What are you waiting for me here for? Lin Ming asked again. Xiangze called me and asked for your number. Didn't he call you? Zhou Chong said seriously. It seems that what I said came true, but he didn't call me. Lin Ming said, Shouldn't it be? That guy called me at 4 p.m., and his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. He was very polite. I felt what it meant when one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. Zhou Chong laughed, opened Douyin again, and found a short video. Brother Lin, take a look. This is Xiangze's Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Xiongtian district. It is said that several Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars were scrapped, and more than half of the newly renovated store was destroyed. The estimated loss is at least more than 10 million yuan. After a slight pause, Zhou Chong continued. All this was caused by a salute that did not meet the quality standards. Lin Ming took a quick look at the video and found it was exactly the same as what he had predicted about the future. He returned the phone to Zhou Chong and was about to speak when his own phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Lin Ming couldn't help but look at Zhou Chong. Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear. Hello, Lin Ming answered. Lin, brother Lin. On the other end of the phone, Xiangze's embarrassed voice came. It's so late. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Who are you? Lin Ming pretended to be confused. Ahem. I am Xiangze, your brother Xiangze. Xiangze said shamelessly. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Xiang, but please don't call me brother. I can't bear it. Lin Ming said with a smile. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I was very wrong. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Xiangze said with a sad face. If I hadn't been so arrogant and looked down on others, this fire wouldn't have happened today. The reason I called you, Brother Lin, is actually to thank you, because it was after you reminded me that I asked people to prepare more fire extinguishers. Otherwise, I would not be able to open this store. After hearing this, Lin Ming no longer pretended to be noble. He smiled and said, You, Mr. Xiang, are the first person who continues to do as he pleases after I have given you a warning. Xiangze was so smart that he immediately understood the meaning of Lin Ming's words. It seems that Zhou Chong has already received Lin Ming's favor. Otherwise, with Zhou Chong's personality, how could he be so polite to Lin Ming? And how could he force himself to call him Brother Lin? Brother Lin, my brother is wrong. Xiangze howled in a ghostly voice. I didn't call you until now, because I heard from Zhou Chong that you were traveling with your sister-in-law and niece, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Please forgive me this time, because I'm still young and ignorant. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Ming was speechless for a while. Why are these second generations all the same? I don't have the ability to punish Xiangze, so why should this guy be so humble? He glanced at Zhou Chong and saw that Zhou Chong was also looking at him eagerly, and he was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ming still wanted to make friends with Xiangze, a high-level second generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded him about the 4S store even when Xiangze was so disrespectful to him. Therefore, Lin Ming did not tease Xiangze anymore. People have already lowered their posture so much, it would be too much to say anything else. You can earn money again if you lose it. There is a good opportunity right now. If you believe me, then talk to Zhou Chong in detail. I still have to spend time with my wife and children, so I'll hang up first. Lin Ming said. Hearing this, Zhou Chong's eyes lit up. He knew that Lin Ming was trying to elevate his status. Let's see if Xiangze dares to be arrogant in front of me again in the future. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Amid Xiangze's endless compliments, Lin Ming hung up the phone. Then he said to Zhou Chong, he can't interfere with the short selling of Qi Ling. You can take him to the Tesla stock market to play around. When you make money, he will probably treat you like a grandfather. I wouldn't dare. He calls you Brother Lin. So how can he call me Grandpa? Zhou Chong pretended to be dissatisfied. You little bastard, you dare to take advantage of me, right? Lin Ming scolded with a smile. Haha, Brother Lin, go to bed early. I'm going to keep an eye on the stock market first. Chapter 57 U.S. Stock Market Collapse. The person in charge of Qiling Automobile beat people up. A 60-year-old woman was beaten in public. Qiling Auto Shop bullies customers and is extremely rampant. Qiling Group still has not given a clear response. Why are foreign companies so arrogant in China? Fellow countrymen, wake up. Now, whenever you open your phone, the first thing you see is news about a 60-year-old woman being beaten. As one of the ceilings in the new energy vehicle industry, Qiling Automobile has had a smooth journey from its launch to its listing, with almost no setbacks. Due to a long period of pampering, the public relations department of Qiling Automobile was unable to respond effectively when the storm came. Or maybe they just didn't think about responding. The problem of autonomous driving failure causing the death of car owners was just the fuse that opened the curtain. The beating of the 60-year-old Chinese woman really brought the matter to a climax. As soon as the farce at the auto show occurred, major well-known media outlets reported the incident at lightning speed, allowing it to quickly ferment on the internet. By the evening, the entire internet had exploded. If someone can access foreign websites, they will definitely find that the criticisms against Qiling cars on foreign websites are no less than those in China. However, most of the foreign websites talked about the various system failures of the Qiling car, while more than 90% of the domestic websites were complaining about the injustice of the old lady. We can also understand the indignation of our Chinese compatriots, because Qiling Automobile has a market share of 40% in China. However, the Qiling Group did not give preferential treatment to Chinese car fans due to China's love for Qiling cars. Instead, it looked down on the Chinese people from the bottom of its heart. Otherwise, how could he treat the old woman in this way? That night, that is September 8th, midnight in the morning, Nasdaq opens. Qiling Auto's stock price has suffered an unprecedented plunge. From the previous day's $874, by the close of the market, it had fallen to 622 US dollars. Compared with its peak price of 900 US dollars, the drop is more than 30%. The entire US stock market was also affected by the sharp drop in the share price of Chiling Auto. According to the Securities Times report, as of 8 a.m. Forbidden City time, the Nasdaq fell 5.2% to 10,337.05, falling from its record high into correction territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 722 points, or 3.2, while the S&P 500 fell 3.0. Among them, the market value of Apple phones evaporated by 168 billion US dollars. Amazon's market value evaporated by 86.9 billion US dollars. Facebook's market value evaporated by $45 billion. Tesla's market value evaporated by 76 billion US dollars. The US stock market collapsed. As the culprit of this incident, Chiling Auto lost 287 billion US dollars overnight, close to 2 trillion renminbi. This is definitely the most horrific Waterloo in the history of the US stock market. The capital tycoons on Wall Street are probably stunned now. The Chinese have finally let the world see their power. The 59-year-old old woman has long been regarded as the legendary figure who made 2 trillion overnight. In the villa, Su Jin lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. What did I miss? The other two also looked regretful. Since joining the trader industry, they have also accumulated some assets. The number ranges from millions to tens of millions. Take Su Jin, for example. Including his father's business, his family assets exceed 40 million. If they had listened to Zhou Chong and invested all their money in the stock market, then now. Zhou Chong, why didn't you threaten us with a knife to make us do it together with you? Tianhai City. Wang Hake CBB. When Zhou Chong stood in front of him, Lin Ming immediately realized that this guy had not slept all night. Those 2 dark circles are almost as big as panda eyes. Even so, Zhou Chong still looked excited, and it seemed that he could go without sleep for another 3 nights. In fact, Lin Ming was also very excited. Although he knew these things, he couldn't help but be overjoyed when they really happened. After all, this is more than 2 billion oceans. You didn't sleep last night? Chen Jia asked Zhou Chong. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to sleep, but I just can't sleep at all. Zhou Chong said, Chiling Automobile's market value evaporated by nearly 300 billion US dollars, a drop of 30%. Do you know what this means? I don't understand what you were saying. Chen Jia shook her head. Zhou Chong didn't care and said to Lin Ming, Brother Lin, I have calculated that even if Qiling's market value does not fall anymore, we can still make this much money. As he spoke, Zhou Chong gestured towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled and didn't say much. Xian was curious and asked, Uncle, how much is this? 18 yuan. Haha. My dear niece, this is 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion. Zhou Chong was so excited that he was about to explode. How much is 1.8 billion? Xian had no idea about money. But Chun Jia's body trembled. 1.8 billion. Is this a joke? How many big red banknotes does this require? Did you also earn that much? Chun Jia looked at Lin Ming. A little less than him, but not much of a difference. Lin Ming answered honestly. Zhou Chong invested 200 million and Lin Ming invested 190 million, which is indeed not much of a difference. Chun Jia suddenly felt that the breakfast in her mouth had no taste. She was not envious nor jealous, but was just shocked by the horror of the number. Brother Lin, when will you stop? Zhou Chong asked. He could already see himself swimming in a sea of banknotes. Tomorrow, Lin Ming said. When the stock price of Chiling Automobile drops to 448 US dollars, you should directly ask the traders to stop trading. You must act quickly. 448. Zhou Chong's eyes widened. Brother Lin, are you saying that this incident will cause Qiling's stock price to drop by 50%? Let's eat first, Lin Ming said with a smile. How could Zhou Chong still have the mood to eat? Brother Lin, how about this? You play here with sister-in-law first. I have to go back and keep an eye on Su Jin and the others. Don't mess this up, Zhou Chong said impatiently. That's fine, Lin Ming nodded. It's not that bad. But at least Chen Jia is not so hostile to him now. There is not much point in letting Zhou Chong stay here. It is better not to let it be a light bulb. If Zhou Chong knew what Lin Ming was thinking, he would definitely despise him secretly. Brother Lin has used the phrase destroying the bridge after crossing it to the fullest extent. Then you guys eat first. I'll book a ticket back now. Zhou Chong took out his cell phone. Lin Ming, Chen Jia suddenly said, We've finished playing, so we don't need to stay here anymore. Want to go back? Lin Ming felt a little disappointed. This is a rare opportunity to get along with each other. But Chun Jia said, Mid-Autumn Festival is on the 10th. Didn't you say your parents miss Xianxian? Otherwise, just fly directly to Changwon from Tianhai. Changwon City is the province and city where Lin Ming's hometown is located. Hearing this, Lin Ming's heartbeat quickened rapidly. Shall we go together? Lin Ming breathed rapidly. If you could take good care of Xianxian, I will go back to Blue Island with Zhou Chong. Xinjia said. Lin Ming jumped up directly. I can't take good care of a child. How can I, a grown man, take good care of a child? My dear Miss Chun, it has to be you. Chapter 58, Returning Home in Wealth. Looking at Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, Chun Jia couldn't help but laugh. Even when he knew that he had earned more than 1 billion, Lin Ming was still able to remain calm. But when she heard that she was going back to her hometown with him, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Could it be that in his eyes, my daughter and I are really more important than tens of billions? Book the plane tickets for our family of 3 to Changwon City, Lin Ming said to Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong was also happy for Lin Ming and laughed. Brother Lin, I am very lucky and prosperous, and you are very lucky. Lin Ming couldn't eat his breakfast anymore and kept turning around in circles. What are you doing? Xinjia asked puzzledly. I was thinking all the things I prepared before are placed in Landau City. Now I suddenly have to fly from Tianhai to Changwon. What should I bring back? Lin Ming looked anxious. At least you have some conscience and know to buy something for your parents when you make money. Xinjia snorted. Ordinary gifts can also be bought in Changwon City. So this is obviously not what Lin Ming is considering. Taking Chun Jia and her daughter out for dinner costs more than 110,000 yuan. So how could the things I bring for my parents be bad? Brother Lin, I think you are getting anxious and losing your mind. Do we have no one left in Tianhai City? Zhou Chong blinked. Lin Ming paused. Then he immediately took out his cell phone and called Xiang Zhe. Brother Lin. Xiang Zhe seemed surprised that Lin Ming took the initiative to call him. Excuse me. Lin Ming said, I want to buy some good cigarettes, alcohol, mooncakes, and gifts to bring back to my hometown, but I don't have many connections in Tianhai City. Can you help me? Xiang Zhe immediately understood what Lin Ming meant. Ordinary gifts can be bought in those comprehensive supermarkets, but the real top-notch items require connections. Otherwise, you might spend a lot of money only to buy fakes. Brother Lin, don't worry. It's a small matter. Just leave it to me. Xiang Zhe patted his chest to assure, and then asked, when does Brother Lin plan to return home? The flight is at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Ming said, Okay, then Brother Lin, please send me the location of where you live, and I will arrange for you to go there at noon. Xiang Zhe said, Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. That he is unfilial? No, he has never been an unfilial person. He knows better than anyone how hard his parents work. The more shitty the first few years were, the more painful the following years were. At any time, filial piety must be expressed in terms of material and money. If it is just said with words, it is not really filial piety. 12:30 noon. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped at the Wanghaeki BB. 20 bottles of Feitian Mitai, 20 cartons of soft cigarettes, 20 boxes of beautifully packaged mooncake gift boxes, 20 bottles of red wine worth 3,000 yuan, 20 gift boxes of dried sea cucumbers, 20 gift boxes of birds' nests. When Lin Ming saw the trunk full of stuff, his head almost exploded. It's not because it costs a lot of money, but because he and Chun Jia can't afford it alone. Why do you like the number 20 so much? Lin Ming said helplessly. Brother Lin, it's not that I like this number, but I feel that, after all the difficulty of returning to my hometown, and it's a holiday, I have to visit all my distant aunts and uncles, right? I didn't think about the closeness of our relationship. I just got all these for you in one go, and I was even worried on the way if they were enough. Xiang Zhe said with a smile on his face. Chun Jia stood aside, looking curiously at the eldest son of the top leader of Tianhai City. I remember when we first met, this guy was very arrogant. How come he became so polite in such a short time? It seemed that the word polite was not enough to describe him. He seemed to be flattering Lin Ming very much. Xiang Zhe naturally didn't know what Chun Jia was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This should be my eldest niece, right? She looks like Brother Lin, huh? Hello, uncle. Xian said politely. Hello. Xiang Zhe went over and picked up Xian, looking like he was closer to her than her own uncle. Ahem, what's your name? Xiang Zhe coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. My name is Xian. Xian said crisply. Xian, what a nice name. Uncle has also prepared some toys for you, so that when you go back home, you can play with your friends. As he spoke, Xiangze opened the back door again and saw that it was filled with toys, all of which looked expensive. How much do these cost? Xinjia asked at the right time. Xiangze's face turned serious. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You have to be so polite to your brother? This is a little friendship from your brother. If you refuse, I will not be happy. Uncle, you were so nice. Why didn't you let us ride in your car that day? Xian suddenly asked. Xiangze suddenly felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He knew that Xian was talking about the day of picking her up at the airport. That day, Uncle had something to do, so I had to let you take a taxi. It was my fault. I apologize to you. Xiangze is really shameless. Xinjiang naturally understood that Xiangze was actually talking to her. She became even more curious, wondering why Xiangze seemed like a different person in just 2 days. Could it be that Lin Ming exaggerated him? It's the right amount. I'm asking for your help, not asking you for anything. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Brother Lin, haven't you already forgiven me? Xiangze looked aggrieved. Compared to the losses I reduced, this little bit is nothing. As a person, we should at least know how to repay kindness. Xiangze, I'm also a well-known figure in Tianhai City. If you can't even accept this little bit of kindness, then I really can't survive. Lin Ming really didn't want to take Xiangze's things for nothing. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. He didn't want to owe the other person a favor just for such a small thing. Brother Lin, you don't have to think too much. Compared with the losses you reduced for him, these things are indeed just a drop in the bucket. Besides, he will soon follow you to make money. Can't you make him earn back hundreds or thousands of times of these things with just a few words? Zhou Cheng gave the two of them a way out. Yes, Brother Lin, don't talk about the money anymore. As for these things, Brother Lin, you and sister-in-law don't have to worry about not being able to take them. I brought a few people here, and we will move them to the airport and check them in. Xiangze was afraid that Lin Ming would not want his things, so he pointed to the two Mercedes-Benz cars following behind. There happens to be a 4S store I own in Changwon City. I'll give them a heads up. When you and your sister-in-law get off the plane, I'll ask them to pick you up. All right then. Lin Ming agreed reluctantly. 1:30 p.m. Lin Ming and others arrived at the airport. Under the astonished gazes of many pedestrians and staff, Xiangze and his team took turns moving the items and finally moved all the items to the check-in counter. Chun Jia hid behind Lin Ming and was too embarrassed to look up. After all, who would carry so many things on a plane? Chapter 59, Do You Believe Your Son? Zhou Chang's flight is also at 2 p.m. So, after sending Lin Ming and the others off, he hurried to his boarding gate. Sitting in the waiting area, Lin Ming asked Chun Jia, is the Mercedes-Benz S-Class you just rode comfortable? Chun Jia was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Ming. Isn't this nonsense? Drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes. This is not just talk. How about we buy one of these after we go back? Lin Ming asked again. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. You can buy whatever you like. Chun Jia said. Lin Ming immediately showed helplessness. Miss Chun, please treat me as a beggar, have pity on me, and chat with me as a friend, okay? Daddy is so cute. Xian tilted her little head back. Lin Ming scratched her nose. You are cuter. Chun Jia was also amused by Lin Ming's behavior. That's right, smile more. You look good even when you don't smile, and you look even better when you smile. Lin Ming said, you're the only one who can say that. Chun Jia glared at Lin Ming and said, it's too old-fashioned for you to drive an S-Class car at your age. You look like a chauffeur. If you really want to buy a car and you have enough money, you can buy a Range Rover or a Lincoln Navigator like Zhou Cheng. Do you think I look classy driving those cars? Lin Ming asked eagerly. Can you still have a good chat? Chun Jia said speechlessly. Lin Ming laughed heartily. Haha, I think you're the cutest one. Get lost. Chun Jia cursed and asked, aren't you going to call Lin Ku and Lin Chu? Since it's the reunion festival, let them go home and get together. They should also have a day off. Lin Ming pursed his lips. He really didn't have the face to call his younger brothers and sisters, even though he knew that Lin Ku and Lin Chu had never blamed him. Let me fight. Chun Jia seemed to see what Lin Ming was thinking and took out her cell phone. Unexpectedly, both Lin Chu and Lin Ku's numbers became invalid. That's normal. Even I haven't contacted them for more than 2 years. It's been even longer for you, right? Chun Jia sighed. Lin Ming was suddenly filled with bitterness. Yes, since he gave up on himself, he hardly contacted Lin Ku and Lin Chu anymore. Every time he returned to his hometown, He never informed them in advance and just left after taking the money. Not to mention keeping in touch. We have only met a few times in recent years. On the contrary, Chun Jia was still in contact with Lin Ku and Lin Chu at that time. Until the end, Chun Jia was completely disheartened and no longer took the initiative to call them. Even when they called Chun Jia was unwilling to answer. Until now, we have finally lost contact. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon when we arrived in Changwon City. Xiangze had indeed arranged for someone to pick us up at the airport, and there were 3 cars. 2 of them are for people and 1 is for things. Lin Ming's hometown is in a village southeast of Changwon City called Linjiling. It's about an hour and a half drive from the airport. A few years passed, and Linjiling remained unchanged. Compared to the city, Linjiling at 7 o'clock in the evening seems particularly quiet. After putting down the large and small bags of things, the people arranged by Xiangze left. However, before leaving, he insisted on leaving one of the Mercedes-Benz behind, and no matter how Lin Ming refused, he refused to drive away. Xiangze said that it was inconvenient for Lin Ming to drive in his hometown without a car, so he would find someone to drive when he returned to Landau City. Lin Ming felt helpless. It seems that my previous reminder has made Xiangze determined to be friends with me. After standing at the door for a long time, Lin Ming finally knocked on his door. "Who is it?" Chi Yufin's voice came. "Mom, it's me," Lin Ming said. Chi Yufin didn't say anything else and seemed to be in a daze. A moment later, hurried footsteps were heard, and then the door was half opened. Lin Ming then noticed that not only Chi Yufin, but Lin Chunghua also ran to the door. The old couple must have just returned from the fields. They hadn't changed their clothes yet and were covered in a lot of dust. "Lin Ming, why are you back?" Chi Yufin couldn't believe it. "Mom, Dad, I came back to see you," Lin Ming whispered. "Umph. You chased away such a good wife like Jia Jia. How dare you come back?" Lin Chunghua snorted coldly. Obvious duplicity. If she really didn't want Lin Ming to come back, she wouldn't have rushed out in slippers. Fatherly love is rarely shown on the surface, but it is undeniable that fatherly love is as great as a mountain. There are 3 children in the Lin family, and Lin Ming is the eldest. Logically, he should be the one who should not be worried about, but he has become the one who is most worried about. "Okay, now that you're back, come in quickly," Lin Chunghua said again. "Dad, there are others." Lin Ming smiled. At this time, Chun Jia and Xian Xian walked over from the side. Before this, they had been standing outside the other half of the door that was not opened, so Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufin did not see them. To be honest, this is not the first time I have come to Lao Lin's house. But at this moment, Chun Jia was very flustered. "Jia Jia, Xian Xian." When they saw Chun Jia and Xian Xian, Chi Yufin and Lin Chunghua were stunned. Lin Chunghua was outspoken and asked subconsciously, "Why are you here too?" "Dad, what are you talking about?" Lin Ming said helplessly. "No, what I mean is that you all have already—" "Ouch, look at my broken mouth." Lin Chunghua was so anxious that he didn't know what to say. Looking at the happy expressions on the old couple's faces, Chun Jia's panic finally disappeared. She opened her mouth and prepared the words uncle and aunt, but it turned out to be Dad, Mom. Hey, Chi Yufin's eyes turned red immediately, and she said in a trembling voice, come in quickly. Grandpa, Grandma. Xian Xian also rushed out. My eldest granddaughter. Chi Yufin Ugid. Lin Ming said from behind, Dad, don't rush in. Jia Jia bought a lot of things for you. Can you help me carry the... Chun Jia raised the corner of her mouth, but acted as if she didn't hear it, and followed Chi Yufin into the house. How did you carry so many things? How did you get back? Can you carry them all? After meeting Chun Jia and Xian Xian, Lin Chenghua's resentment disappeared. He muttered while helping Lin Ming get things. When he accidentally saw the red soft cigarette, he was stunned. Immediately, he put the bag on the ground. He said in a deep voice, Where did the money come from? Dad, let's go home first. Lin Ming said, I ask you, where did the money come from? Lin Chunghua said in a low voice. Lin Ming was helpless, looking at Lin Chunghua, and said, Dad, do you believe your son? Believe me. How can I trust you with your character? Lin Chenghua's directness made Lin Ming laugh and cry. If this money of mine was stolen, robbed, or defrauded, do you think Chun Jia would still be willing to come back with me? Even if you don't believe me, you can't disbelieve Chun Jia, right? Lin Ming brought up Chun Jia. Lin Chunghua was stunned. I have to admit that what Lin Ming said makes sense. Chun Jia hated evil the most. If Lin Ming's money was not earned through legitimate means, Chun Jia would not have followed him back. You bastard, explain yourself to me sometime. After saying this, Lin Changhua carried his things into the house. Chapter 60. You are my brother. Only after moving all the things back home did Lin Changhua couldn't help but say something again. Have you made a fortune? It is true that he is an old farmer who has not seen much of the world. But even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? Those commercials that play on TV every day are not watched in vain. Well, I'm rich. Lin Ming was not modest, but nodded seriously and said, Dad, you and my mom are almost 60 years old. Let's not work in the fields anymore, okay? Nonsense. That's the farmland where you three siblings were raised. How can you just let it go to waste if you don't plant any crops on it? Lin Changhua cursed with a smile. That's the mentality of the elderly. Even though they know that current food prices are not good and that they may not even be able to earn back their labor and capital costs, they would rather continue farming than let the land go to waste. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. He would be staying for several days after returning, so he had plenty of time. At this time, Chun Jia had been pulled by Chi Yufan to sit on the Kong. People in the north just like this kind of earthen Kong. It is hard, but when autumn and winter come, it is really comfortable to add some firewood to the boiler. Jia, you just came back. You haven't eaten yet, right? Tell Mom what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Chi Yufan said happily. Mom, I want to eat the meat tornado you made. Chun Jia covered her stomach. In front of Chi Yufan and Lin Changhua, she behaved like a child. Chun Jia has never been a person who likes to dwell on trivial matters. She understood very well that since she had chosen to come back, there was no need to be sullen about what happened in the past few years, nor did she want to make Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan worry and anxious about these things. No matter how much of a jerk Lin Ming was in the past, he had nothing to do with these old couple. They're all good people. Meat tornado, huh? Okay, Mom will go and knead the dough and make it for you right away. Chi Yufan's eyes turned red again with excitement. When she turned around, Chun Jia saw the white hair that shouldn't be there at her age. At that moment, Chun Jia suddenly felt that telling the old couple about the divorce really hurt them. Chun Jia sat on the Kong and watched TV. Lin Changhua and Lin Ming sat at the coffee table drinking tea. Xian jumped around, chattering around the adults, making the smiles on Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan's faces never disappear. This scene right now is really warmer than ever. A family of 5 living happily together. Mid-Autumn Festival is not until the day after tomorrow, but we can already feel the festive atmosphere today. At about 8:30, Chi Yufan finally steamed out the fresh and hot meat tornado. Chun Jia was already very hungry. She was not afraid of the heat. Under Chi Yufan's helpless yet loving gaze, she picked up one and put it in her mouth. While eating, he mumbled, My mom's meat tornado is still the best. It smells so good. Go slower, don't burn your delicate skin. Chi Yufan scolded. Mom, we had lunch at 11:30 in the morning, and now we are starving. Chun Jia looked aggrieved. Chi Yufan frowned and said, Didn't Lin Ming take you guys to eat something? It's 8 or 9 hours. You guys can hold on, but Xian can't. Hee. Lin Ming said he wanted to eat something in the city first. I'm just craving the meat tornado you made. If we eat in the city, I won't have enough room for the meat tornado, and it won't taste as good. Chun Jia leaned closer to Chi Yufan. She didn't look like a daughter-in-law at all. She was clearly no different from Chi Yufan's daughter. Move back a little. I'm covered in mud. Don't get your clothes dirty. Chi Yufan said with a smile. No, Mommy is not dirty at all. Chun Jia's playful look made Chi Yufan almost burst into tears. Where in the world can you find such a good daughter-in-law? That bastard Lin Ming. How could he have the heart to hit her in the first place? Around 9 o'clock, Chi Yufan cooked a few dishes on the spot. The family of 5 sat on the Kong and started eating around the table. From self-degradation to sudden awakening. This was the first time in these few years that Lin Ming felt that the food his mother cooked was so delicious. Lin Changhua could only eat 1 meat tornado, but Lin Ming ate 2.5, and Chun Jia also ate 1.5. Even Xian ate half of it, which made Chi Yufan very happy. Only after everyone had eaten their fill did Lin Ming take the table away. Chi Yufan was about to wash the dishes, but Chun Jia insisted on doing it, saying that Chi Yufan had worked all day and needed to have a good rest. There was no other way. Chi Yufan could only coax Xian first. Lin Ming hesitated for a while. Then he asked, Dad, Mom, the day after tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. Aren't Lin Ku and Lin Chu coming back? I called them, and Lin Chu said he would come back, but the factory closed late, so he wouldn't be home until tomorrow afternoon. Lin Changhua said, Lin Ku originally said that he would not come back, but if he knew that you and Jia were back, he would definitely come back. Why don't you give him a call? Chun Jia called him, but the original number is no longer in service. Lin Ming lowered his head and said. Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan looked at each other. Without saying anything more, he said, then I'll give him a call. You should be awake now. You come and talk to him. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. After a while, the call was connected. Dad. Lin Ku's voice came from the phone, sounding a little tired. Lin Ku, it's me. Lin Ming said. Lin Ku was stunned for a moment, then asked a series of questions. Brother, are you going home? Are you planning to spend the holiday at home? Hearing Lin Ku's surprised voice, a strong sense of bitterness surged from Lin Ming's heart. Lin Ming's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but say, Lin Ku, you are really stupid. I even lost all your wedding gifts. Don't you hate me at all? After these words were spoken, Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan both fell silent. Chun Jia, who was washing the dishes, also paused. Lin Ku just laughed heartlessly and said, why would I hate you? You are my brother. You are my brother. Just these four simple words made Lin Ming feel his chest suffocate, and he could no longer hold it in. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin Ming ran to the yard and pounded the ground fiercely. I hate myself for being self-destructive and selfish. I hate myself for disregarding everyone's feelings and only indulging in drunkenness and gambling. If alcohol could really numb everything, then the word pain would have disappeared from the dictionary long ago. After a while, Chun Jiao walked out of the kitchen silently. She looked at Lin Ming's fist that was already broken and bleeding and felt a sudden pang of pain for no reason. It's all over, Chun Jia said. Lin Ming stood up suddenly and hugged Chun Jia tightly in his arms. Then he burst into tears like a child. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you and Xian Xian, sorry to my parents, sorry to Lin Ku and Lin Chu, and sorry to Chun Sheng. I, Lin Ming, am sorry to all of you. Chun Jia did not struggle and let Lin Ming hold her. Once upon a time, Lin Ming was the shoulder she relied on. Now, she has become Lin Ming's warmest harbor. Chapter 61. Have you ever considered remarrying? After staying outside for a long time, Lin Ming returned to the house again, accompanied by Chun Jia. Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan pretended nothing had happened. But from their faces and eyes, one could see their worry and heartache for Lin Ming, even though this son had disappointed them time and time again. Dad, when I first came back, didn't you ask me how I made all this money? Let me explain it to you now. After Lin Ming sat down, he told his way to make money, one by one. The only thing that was not mentioned was the ability to predict the future. Because this ability was full of uncertainty, Lin Ming was afraid that it would cause his parents to worry, so he simply didn't even tell Chun Jia. It seemed that he was explaining to Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan, but in fact, he was also explaining to Chun Jia. Several people felt like they were in a dream when listening to it. Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan, in particular, still found it unbelievable. Chi Ling car? Is it the Chi Ling car that was reported in the news the day before yesterday and hit someone at the auto show? Lin Chunghua asked. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. Everything in the world, after reaching its peak, will decline. I was actually gambling as well, but it was different from the previous bets. Fortunately, I made the right bet this time. Chun Jia looked at Lin Ming quietly. Based on her understanding of Lin Ming, she always felt that what Lin Ming said was half true and half false. Whether it was the Zijin Shengfu real estate or stocks, Lin Ming was gambling. But he bet right every time, and it was such a coincidence that he happened to coincide with the skyrocketing housing prices in Zijin Shengfu, the Chiling car beating incident, etc. How could a person's luck be so good? Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan did not have so many doubts. They knew nothing about real estate and stocks, but they thought their son had read a lot and knew a lot, so they dared to gamble. How much money can you make from the stock this time? Lin Chunghua asked. Less than 3 billion. Lin Ming said. He didn't want to hide anything in front of his parents. Once upon a time, the old couple had placed too high hopes on themselves. How much? Lin Chunghua widened his eyes. Chi Yufan was walking towards the kitchen and almost bumped into the wall. Only Chun Jia remained calm, because she had heard about it from Zhou Chong before and was mentally prepared. Less than 3 billion. Lin Ming repeated. Jia Jia he. Lin Chunghua was so excited that he was speechless and wanted to get evidence from Chun Jia. Chun Jia said, Dad, I can't say how much he can earn this time, but I saw his bank account information before, and it's close to 200 million. Lin Chunghua stopped talking. He picked up the glass teapot and shakily poured himself a cup of tea. Dad, believe me, I am no longer the Lin Ming of the past. Lin Ming took a deep breath and said, I promise you, I will never do anything stupid again. I will be an upright man like you from now on. Lin Chunghwa still didn't say anything. He walked out to the yard and smoked a cigarette before returning to the house. Then he stared at Lin Ming and said earnestly, "You have been to college and have more knowledge in your head than me, but I am your father. I have lived for most of my life and understand more about the ways of the world than you. It's not easy for Jejia and her mother. You did so many wrong things in the past, but she never complained to me and your mother. And the old couple of the Chun family, don't they feel sorry for their daughter? But even if you treated Jejia and Xian like that, the old Chun family never came to us for this matter. How much money you can make depends on your ability, but I still say the same thing. A harmonious family brings prosperity, understand?" Lin Ming nodded heavily. "Dad, I understand." "And Jejia?" Lin Chunghwa looked at Shun Jia again. "This is not ancient times. Just because you married into the Lin family doesn't mean you have to be a member of the Lin family. You have your own ideas, and you can make the choice you think is right. Lin Ming is our son. The fact that he was such a jerk before has a lot to do with us. I have never apologized to you in these years. Today I want to say sorry to you." "Dad, you don't have to apologize. This has nothing to do with you." Shun Jia's eyes were a little red. "Well," Lin Chunghwa sighed. "Lin Ming, remember what you told me. If we go back to the way we were before, your mother and I will never rest in peace, even if we are buried in the ground." "Dad!" Lin Ming suddenly stood up and knelt down in front of Lin Chunghwa and Chi Yufan. "You little brat, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Chi Yufan hurried over to support Lin Ming. Lin Ming kowtowed 3 times before standing up. "Okay, stop doing this useless stuff here." Lin Chunghwa walked with his hands behind his back and said happily, "This is the first time my eldest son has come home and bought me so many things. I haven't taken a good look at them yet. What good things are these?" Hearing this, Chi Yufan and Chun Jia couldn't help but laugh. The depressing, yet touching atmosphere just now was swept away. "Soft medium cigarettes. Wow, this is good stuff. 1, 2, 3, 20. What is this? Feiqian Matai. You little brat. You're not trying to fool me with fake stuff, are you?" The TV said this Feiqian Matai costs nearly 10,000 yuan. "Another 20 bottles?" Lin Ming smiled helplessly as he heard Lin Chunghwa's startled voice. "Dad, given your authority, how dare I bring back fake things to fool you? You little bastard, you dare to tease me? But this thing is so expensive. Why did you buy so much?" "Jia, you too. Why don't you persuade him to keep the money for you and your daughter?" Lin Chunghwa complained. Chun Jia was in a very good mood and said with a smile, "Dad, you don't have to worry about this. Your son is very capable now and has met many important people. These were all given to him by his friends. He didn't spend his own money. If we hadn't come back by plane, we wouldn't have been able to take them. People are afraid that they didn't buy enough." "You're talking nonsense. What friend has such a big fortune? These 20 bottles of Feiqian Matai alone cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. And then there are the birds' nests, sea cucumbers, and so on. Don't think I don't know. It is said that this gift box of dried sea cucumbers costs several thousand yuan per kilogram." Lin Chunghwa looked incredulous. Chun Jia did not explain any further, but said, Okay, just think of it as your son buying it for you. Anyway, he will soon make tens of billions, so spending 3 or 400,000 is nothing, right? "Well, that does make sense." Lin Chunghwa nodded. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Even if you make so much money, you shouldn't spend it so lavishly. We have lived an ordinary life, and we are not used to these things. Don't buy them anymore in the future." Chi Yufan blamed. "Mom, because you have worked hard for most of your life, you should enjoy yourself from now on." Chun Jia held Chi Yufan's hand. Chi Yufan looked at Lin Ming and Lin Chunghwa, only to see the 2 grown men looking at a bunch of things. Taking this opportunity, Chi Yufan whispered, Jia, Mom knows that you care about me and your dad, so you act so casually. In fact, you don't have to be like this. Mom knows the pain in your heart." Chun Jia's delicate body trembled. Chi Yufan continued, "Mom knows you're not a woman who likes money, otherwise you wouldn't have married Lin Ming. But now that Lin Ming can make money and give you and Xian a good life, and he's no longer as much of a jerk as before, have you ever considered remarrying him?" Chun Jia pursed her lips and remained silent. Chi Yufan didn't want to force her, so she just consoled her. "In my heart, the ones who want to eat meat tornadoes the most in this family are you and Xian. Compared to the happiness of your family of 3, even if Lin Ming earns hundreds of billions or tens of billions, it doesn't matter." "Mom!" Chun Jia's tears flowed silently. She opened her arms and hugged Chi Yufan tightly. Chapter 62. 2.85 billion. Brother Lin is awesome. That night, something happened that made Chunjia very embarrassed. Lao Lin's family has a total of 4 bungalows, a main house, and a kitchen. The remaining 2 rooms, apart from the earthen Kong, have a bed in the westernmost room. In other words, in the absence of a sofa, Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan slept on the Kong, and Lin Ming and Chun Jia could only squeeze into one bed. You can't let Lin Ming sleep on the floor, right? Chun Jia did have this idea, but it is autumn now, and the ground is too cold. It is easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the floor. And what would Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan think if they saw it? Dad, I'm sleepy, Dad, sleep with me. As luck would have it, Xian rubbed her eyes and stuck to Lin Ming and wouldn't get off. In front of Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan, Lin Ming winked at Chun Jia. What should we do? Chun Jia was so angry that her teeth itched in anger. But on the surface, she could only smile and said, Then you go and coax her to sleep first. I'll talk to Mom for a while, and then I'll go over. No need to say more. I'm tired today, too. I have to go to the fields tomorrow. You guys should go there early and have a rest. Chi Yufan said. Chun Jia's face suddenly turned red. She knew very well that Chi Yufan was creating opportunities for her son. However, Chi Yufan had already issued an order to evict Chun Jia, so she could only go with Lin Ming to the west room, which was next to the bed. Sure enough, Chi Yufan had already made the bedding, and the pillows for the family of 3 were neatly placed there. I'm inside, Xian is in the middle, and you are outside. Chun Jia had a blank expression on her face. Lin Ming really had the urge to pounce on Chun Jia, but the unclear relationship between the two of them obviously didn't allow him to do so. Except in the yard, when Chun Jia did not resist Lin Ming's hug. At other times, whenever Lin Ming touched her palm, she would feel like she was electrocuted and would quickly avoid him. The road of love is long. Lin Ming let out a long sigh. Stop talking nonsense, don't wake up Xian, and go to sleep quickly. Chun Jia said, Yes, sir. September 9th. 0 Uhr nachts. NASDAQ opens. Cheeling Automobile suffered another setback and could not hold the $622 mark. Across the U.S. stock market, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell more than 900 points, falling below the 32,000-point mark, and the NASDAQ fell below the 13,000-point mark, hitting a new low in 66 weeks. The 2 new energy technology giants, Cheeling Auto and Tesla, are under the most pressure on the NASDAQ. As of 6 a.m., Cheeling Auto's single share price fell to $448, a further 20% drop from yesterday. The overall market value fell by more than 50%, and another $191 billion, or more than 1 trillion renminbi, evaporated. Officially hit limit down. In addition, today's U.S. stocks have truly experienced what it means to good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Not to mention other giant companies that are under pressure on the NASDAQ. Tesla, which is the ceiling of new energy like Cheeling Auto, has been caught in the center of the storm. If the market value of Cheeling Automobile has fallen to the lowest, then that of Tesla is just beginning. Tomorrow night, which is the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tesla will truly reach its lowest point in history as a single stock. That is to say, he has no money. Otherwise, Lin Ming would really like to short Tesla. Short selling and bottom fishing are 2 completely different things. You can earn more by short selling, but you also bear greater risks. Of course, you also need to have interpersonal relationships and be able to borrow the same proportion of stocks from a brokerage firm. Bottom fishing is much simpler. Just buy a certain stock when it falls to the freezing point and then sell it when it goes back up. That night, countless leaks all over the world cried out in agony. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, they lose everything. 9 a.m. The cell phone rang rapidly. Without even looking, Lin Ming knew it was Zhou Chong calling. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Zhou Chong asked with a smile. Harvesting peanuts. Zhou Chong, a playboy like you can't experience the joy of farming. I'll bring you here to experience it someday. Lin Ming said again. Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Zhou Chong's mouth twitched fiercely. The 2.8 billion you earned today is about to be credited to your account, but you told me that you were harvesting peanuts in the field? Let alone billions. Who the hell would go farming if they could earn a few million? I like it. What's it to you? Lin Ming retorted. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Chong said helplessly. This morning, I followed your instructions and asked Su Jin and others to carry out the operation. But I really can't believe that Brother Lin's prediction is so accurate. Cheeling Automobile really fell to $448 before the limit down. This is absolutely accurate. Brother Lin, You are not someone who travel from the future, are you? Or can you predict the future? The last sentence made Lin Ming's eyelids twitch. It seems that time travel and rebirth are not groundless. I'm afraid there are such people among those who write online novels. Zhou Chong said again. What bullshit? Hurry up and fart. I still have to work. Lin Ming said. Su Jin has already communicated with the securities firm. At the latest this afternoon, you'll have 2.85 billion in your account. I made 3 billion this time, 150 million more than you. How about I give you half of it? Zhou Chong said with a shameless smile. This master will not accept charity. Lin Ming snorted. Zhou Chong didn't care. After these two crashes, Qilin Automobile is really going crazy. Brother Lin, have you read the news? No time to read. Lin Ming said. Qilin Automobile's public relations department held a press conference and promised to pay the 60-year-old woman a large amount of compensation. The president of Qilin Automobile China region personally came to apologize. Zhou Chong said. In addition, Qilin Automobile has finally lowered their proud heads, saying that they will carefully study the Chinese market, conduct research, and increase system configuration for Chinese car fans. Anyway, in the end, it is just to please Chinese car fans. This time, we Chinese people really earn enough face. The top giant finally knelt at the feet of China. Lin Ming curled his lips and said, Of my money, just transfer 50 million to me first, and the remaining 2.8 billion will all be used to buy Tesla. When it comes to business, Zhou Chong immediately perks up. Brother Lin, when do we start? Lin Ming said, tomorrow night, to be exact, at 3 a.m. on the 11th. Tesla will hit the limit down by then, and its market value will evaporate by at least 2 trillion. Qilin Automobile's arrogance has caused Tesla to suffer misfortune as well. It really deserves it. Zhou Chong snorted. The actual failure rate of Tesla is much higher than that of Qilin cars, but it has never been exposed before. This time, it has been dragged down by Qilin cars. Lin Ming said with a smile. Okay, then I'll talk to Su Jin. What does Brother Lin plan to stop this time? Zhou Chong asked again. After Tesla's stock price hits the limit tomorrow night, the PR department will urgently take risk. Compared with those pampered guys at Qilin Auto, Tesla's PR department is no pushover. Lin Ming explained. After the limit down on the evening of the 11th, Tesla's public relations department will quickly issue an announcement. At 3 p.m. on the 12th, Tesla stock market will reach the limit up, and the price of a single share will hit a new high of around $1,100. Judging from this number, it will be no problem for us to double the money we have. Brother Lin, my voice is about to break. Zhou Chong said suddenly. What's the meaning? Brother Lin is awesome. Lin Ming. Chapter 63 Brother and Sister Meet. After finishing the call with Zhou Chong, before Lin Ming could put away his phone, Li Hongyuan called again. Brother Lin, do you like men? This was the first sentence Li Hongyuan said. Brother Li, is your sister-in-law acting strange again? Why do I feel like you are a little neurotic? Lin Ming said. If you like men, then I will marry you. Li Hongyuan said seriously. Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill. Brother Li, you have such a good mouth. Why don't you say something nice to your sister-in-law, so that she won't keep arguing with you? Lin Ming, how come I, Li Hongyuan, am so lucky to know you? Li Hongyuan sighed and said, Mr. Zhou called me just now and told me that I could make 300 million this time. I was stunned for a long time before I realized what was going on. There will be many opportunities to make money in the future. Brother Li, there is no need to be so excited. The reason why I am so nice to you is because you were nice to me in the past. Lin Ming said, Brother, I won't say anything else. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Even if you don't want to marry me, I, Li Hongyuan, will be yours from now on. Brother Li, I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now. Lin Ming quickly hung up the phone, with goosebumps all over his body. Even if she likes men, she would not like an old man in his 40s like Li Hongyuan. Not long after, the third phone rang. It was Han Chanyu calling. Should I congratulate President Han in advance? Lin Ming asked jokingly. Mr. Lin, please stop joking with me. Han Chanyu smiled bitterly. Zhou Chong told me that you all made about 3 billion this time. Do I, the president of the China region, have the right to be called boss in your eyes? Today, Han Chanyu has been officially appointed by the group headquarters as the general manager of Tui International's China region. Slankafu, who had originally planned to plot against Han Chanyu, was counterattacked by an Uklin woman who suddenly rushed in during the quarterly meeting of the group headquarters. With irrefutable evidence in the face, Slankafu had no choice but to expel him from Tui International, not to mention competing with Han Changyu in the face of the fury of the group's top management. In addition to the promotion, I also have to thank Mr. Lin for the stock market. Although I don't earn as much as you, I still earn more than 200 million. Based on my current annual salary plus dividends, it will probably take me 20 years to earn that much money. Han Changyu added. Lin Ming did not say much about this matter, but smiled and said, Han Changyu, your ability is obvious to everyone in the circle. Are you interested in following me in the future? Han Changyu was stunned for a moment. What does Mr. Lin mean? Are you planning to start a company? There's no rush now, but I plan to open a pharmaceutical company. There won't be any problem with the quality of the drugs. It just depends on whether there is anyone who can help me carve out a niche in the market. Lin Ming said, if Mr. Lin is willing to extend this olive branch, then I, Han Changyu, will follow you until death. Han Changyu said solemnly. There are thunderstorms, slang if, and stocks again. After this series of events, Han Changyu had already firmly believed in Lin Ming. Lin Ming said he wanted to start a company. So how could his future be bad? Don't be so serious, as if you're going to fight in the battlefield. You have just been promoted. Enjoy the treatment of the general manager of the China region first. I will tell you when I need you. Lin Ming said with a smile. Okay then, I'll be back in a day or two. Let's have a drink then. After hanging up the call with Han Changyu, Hong Ning called again. Lin Ming felt helpless. He would not be able to harvest the peanuts today. Brother Lin, you haven't forgotten your brother, have you? It is said that birds of a feather flock together. Hong Ning and Zhou Chong are exactly the same. They both have the same character. No wonder they have such a good relationship. Among the three, Han Changyu is the older and more stable one. How dare I forget the young master of the Tianyang group? Lin Ming said. Oh my, when others say this, I just think it's jealousy. Why does it sound so nice, so fulfilling, and so honored when it comes from Brother Lin's mouth? Hong Ning sighed humorously. He had completely forgotten what he had said to Zhou Chong and the others before, such as my fate is in my own hands. Boy, it seems you made a lot of money this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so excited. Lin Ming shook his head and smiled. Not as much as you guys, 2 billion he. Hong Ning said, luckily, I was able to get some money from my dad. Now the old man likes me very much. This feeling is so great. You may not like to hear it, but I still have to say it. He's your father. Show some respect to him and don't call him an old man all the time. Lin Ming said, yes, what Brother Lin taught me is. The two chatted for a while. Lin Ming put away the phone, and his ears finally felt a little quieter. In the past, he also fantasized about becoming successful and being complimented by countless people, which would greatly satisfy his vanity. Only now do I realize that dealing with social conventions is really too troublesome and stressful. No wonder those stars sometimes don't want to pay attention to their fans. This kind of excessive enthusiasm is really unbearable. Go home for lunch at noon. I went to the fields again in the afternoon. There weren't many peanuts left, so only Lin Changhua and Lin Ming were left to clean up the mess. After finishing the work in the fields today, I can spend the Mid-Autumn Festival peacefully tomorrow. At about 4 o'clock, the two finally delivered all the peanuts back home. During this process, the bank also received news that 50 million yuan had been deposited into its account. That series of zeros made Lin Ming excited for a long time before he calmed down. Before I even entered the door, I heard bursts of laughter coming from the house. Lin Chu, even though they hadn't been in touch for several years, Lin Ming immediately recognized the voice of his biological sister. Lin Chu is back, Lin Ming said happily. It should be her. You go in and take a look first. I can handle these peanuts myself. Lin Chunghwa said with a smile. Lin Ming immediately put down what he was holding and trotted into the house. I saw a beautiful girl who was dressed in ordinary clothes but stood tall and graceful with light makeup, running around with Xianxian in her arms, making Xianxian giggle. I don't know if it's Lin Changhua or Qi Yufan who has good genes, but Lin Ming and his 2 siblings all look pretty good. Even without dressing up deliberately, Lin Chu is much more beautiful than those so-called internet celebrities. Elder brother. Seeing Lin Ming, Lin Chu was stunned for a moment. Then, she put Xianxian down and threw herself directly into Lin Ming's arms. The so-called differences between men and women is really just bullshit in front of this pair of siblings. I just finished work, and I'm covered in dust. Don't get your clothes dirty. Lin Ming said with a smile. Tisk, when we were kids you took me and my second brother to jump in the mud and I didn't mind it getting dirty. So why would I think you're dirty now? Lin Chu didn't care at all. Qi Yufan smiled and said, you two are almost done. If you keep going like this, your sister-in-law will get jealous. Lin Chu looked at Chunjia with her pretty big eyes. Sister-in-law, Are you jealous? Chunjia shrugged. I dare not be jealous. Otherwise, you brothers and sisters will team up to bully me. Hee, sister-in-law is the best. Lin Chu let go of Lin Ming and hugged Chunjia again, making Chunjia smile. This girl is really good at acting like a spoiled brat. Chapter 64, I feel something is wrong with you. The holiday is not until tomorrow, but Chi Yufan is still busy in the kitchen having a lot of fun. Lin Chu originally planned to help, but Chunjia said that the brother and sister had finally met each other, so let them chat more and it would be enough for him to help. Lin Chunghua is teasing Xian. Lin Ming and Lin Chu sat on the concrete steps in the yard. Brother, do you remember when I was 8 years old? You carried me on your back and jumped down from here, and I fell hard and broke my lip. Lin Chu said with a smile. Of course I remember. It was all because of you, a naughty girl, who insisted on making trouble. In the end, you suffered the consequences and complained to my parents, causing them to scold me. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chu hugged his knees with his hands. In silence, Lin Ming took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. I said I would quit, but in the end I couldn't. Brother, it's okay for you to drink some wine, but smoking this stuff is not good for your body, so you'd better not smoke in the future. Lin Chu said, Okay, then I won't smoke. Lin Ming took another puff, then reluctantly threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. Where do you work now? Lin Ming asked. It's in Changwon City, a private garment factory. It's quite large, with several hundred employees. Lin Chu was chatting with Lin Ming about family matters. She is actually a college student as well. Although it's only a second-tier university, it should be no problem for me to find a decent job. However, Lin Chu felt that those seemingly glamorous jobs actually paid too little money. During the internship period, they only earned 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and one had to accumulate experience. The family is in urgent need of money, and Lin Chu is not afraid of hard work and would rather be an ordinary seamstress in a garment factory. At least a seamstress is paid by piece, and how much she earns depends entirely on how much effort she puts in. How's your job? Is your monthly salary enough to spend? Lin Ming asked with concern. It's okay, but the frequent overtime is a bit annoying, but the overtime pay is also high, about 5,000 yuan per month, and the highest can be close to 6,000. Lin Chu seemed to have a sense of accomplishment and said with a smile, Of course I have enough to spend, and sometimes I give 1,000 or 2,000 to my parents. At this point, Lin Chu said seriously, Brother, I heard from mom and sister-in-law that you have changed, and you are not the same as before. Yes, it has changed. Lin Ming rubbed Lin Chu's head and said, I liked to bully you when I was a child, and I still like to bully you when I grow up. Do you hate me? No, because I know my brother has never been a bad person. Lin Chu shook his head. Lin Ming took a deep breath and said, Find out your WeChat QR code. I'll add you as my friend. Huh. I thought you really didn't plan to contact me anymore. Lin Chujiao snorted, and then the two of them added each other as friends. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she saw a transfer pop up on her friend page. 30,000. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Chu said quickly. I can't take your money. I also want to ask if you have enough money to spend. The daily limit for WeChat transfers is 30,000. I haven't even tried to increase the limit. Just spend it first. Lin Ming's eyes were full of doting. No, absolutely not. Lin Chu firmly refused. Brother, even if your life is on the right track now, you still owe so much foreign debt before, and Xian is about to go to kindergarten, and you need money everywhere. How can you still transfer money to me? Having said that, Lin Chu planned to return it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming snatched Lin Chu's phone and said with a smile, Girl, our parents prepared a dowry of 50,000 yuan for you, but I gambled it all away. Tell me the truth. Do you hate me? I said I don't hate you. With your sister's looks, she must have a dowry before she can get married, brother. You underestimate me too much. Lin Chu said arrogantly. I've let you down in the past, but I won't do that again. Lin Ming said silently. Brother, if you keep saying these things, I'll get angry. Give my phone back to me. Lin Chu pretended to be dissatisfied. After Lin Ming returned the phone to her, she immediately returned the money to Lin Ming. But at this moment, Lin Ming handed his cell phone to her. It's the bank deposit news. Girl, look at how much money this is. Lin Ming asked. Lin Chu glanced subconsciously, and then, I was shocked. She reached out her hand and swiped across the screen a few times, finally confirming that it was not a photoshopped picture. More than 50 million. Lin Chu looks so adorable with his eyes wide open. Ha ha. Lin Ming laughed and said, Brother, I have money now. You can spend as much as you want in the future. We could buy whatever you want. If you don't like working in the garment factory, then we could just quit. With me here, we are not afraid of anything. I will support you in the future. Lin Chu stuttered. Brother, where did you get so much money? 50 million. For a girl who has only earned 6,000 yuan at most since she started working, this is a number she could never even dream of. It must be earned by me. Think about it. If I were to cheat, even if I could get money, I wouldn't be able to get this much, right? Besides, even if I could really get this much, I wouldn't dare to chat with you like nothing happened. I would have found a place to hide or been arrested long ago. Lin Ming knew what Lin Chu was thinking, so he explained it immediately. Girl, don't worry. Our parents and your sister-in-law all know where my money comes from. Since I gave it to you, you can spend it openly because our money is clean. Lin Chu was silent for a long time and finally began to cry softly. Lin Ming, who had been decadent for 4 or 5 years, finally woke up and made so much money. Lin Chu was not only happy for herself, nor just for her parents, but more importantly, for Chun Jia and Xian Xian. With luck coming their way, the mother and daughter finally made it through. Brother, you have so much money. I would be happy to spend it on me. But if my sister-in-law knew, she wouldn't be unhappy, right? Lin Chu wiped away his tears. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know who your sister-in-law is? Besides, my brother's assets are not just 50 million, but this number. Lin Ming stretched out 3 fingers. 300 million? Lin Chu was shocked. Lin Ming smiled slightly. 10 times more. Lin Chu. Without a doubt, Lin Chu enjoyed this dinner very much. Because of her eldest brother, he can finally support the family. At first, Lin Chu was worried that after Lin Ming became rich, he would become even colder towards Chun Jia and Xian Xian. After all, there are a lot of men who change their minds when they have money. Not to mention that Lin Ming is such a bastard when he has no money. But gradually, Lin Chu discovered that Lin Ming seemed to be trying to please Chun Jia all the time, while Chun Jia seemed to be indifferent. It seems that after the divorce, my brother really came to his senses. Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan had already told Lin Chu and Lin Ku about Chun Jia and Lin Ming's divorce. Lin Chu thought as he ate, Humph, I didn't know how to cherish it before, but now I regret it. Sister-in-law is right to do this. It's better to let this guy suffer a little. Blue Island City. In the villa. Master Zhou, the 3 of us will call you Master, okay? Will you lead us this time? Su Jin was holding a bag of potato chips, while the other 2 were holding beer and drinks. The 3 of them stared at Zhou Chong lying there, as if they were serving a big boss. There is no way out. After what happened in the Chiling stock market, Su Jin and the others are regretting it so much. If you invested a little bit at that time, you could earn at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But at that time, they didn't take Zhou Chong's words seriously at all. I kindly reminded you a few days ago, but you didn't take it seriously, did you? This makes it very difficult for me. Zhou Chong shrugged, and the arrogant look on his face made Su Jin feel like hitting him. I didn't expect this. If we had known you had an expert to guide us, we would have followed you and done it no matter what you said. Su Jin said with a bitter face. Zhou Chong stopped joking with them. He imitated Lin Ming's tone and said, Tomorrow night, we will buy the lowest stocks of Tesla. How much you can earn depends on how much you dare to invest. Why do I feel like what you said is like a pyramid scheme? Su Jin said, I was just kidding. You took it seriously. You are really rude. Zhou Chong wished he could beat these 3 guys to death. They begged me to help them make money, and then said that I was involved in pyramid schemes. I'm fucking your sister. Chapter 65, Order a Car, Lamborghini Urus. That night, Lin Ming's seat was taken by Lin Chu, and he could only sleep on the Kong with his parents in disappointment. However, Lin Ming did not feel sleepy at all. He is not a wealthy man, so after the Chiling automobile matter was completely settled, he was sure that he had earned 2.85 billion, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan were also tossing and turning on the Kong. Although they didn't say anything, Lin Ming knew that they couldn't sleep either. After midnight, Nasdaq opens. Tesla's stock price indeed showed a downward trend. It had fallen before, but rose again, and this time, it fell directly from $966 per share to $842. An 11% drop. For Tesla, which has a market value of $1.5 trillion, an 11% drop is equivalent to the evaporation of 1.1 trillion yuan. To be honest, this sudden drop left many investors confused. Even if he was implicated because of the Qi Ling car, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Except for Lin Ming, no one knew that today's decline was just the beginning. September 10th, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. Mid-Autumn Festival. The moon is bright tonight, and everyone is looking at it. But I wonder whose house the autumn thoughts fall on. This is a poem written by Wang Jian, a poet of the Tang dynasty. It profoundly interprets the longing of those who are away from home for their hometown and relatives. China has established a 3-day national holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and everyone who can go home will go home. This is the reunion festival after all. After Lin Ming finished his breakfast, he took Xian for a walk outside and found that there was a car parked in front of almost every household. The festive atmosphere arrives quietly. Qi Yufan started preparing lunch early in the morning. Lin Chenhua sat there happily watching TV, occasionally taking out a soft cigarette and lighting in the yard. The old couple, having gotten rid of a large worry, looked very comfortable and relaxed. Around 9:30 in the morning, the last member of the Lin family is finally back. Elder brother. When he saw Lin Ming standing at the door, Lin Ku immediately jogged over with the things in his hands. Slow down. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ming walked over with a smile. Lin Ku saw the Mercedes-Benz S450 parked at the door at a glance. Brother, did you buy a car? Lin Ku asked. He turned back and forth in front of the car, unabashedly showing envy on his face. Lin Ku is a person who loves cars very much and likes to browse those car websites when he has nothing to do. Unfortunately, I have had my driver's license for 7 years and have renewed it once during this period, but I still haven't bought a car. It's not mine. A friend lent it to me and asked me to drive it for a few days. Lin Ming said, TSK. This is the latest model of Mercedes-Benz S450, and it doesn't even have a license plate yet. Your friend is really generous, and he's willing to let you drive it. Lin Ku said, do you like this car? Lin Ming asked deliberately. I like it, but I'm still young and I prefer supercars and the like, Lin Ku said. He had no idea what Lin Ming was thinking and thought that Lin Ming was just chatting with him casually. Lin Ming secretly took note of Lin Ku's words. There are only 2 things that men like most: beautiful women and cars. Speaking of cars alone, if you have the ability, who wouldn't want to drive a cooler supercar? Let's go home first. Mom and Dad are waiting for you, Lin Ming said. Lin Ku just stood there. He stared at Lin Ming for a long while before saying, Brother, why do I feel like you are different from before? More elegant now, right? Lin Ming joked. Lin Ku nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is more elegant than before. Stop flattering me, little bastard. I'm thankful that you don't hate me. Go home quickly. Lin Ming felt a little sad. Lin Chenhua and Qi Yufan seemed even happier that Lin Ku was able to come back. Including Chun Jia and Xian. The 7 members of the Lin family gathered together for a rare occasion, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. In fact, the people in the old Lin family were easy to get along with, but it was because of Lin Ming's mischief in the past that this family became filled with coldness. While Lin Ku was chatting with his family, Lin Ming walked into the yard and called Xiang Zhe. Brother Lin, are you home? Xiang Zhe asked. They arrived home the day before yesterday. Thank you for the gift. My parents are very happy. Lin Ming said. Brother Lin, we are a family and we don't have to have different opinions. There's no need to bring up such a small thing. It's enough as long as uncle and aunt are satisfied. Xiang Zhe pretended to be dissatisfied. I called you because I want you to help me buy a few cars. Lin Ming said. What car? Mercedes? Without waiting for Lin Ming to answer, Xiang Zhe said, Brother Lin, I'm not saying that you are too old-fashioned to drive an S-Class at your age, and an E-Class doesn't suit your status. Unless it's a G-Class like me, I don't recommend you to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Lin Ming thought to himself that this guy was really a chatterbox, but he smiled and said, I really don't plan to buy a Mercedes-Benz. I want to get a few Lamborghini Urus. Do you have a channel? The Urus is Lamborghini's only SUV. Lin Ku likes supercars, but he may not be able to run on the roads in Changwon City, let alone his hometown. Therefore, Urus, a combination of supercar and SUV, is the most suitable. Brother Lin, the Urus car only looks cool, but it's actually not comfortable at all. I still don't recommend you to buy it. Xiang Zhe curled his lips. I can't help it. My brother and sister like it. Lin Ming said with a smile. Is that so? Then there's no problem. I have channels for most of the cars on the market. You don't have to pay extra or wait. Brother Lin, just tell me how many cars you want and give me a time to pick them up. Xiang Zhe said. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, 2, 1 blue and 1 pink. It would be best if they were delivered within 3 days. If that doesn't work, 4 or 5 days will do. I'll try my best. Xiang Zhe responded. We will start bottom fishing on Tesla tonight. Have you transferred the money to Zhou Chong? Lin Ming asked. I've sent it over. 100 million. Xiang Zhe said. He felt that 100 million was not a small amount, but Lin Ming said, only 100 million? It's too little. You won't make much money. Just transfer all the funds you can use to Zhou Chong. The money will be returned quickly this time, and you don't have to worry about not having enough money to keep the store running. Xiang Zhe is a good person. Not only did he buy gifts, he also sent someone to pick him up at the airport, and he even left a new car without license plates for Lin Ming to drive. In addition, this time Lin Ming asked him to help buy a car, so Xiang Zhe had made all the arrangements very clear. Lin Ming also didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so he specifically reminded him and tried to make Xiang Zhe earn more. 100 million is not enough, brother Lin. Xiang Zhe was a little conflicted. How much money does he have in total? There are still a lot of loans in the bank. If I lose money, it will be a disaster. Stop talking nonsense. Just follow me if I tell you to. Lin Ming didn't care what Xiang Zhe thought and hung up the phone. Everything that needs to be said has been said. If Xiang Zhe is still unwilling to invest more, that is his own problem. Chapter 66, Feeling Proud. Noon. A table full of delicious food was served to the table by the three women. Lin Changhua opened a bottle of Feitian Matai and laughed. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've drunk this kind of wine. I want to see if it's really worth thousands of dollars.